Hey, yo, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Rilla. We got Anton. We got Ariel. We got Courtney. We got Kenny. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. How y'all doing, family? Rilla, you there? Guess maybe not.
It's not.
I don't know. Anyway, it's good to see y'all again, man. Good to see you, King. That was some good stuff with King Talk. Ariel, I haven't seen you in a while. Great to have you again.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. Before we get the show started, make sure you guys get them likes up right now. Take a moment, get them likes up. Also, while you're at it, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Let's get these likes up tonight, man. We've been kind of slacking, man. We've been having a lot of people join the show, and nobody's coming in and liking the video. And it's the greatest show ever. How you doing, Miss Courtney? Looking nice. I like the lipstick.
You know, try to coordinate.
Okay, what is that? Watermelon?
Uh-huh.
What's that, like a little strawberry kiwi?
What you know about the flavors and the colors?
I'm just looking at it. I'm just a visual person. Can't be looking too hard now.
Calm down now. Don't let it mesmerize you. Again.
Rilla, man, got a new background, Rilla.
Yeah, you know, I see Anton coming in with the pink Versace robe, so I had to switch it up, give y'all some of this big coochie energy.
Okay.
On a Thursday night.
I see you got that like the zebra coochie over there, huh? You got that wildlife coochie, huh? Anyway, glad we got that out the way. Again, thank you guys for tuning in to Lapeef. Let's talk. King, you ain't laughing at my jokes? I ain't funny tonight?
Nah, you funny. I'm just just trying to get my mind right.
Okay.
Hey, yo, King.
Trying to keep the peace early.
Nah, look at King. King.
Right in here. Just keep the peace early, brother.
King, you got that belly energy, man. You on your
no, it is. It's after
that background, you on that sincere, yeah. You on that the Tommy Buns. You on that bunsy.
You can say that. I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, ladies. Ariel, Courtney, I watch your shows. I appreciate y'all, ladies, and I want to say shout out to Rilla, shout out to Junior, shout out to my twin. And what's up, twin? How you been?
What's up, family? What's going on? Hey, King, you know what the interesting thing is, though? Honestly, I was thinking about you the other day, man. It was on my mind. I woke up with you on my mind. I said, I'm going to make him my girlfriend on Thursday.
Ow.
Oh, wow.
Nope.
Yeah, you know what? I really don't go that way. I don't have anything against that community. I don't go that way, but I want to say one thing, man. I do appreciate you. I went over some of your videos, and you do talk a lot of sense. I still think you're a con man, but you do give a lot of good information. So please follow his information, but don't follow him. But that's my twin. You ever saw that movie Twins with Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger? I'm too old. I'm 41. So it's like there was like a show about these guys. They didn't look like each other, but they were twins. You gotta watch this.
Wait, you talking about Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah. That's me and him. I'm clearly Arnold Schwarzenegger. First of all, you look amazing. Let me say that.
Y'all wilding, man. It's too early to be wilding.
No, they look amazing. I want to say that. Thank you. I'm glad you got me down here with the ladies. I like to be around.
JR.
Yeah.
I'm a Cap, by the way.
Move him over one more.
You said you're a Capricorn?
No, I'm a Kappa.
A Kappa. Oh, okay.
JR, one more.
I see you.
One more move. There we go. Yeah, that's my baby.
You're smart, Junior. You took away the comments. I like that.
That's my baby. That's my baby.
No, you know I get open. Put the comments back on.
Let's get it. I'm excited. This is gonna be a good night. I've been looking forward to this night all night.
Great day. I'm gonna keep it peaceful. We're gonna address the issues at hand. I had a I had a meeting. It was disturbing me while I was going back and forth with someone that looks like me. And then he told me, sometimes, Anton's fighting a totally different fight from what I'm fighting. So I don't expect him to see the things that, I see or view my perspectives in life, right? Or my philosophies in life. So, and I'm fighting and Anton had something right. When we was going back and forth, he said, I'm punching down. And I took offense to that because in my mind, it's like, who is he talking to? But in life, you got to understand, at least with me, it's a privilege to be certain people's enemies, right? It's a privilege, right? You got to be at a certain stature, right? And I think that Anton, he's a good dude, so I'm happy he considers me his opposition.
No, you know what? Honestly,
but you're not though.
Honestly, hold on, really. Honestly, I know we got to get started, JR, but let me give my monologue also.
Final thoughts.
I did a little research on King, and as I said the other day, and I was talking to Rilla, that I got a lot of respect for you, fam. I think that you dope. I also respect your opinion, and I'm cool with the fact that we own completely different. And, there was some stuff that you said that I actually agree with the other night, and I said that in the comments. You probably seen it. But even though we have differing opinions or perspectives, I still got a lot of respect for you. Now, that don't mean that you're not going to get this work tonight, but I just want to make sure that you understand that when you get this work tonight, it's because I love you, not necessarily. I chastise those that I love, but I do. On the real though, honestly, I do have a lot of respect for you, fam. I think that you absolutely dope, and you can ask JR. I was telling him, I said, King, I like that dude. That dude is dope. He a man's man. He stand on his principles and what it is that he believes. And, he don't bow down. So I honestly, I really do. I got a lot of respect for you, but you still going to get this work.
All
right, fellas. Well, like somebody.
Ariel, you don't believe that shit either, right? But we're going to go with the flow, Ariel. I love him. You don't believe that shit.
Ariel, like me. What you talking about?
I don't look at Ariel. I was waiting for K. That's my boo-boo.
I knew it was.
I'm thinking about Ariel.
Let's get it.
It's your turn, boo-boo. I'm waiting for K.
Oh, man. This is hilarious. All right, y'all. If y'all just tuning in again, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk about to get this show started. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Moderators, if you are in the chat, make sure you guys hold down that chat. Keep these trolls out and all that BS out of there. Our first topic of the night is: if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. If a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. And put a little context behind this. We often hear so many women making so many requests all the time. If it's a guy that's on his purpose, or you too busy for me, even in the common situation, the common in Tiffany Haddish, when you got to buy me a house in order to marry me. It's just so many things that women are throwing out. And if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't have to ask for nothing. You don't have to ask for a damn thing. He's going to move at his own pace, and he's going to reward you. Let's talk about that. I'm going to start with you, King.
Well, those luxuries, because I had a history. I'm African, right? And I have a history of spoiling women before they deserve it. I have a history about it. I actually wrote a book about that. Spoiling, taking women on trips, fine dining, no matter what. But as you get older, you realize when you're in a serious relationship like marriage, your woman shouldn't have to want for anything if it's within your means. If it's within your means. Now, you shouldn't go broke trying to, practice chivalry. But if it's within your means and you have it, why aren't you doing it? That means either you don't want to do it or you don't think she's deserving. So one of the things I tell brothers, if you are serious about a woman and you have the means, why not blow the bag on her? But if you do not have the means, then you should use those resources to build yourself. And that's how I feel about it.
Okay. So you got a little expression on your face, Anton.
Yeah.
What? So you saying trick off if you got it?
No, I'm saying you should pay attention and be a critical listener. I said in the beginning that what happens is I had a history of tricking off. As you get older, I
heard all of that.
Let me finish. As I got older, you realize a woman, if you're in a committed relationship and you have the resources, and you know she needs things or want things, and you can do it, and you have the resources, why not? That's the question you should ask yourself. If you have the resources, it's not going to put you in a situation that you can't handle financially, then you really need to reevaluate certain things. But I believe me, if I'm in a committed relationship and I have the resources, long-term committed or marriage, I will provide for my woman. I have done it in the past for people that weren't worth it because I was in that mode. I took girls on trips, for anything, shopping. But as you get older, you know you can't give those privileges just to anybody. That's all.
I heard you the first time. You didn't say anything different than you said the first time. And tricking is tricking whether you got it or not. So you tricking off, right? Okay, so we agree on that. All right, so I got you. The difference for me is just that I don't. So tricking is not tricking if you. Oh no, it's only tricking if you don't have it. Is that
you're looking for an argument within the statement?
I'm asking for clarification. Is it tricking regardless?
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a question.
What is the question?
Is it tricking?
Question, twin.
Is it tricking if you have it, or is it a difference if you don't have it? Is it only tricking if you got it? That's what I'm asking.
No, it's not only tricking if you have it. Once again, it's tricking if you have it and you have intentions of objectifying a woman. So basically, you're giving this money for feelings in return that's not organic. That's tricking, right? But if you are in a position of power and money, and you have a woman that you love, and you care about her welfare, you should do everything to make her life comfortable. Period. I'm not going around that.
Why are you in your feminine energy already, bro? All I was asking was.
I love you, Anton. I saw my therapist today. I love you, Anton. Namaste. Namaste, brother. I told you I don't want no problems with a man that went to.
All right, simmer down, gentlemen. Simmer down. Still early, man. Still early. You got 9 more rounds, man. Come on, Courtney. If a man feels like you're worth it, you don't ever have to ask for anything. What are your thoughts about that?
I kind of believe that. I think if you're worth it, a man is going to let you know that you're worth it. I think he's going to do things and say things, but particularly his actions is going to show you, yes, I deem that you are worthy. Yes, I want to be with you. And I should never have to question, if he wants to be with me or not. So that I shouldn't have never questioned. However, we aren't mind readers. So there might be some things that I want him to do for me that he might forget because he's human. He's not perfect, or it's something that I might have seen that I wanted. And, I can't expect him to know every single thing that I want because I'm worthy of it. He's a man. I'm a woman. I can't read his mind. I can't read his. So that's where communication comes in. So if there's something, that I'm looking for and I'm like, babe, for my birthday, can we do this? Or, Valentine's Day, can we do this? Then yeah. So that doesn't mean if he doesn't know what to do before I say it, that I'm not worthy. Like, we're human. We're not mind readers, but he would definitely he would show you that he wants to be with you.
Gotcha. Rella, if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. What are your thoughts about it?
1000%. And if I can add just really quick, because when people have these tricking conversations, man, I'm old school with it, man. It this new phrase or new age of it ain't tricking if you got it. Like, it's tricking whether you got it or not. That's why it's called tricking. A trick is a trick is a trick. Period. Point blank. In a sense, you a pimp's wet dream if you got it, and he gonna send them whole 7 ways to Sunday at you, and they gonna get it up out you. By hook or crook, they gonna get it up out you. Anton, that thesaurus is coming, my brother. Like, and I'm gonna get King to write the forward to the thesaurus, but it's tricking, man. It is, and I want young bloods to understand that, because this new age, they think they got the bag and then they blowing it, but they like, well, I'm getting what I want. Nah, fam, you tricking. You tricking. Now, to the question, my bad, I apologize, but to the question, if a man feels like you worth it, you don't even have to ask. I agree 1000%. Again, I just made a post in the Facebook group around LeBron, right? And he talks about in this article with the Hollywood Reporter how, you know, the two women in his life that, you know, impacted him was his mom and his wife, his now wife. And and it's crazy the comments that I got on that post, right? Because people was like, "Oh, he a simp, he this, that, and third." And I'm sitting there like, "Dang, is this not the woman that you asked for? She gave him her womb, you know what I'm saying? Low body count, and you gave him 3 kids, and ain't no smut on her name. You don't see no you know, stories of her, you know, posting pictures of her in a salacious way or anything like that. And as such, he's rewarded her. I would imagine he's rewarded her. And so I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship if she's had to ask for certain things or something like such as that. But, you know, we see these real everyday life examples where men of means, you know, they have it and they take care of their women, and their women is very satisfied. That's the way it is. If women are hypergamous, as Anton talks about often, and they, you know, looking for the best option, then you're gonna look for the option that's gonna set you up correctly. So yeah, and just real quick, and I'll end it here. As a man, that woman that's in her feminine energy and she's giving you the feminine fit, cooperative, submissive, all these different things, and she's making your house a home, man. I don't know about y'all, but I'm saying for me, yeah, I'm gonna go to the end of the earth to make sure she's straight, so I can keep my peace.
So Rilla, differentiate though, because LeBron is married.
That no,
go,
you're okay,
go,
yeah.
To the
That
other
is
end of
no,
the
you're right.
You're right. That's not married.
You're right. You 1000% right. 1000% right. That is the difference, in the sense that he is married. But here's the other caveat. Let me differentiate like this. My suggestion and the ideal situation is that you are married to that woman that you're willing to go to the end of the earth for. That is the ideal situation.
So let me
I'm just saying that because I know they've only been married 5 years. Yeah, they've only been married 5 years. Yeah.
But here's what I'm saying though. Answer the question from the perspective of the guy that's not married.
So for the gentleman that's not married, you should be focused on self. You should be focused on self, and you should be moving towards marriage. And if you're not moving towards marriage, you know, I'll give you an example, man. There are things that I'm, even in my relationship, like y'all know, I'm not married yet. Are there things I'm willing to do for her? Absolutely 1000%. Are there things that I need to reserve for marriage to tap into that power, to tap into? And I don't want to go too spiritual and too deep, but yeah, there are things I need to reserve. And that is answering that question from that perspective. That is one of them. That is one of them.
Well, I have a question. So if you're courting someone, meaning that you're dating someone seriously because you see that person as your wife, is that tricky when you do something extravagant for them because you want to, because you see that person as your wife? Like, I don't understand why a lot of us.
How long is the courting process?
Right.
Does it depend?
A lot of women say they engaged. Every woman I know walking up and down the street say, "Oh, I'm engaged." It'd be women that's engaged for the next 3 years. How long is the courting process?
Well, I mean, that depends on the man. Some men can court someone for 3 months and then they marry within 6. Someone can do it for 2 years. So it really depends. But if that man is looking at her as his wife, and there's a reason why that he picked her out of anybody else, and he wants to do something extravagant for her, is that tricking?
I don't.
Yes.
I think, to be honest, I think what King said was important to know, because he talked about tricking in the sense of you're trying to gain favor or curry favor with someone, right?
That you're not really with.
It's not organic. There's no reciprocity there. There's no reciprocity.
Right. But let me clarify that real quick. When it comes to the world of tricking, from my observation, I see that a lot of men who are not financially stable, aka broke, and men who are greedy and covet money have an issue with men that spend money on women that they have no intentions on being with forever. sometimes what you consider tricking might be another man's normal behavior. I know men that have money and they like to go on trips. Someone who doesn't have those resources might say, you tricking. That's the only reason why you bagged her. No, homie, I like to go on trips. And whoever's with me at that day is coming on a trip with me, right?
Yeah, but the difference though, King. So let me just add some context though to that though.
Okay.
Is because you talking about luxury, but the question specifically talks about, and JR, correct me, is somewhat geared towards need, and so it's like you don't even have to ask. You see what I'm saying? So let me clarify. If I'm doing something and I just want some company,
right,
that's different than somebody needing something and me meeting an expectation that they have for me.
Right.
You on my time versus me addressing something that is on your time. So me doing something for my convenience versus doing something in order to make you feel better, in my opinion, is two different things, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so the question I got was, if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. That has nothing to do with, hold on. That has nothing to do with the variable that you added earlier in regards to marriage that you applied to Chicago River, right? That had nothing to do with marriage. But no,
correct. It's two different conversations what I'm having right now versus what I was having with Rilla.
But the question that was posed had nothing to do with that variable you added, and you added another variable, right? The question is, if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. It has nothing to do with luxury or stuff that we consider mandatory. Whatever,
absolutely does.
Whatever. If he feels you're worth it on going on a trip, then come. It's based on what he feels that you're worth. Look at the question. It's what you.
But is it, King? Is that still tricking? Even if you got it,
right? And I gave that answer.
Okay, because I think that's what Courtney trying to
give the caveat that as a lot of men that who don't have resources,
I agree,
or who covet money,
will
consider certain behaviors from men who are resourceful as tricky.
But see, you just did the same thing that you criticized me from doing. In the very beginning of your argument, you started adding additional variables and context in order to be able to qualify. In order to be able to qualify your answer, you started adding different context, which I'm not criticizing that, right? I think that you should do that, but you can't call the kettle black when you just did the exact same thing when you led with it with your argument.
Okay, Anton, can you tell me how I did that?
Because you just started adding variables. If you got money, if you don't got money.
Anton, what variable?
I'm clarifying it. If you have money, if you don't have money, those are variables. Right?
Anton, you know what? That's why I say you are an amazing man with finances, but you lack this skill of critical listening. I said, here is the caveat. Can somebody put a dictionary for caveat? Caveat, right? I use the word caveat. That means
you're twisting the words in order to qualify your argument.
Hold on, brother. And I'm sorry, not brother, twin. Hold on, twin. I said caveat, and caveat means when I gave an example of the question that was posed, why I see why brothers call brothers tricks. I see why. Because some of them don't have the money to spend like that, and some of them are too greedy to spend the money that they have. That's all.
That's false, because I introduced the word trick after you qualified what it was that you were saying by adding all of the variables and context that you added. Then you started addressing the whole idea behind the trick.
All right, you guys got to get to Ariel too, y'all.
The reality is that you can't call the kettle black and try to move the goalposts according to how it fits your narrative, and then try to switch it around when somebody else starts to use your same argument against you. It don't work like that. You got to stay consistent across the board.
Anton. Namaste.
And listen, I know you went to. Listen. You got the Columbia. You got the Columbia shirt on. You got the Columbia shirt on.
Anton, you're good, but not that good. Namaste, man. No problem with you in your pink robe today. Namaste, man.
I'm feeling great. I got fellas. I got that signing bonus today. It's phenomenal.
Courtney.
All right, y'all. All right.
Courtney ain't getting
Ariel.
Courtney's like, is it tricking or no?
Ariel, if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask.
So I actually had two thoughts. I actually had the same thought as Courtney at the beginning when you asked the question, that people are not mind readers. That was my first initial thought. So this idea that you don't have to ask for things that you need is false. Like, it doesn't exist. Anytime you're in a relationship, regardless of if it's financial, emotional, a physical need, men and women think completely different. And going into a situation thinking you're never going to have to explain to your partner what you need is foolish. And that's the start of most of your arguments, if you assume that somebody's supposed to know what you want. And then the second thought I had, because we're talking so much about finances, I just thought like that it's just a little bit weird to me to think about somebody spending money on a woman to the point where it's like overly luxurious. Because it's like, what does this woman want? So are you sure that that's the type of woman you want, where you have to spend money on that trip, where you have to spend money on whatever it is, that bag, just because you have it? Because I know, at least at my age, people my age don't have money like that. And when I see dudes doing that for their girlfriends or for their wives, I'm like, I know that most of y'all don't have it. So what you're really doing is making a bad decision. You're going to end up broke. It's that simple. So that's what I thought of when you asked this question.
Well, Ariel, I want to take you on a journey into the mind of a person that spends a lot of money on females at one point in life. And
that spent a lot of money on women, you said?
Females at one point in my life, right? And I want to let you know that, Ariel, sometimes it's not about the woman. It's an ego thing, right? I know men that go to strip clubs and 10,000, right? Don't know any of these women. And they have other men across the bar spending 20,000 trying to bottle offs, trying to not impress the girls in the room, but go against the other guys. It's an ego thing. It's not about the woman all the time when they do that, right?
But ain't that foolish regardless?
I'm not here to judge and say if it's right or wrong. I'm telling you, it's how they think. I don't cast judgment. I'm just letting you know sometimes it's not about the woman, because you said that what does this woman want if she's going to take all this stuff from you? Like, where's her intentions? I agree with you, but I'm also letting you know sometimes it's not about the woman. It's that man's ego. He wants to feel like he can do anything and change a person's life. Everybody has this, I call it the pretty woman complex. You saw the movie or the Broadway play when he sees a woman, she was a escort, and he just wanted to change her life to the point that she got confused. Like, why are you doing it? Am I deserving? People like that feeling, of that God-like feeling. Some people spend money on females they don't even know and care about, and other people wear pink robes. It's a God-like feeling. It's just a God-like feeling that you get.
Well, I do disagree with one thing that you said. I think we all cast judgments. I think we all judge. I think that's something obvious that we do. But I think as a woman, if I am dating a man who is irresponsible with his money, for me, I wouldn't go there. I think it's foolish. If you blow 20,000 in the strip club, I don't care how much you have. I am running the other direction and fast. That's me personally. I don't find it attractive. I find it foolish, because when I'm thinking about, if you're a marriage-minded woman, you're thinking about your future, and then you're thinking about not just right now. You want kids? You just blew college tuition. That's wild to me. So that's just the way I look at it. That it's like,
And
even if a guy can splurge on me once in a while, at some point it has to be like, okay, this is not what we need if we're going to build together.
Right.
That's my mindset.
And Ariel, I want to back up with you too, because I agree with something that you said as far as, do we have to ask? It's some things that we need is not financial, it's emotional. And it's also stuff even around the house. Like, if I'm worthy, I would, does that mean he's going to take out the trash every day? Sometimes I might have to ask. It doesn't mean that I'm not worthy of it. If I'm talking about my husband, but those little things get missed out. Sometimes you got to tell him, put the toilet seat down, sir. I didn't ask you 5 times today. So you got to make sure you pick up your socks, so those kind of things. Doesn't mean I'm not worthy, but we're human. Men are men. And
yes. And we have different priorities.
Right.
Like, I know my husband, his cleaning priorities are low on the list because there's other things up there. So he's worried about other things. And then by the time it gets to washing the dishes, that's the last thing on the list, and it's the least important. But I have to ask, like, hey, I'm tired. Can you just get it this, tonight or whatever? Mm-hmm. So not having to ask is if somebody thinks that they're living in a reality that I don't know about.
No, it's not reality. You gonna have to ask them.
Yeah. All right, you guys, you're just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We definitely appreciate you guys sitting in tonight. This is the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel while you at it. It was a great first topic, man. It was peaceful, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I think I heard some shots fired.
No shots.
It's all right. It's okay. We take those. We rub those off.
Okay.
We good with that. Lennon feels phenomenal.
All right, you guys. I always got that bonus thing to throw in, that bonus thing. So we're going to discuss this real quick. Bonus question is, can a person ever be the same in relationships after prison?
Oh, snaps. I can't answer that question.
Can a person ever be the same in relationships after prison?
Can I answer that? Because
I kind of want to put a little bit of context around it, though. We often have women that may wait on men, and when they come out, we also have some women that are in prison as well, and you may not even know them, and they come out, and you guys have a team relationship. But I do know some of these questions that I bring up is just different experiences, people I talk to, things I may hear, and it becomes a situation because people go in there and they come back and they're not the same person, and they change. So I just want to ask this question real quick. Can a person ever be the same in a relationship after prison? Go ahead, King.
So I definitely want to talk on that because I actually did that time, So, my story is a little bit different, going from Brownsville, Brooklyn, to going to Ivy Leagues and going to Boston College for 3 degrees, and then traveling the world and getting indicted after I ran for city council in Brooklyn. My story is a little bit different from everybody else. So I speak from a place of, dealing with people who are gang related, to dealing with real estate developers that deal with monetizing low income housing tax credits. So I'm a real well-versed man. So when I did my time, I actually had a woman that was very committed and faithful to me during my bid. It was a short bid. I was only responsible for allegedly, I still say no, but allegedly taking millions from the school that I actually got my master's from. So, and this is all public information, so you can look it up. I deal with truth and transparency. She held me down, and when I came home, we had an agreement in regards to how we're going to have a relationship. And dealing with the underworld and dealing with men who have certain powers in politics, there's certain oaths and codes that you go by. And it's an honor system, believe it or not, amongst criminals and politicians, amongst fraternity members, gang members. It's an honor system. I know people might say it's not because of the stigma that we have, but it's an honor system. So when a woman gives me her word and she doesn't keep it, then things change. In any relationship, when you love somebody, it's not saying you love them, it's saying I'm willing to grow with you. Every day you wake up, you might not be the same person that you were yesterday. It's evolution, it's a growth, right? But unfortunately, the person you love might not be the person that wants to grow with you, and you have to respect that. Me, I remain the same. I'm very transparent. This is what I want from a relationship. If you want a marriage, then we have different qualifications. Because I always believe that love and marriage are not synonymous, but they can coexist. So we were in love. We weren't thinking about marriage. And she didn't meet the qualifications, not because she was a bad person. It's because my experience in the feds made me value certain things that people in the regular world don't value, which is someone's word, which is someone's courtesy. Because if you say the wrong thing to somebody and you treat someone wrong, that could be your life. That's your life in prison. Somebody could hurt, you could get stabbed because you didn't do certain things, right? Or you conduct yourself a different way. So I believe when I left prison, I became a little bit more rigid in regards to showing leniency for things I would let slide in the beginning, right? And woman, when you deal with women, you have to be able to be lenient. You can't be too rigid. But I became too rigid. So that was my personal account for
that. Anybody else wanna?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it from a different perspective because I know somebody that was close to me and their guy went in, did 7 years, right? And when he was getting ready to come home, I told her, I said, wait, like they had been talking and they was, all ready to jump the broom and this, that, and the third. Whoop-de-whoop. So let me answer the question first, and then I'll give context. Can a person ever be the same in relationships after prison? I don't think so. I don't think you can. And the reason why I say that is because we all are constantly evolving. Time changes you. It should change you. And one thing for certain, it depends on how you're using your time. It's going to either make you better or it's going to make you bitter. And when you're sitting in 6x9 or 8x12 or whatever that cell is, the world kind of stops for you. People that's on the outside, it keeps going for them. This particular individual told this girl, let me tell you where his priorities were now. He told her he needed a TV. She needed to send him money for a TV, put money on the books for a TV. And I'm like, why you not putting money on his books for some books so he can better himself, so he can come out and be prepared? And I told her to wait. She didn't want to wait. She was in love and, they was going to get everything together. But see, the world stopped for him while he was in. And that's what happened for most brothers, and then you come out. What happens? You still have to fight the same world. Now you got that F on your report card. You got that F on your report card. So not only the world that we're regularly fighting as men and all these pressures and weights that we got, not only are we fighting that regularly, but now you go in and you apply for a job and you told you can't get it. Why? Because you got that F on your report card, right? And you're introducing all types of other pressures and just different things that impact the relationship. And so for me, my experience is a little bit different because I've seen it up close. And they're in the process of divorce now, and it's not pretty, and there's kids involved. And so I'm not saying maybe mine is a lot more anecdotal. But I think on average, it could go good and bad. I haven't seen where it goes good and bad, but I don't think people are the same once they get out of jail. I don't think they're the same in those relationships. Even if you think about in the movie American Me, right? Dude got out. I can't even remember his name. Do y'all remember that? American Me? When dude got out and then he started dating old girl and he was still had a prison mindset. When they was intimate for the first time, he was thinking prison, super aggressive, overpowering, overwhelming, just stop it. It was just insane. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it was insane. He still had a prison mindset. That's where his mind was. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think people can be the same in relationships, man. It's going to take a lot of therapy, a lot of growth, and a lot of development.
It's funny that you said that because really hit on a point. Me coming home was a little bit different from most of the people I know that go to feds or state prison. I'm an anomaly in regards to that because I have my degrees, I have my businesses, and I have my real estate. So I came back to an easier transition, right?
Did you have a village to surround you?
I had everything.
You had a community. Yep.
I took care of everybody. That's why I said I took care of everybody. I made sure everybody was good. So when I came home, I was good, and I had my degrees. I could get a job to do all this. But with the people you're talking about, is the population that I tend to deal with my programs. They go in at a younger age with no degrees, no work skills. So coming out and trying to have a relationship with a modern woman is a little bit hard. It's hard, right? But it's not impossible. There's no excuses, but it's not impossible.
Okay. That's how you wanted to say something?
No, sir. I'm gonna opt out of this one. Okay. Anton does not do prison talk. I don't even like that in my sphere. I just I'm about to go get I don't even do the what do them earthy people be doing with the smoke? Sage. I don't even do sage, but I'm about to go send Rita out to go get me some sage. I don't want any of that in my sphere. Anton is a square, and I only hang with squares, and I'm gonna stay that way, buddy. So I'm gonna opt. This is the first thing that you've posed as a subject that I'm gonna opt out of, JR.
Okay. All right. Nobody else. It's just a little. Go ahead,
I
Courtney.
will. And I understand what both King and Rilla is saying. But with anything that's traumatic in your life or that you go through, is going to change you in a relationship. So if someone's in a coma for 3 months and they wake up, they're not going to be the same. You can get in a car accident. You're not going to be the same. So anything traumatic is going to be change worthy in a relationship. Prison obviously is, because it's a whole nother environment. People, shanking folks. I don't know. I'm just had the vision of Fleece Johnson, the booty warrior. So people get raped.
Oh no, not Fleece. Not Fleece.
Yeah. He wants you. He don't get you.
Courtney said, "I like you.
That's the
I
inception
like
of
you, and I want you."
And we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Not Fleece.
Courtney.
And so I'm thinking about Fleece Johnson, and I'm like, no, you're encountering characters like that. So obviously you're not going to be the same coming out of prison, especially how long of a bid you have. If you went there from a year, it's going to be completely different from you doing 20.
Hey, can I add one other thing though? Because I do want to shout out, and I think King may agree with this, because I think on the flip side of that, that I don't want to sugar honey iced tea on everybody that has went to prison. You have people like for real. You have people like Wall Street Trapper who went in and ran into somebody that was in there for a white collar crime. And that man that was in there for a white collar crime taught him the game about stocks. And now, you get somebody like Wall Street Trapper that's on the outside, and he's able to make meaningful contributions to our community in terms of educating people on the stock market. And so, nobody, again, to your point, you go through something challenging like that, nobody's the same. I think it depends on the person. And cut it out, JR.
I mean, at the end of the day, we don't want to make it a traumatic thing, because look at the man, Nelson Mandela. He went to jail for 20 years, right? He came out. His wife divorced him years later, right? She stood by him. So we have political prisoners that are in jail. Free Brendan Green, my brother. He's doing 30. Free Lateef Johnson. He's doing 30. Free Autumn. So what happens is a lot of time people are in prison, and some people are in prison for things they haven't done and they're not guilty of, right? And if you have a support system, like you said, a village, we shouldn't shun them at all, because it could be you, right? It could be you. But just like Courtney said, it don't have to be prison. It could be a coma. It could be cancer. It could be mental health issues. These are things that will put a burden on your partner, and your partner has to be willing to cope with that, right?
Can't be me.
Wait,
all right, how we going? Go ahead. It's a last point, Courtney. Last point.
I'll be quick. Old girl from Atlanta Housewives. That husband just passed, Greg, that was going through cancer. Well, a year prior to that, when he was going through cancer, she said he changed. And because of that change, she was about to divorce him. And it's like, it's cancer. Of course he's going to change. He's been through a traumatic experience that he still went through. Unfortunately, he passed. So just to piggyback, there's a lot of different things that people can go through, but change is inevitable in those relationships.
Well, one more thing, JR.
Yeah, but cancer is different than prison.
One more
big difference, bro.
It's a big difference. But one more thing. Let me tell you something about the when you go in the visiting room and the men go out to see their family or their lovers, it's packed. When the women go to prison and they go and see their family and lovers, it's empty. It's the craziest. It's a crazy paradigm where when women do crime and they go in, they don't have as much support. But men, when they go in, because they took care of, they were the breadwinners, they took care of their family. People really do come for them. So it was one of the things that I saw in at least where I was at in the Feds, MDC Brooklyn. I was shocked that when a woman did crime, they really got their lovers to come and see them. That was crazy to me.
All right. Well, it was just like a little bonus question. I see.
Can you go get the sage, babe? Get the sage.
You guys are just tuning in. Welcome
Rebuke
to
prison.
Lapeef, let's talk.
In Jesus' name, rebuke prison. We don't do that talk in this household. Hey, support, love to everybody.
Let me see a picture of Jesus in your house, though. See a picture
Jesus,
in your house.
Jesus is within me. It's
Okay,
within
good. Because if you worship with white Jesus, we had issues.
Shout out to that prison talk. I hear them all come out saying that same thing, bro.
Same prison talk.
I knew it, bro. They do the same. Every dude
No,
that I know,
that's not prison talk. That's self-love talk.
Oh,
they do that one thing. Everyone they go in.
We talk about that later. Courtney,
then
we talk about that later.
Then they
yeah,
come
we'll
out
talk
talking
about that later.
Thank you, Queen.
Talking about Jesus is white.
I didn't say Jesus is white.
All right, y'all. All right.
Jesus is not white.
All right, y'all. Again, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. We definitely appreciate the support. I seen all the super chats coming in, man. Thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts, man. It means a lot when you guys support us. Thank you. Moving on to our next topic, which is confident or arrogant. Confident or arrogant. Normally, when we hear these two words, we associate them with men most of the time. Confident or arrogant. And we're just trying to break this down. Is there a difference between confident and arrogant? Is there a difference? I'm gonna start with you, Ariel.
I guess the easy answer to this is definitely there's a difference. I would say that an arrogant man is loud in all the wrong ways. I don't know how to put that better. I feel like an arrogant leader has to exert their will over their wives or people around them, rather than a confident leader is able to lead in a way that's not demeaning, or in a way that's not like, I'm going to overpower you. It's like, I'm going to show you and lead you by example and be gentle when I need to be gentle, or be tough when I need to be tough. There's wisdom in a confident man. There's usually not wisdom in an arrogant man, because all he's thinking about is his ego. So if anything gets in the way of that, he'll behave foolishly because his ego is the most important thing.
Okay. Rella, confident or arrogant? What are your thoughts? Is there a difference?
Yeah, 1000% there's a difference. And, confidence, my opinion, that comes from, somebody assured in their capabilities. And typically this will, come from the man that, and I'm just keep this on men in particular. This comes from the man that is put in the work, right? He's confident in his abilities because he's disciplined. He's put in the hours, he's put in the work. And so when he's called to task, he's prepared, he's ready, right? To meet the obstacle head on. The arrogant man has to Ariel's point, it has an overinflated sense of self, has an overinflated ego. You have not done the work, but you are so arrogant and cocky that you think you can accomplish this task. And when the rubber meets the road, we see what it is. So 1000% there's a difference between confidence and arrogance.
Okay. Courtney, confident and arrogant, is there a difference?
Yeah, it's a huge difference. When someone is arrogant, it is about ego. It is that they have a huge, exaggerated sense of self and importance. They are not willing to listen. They're very selfish. They don't think they can change because they think they have a sense of perfection within them. So yes, arrogance is like calling someone an a-hole. Confidence is completely different. If I'm confident in what I'm doing, that means I know that I can do the job correctly. However, I'm open to criticism. I'm open to listening. I'm open to change if necessary. Let's have the conversation. So with arrogance, it's not, I don't need to talk to you. I'm running it. I'm doing it. And, it's all ego. If you're confident, you're willing to listen to others and take in others' opinions and change when needed.
But what if that person is really an a-hole? Am I arrogant for calling them an a-hole if they're really an a-hole?
Well, what makes a person an a-hole? Think if they would exhibit arrogance.
You see what you did there? Now we adding additional layers and context.
Well, no, I'm saying that it would be the same. And an a-hole would be someone that's arrogant.
Huh. Interesting. I tend to think that people use the word arrogant because it's a lack of confidence within themselves. People often label other people arrogance because even if you say, hear what Rilla said, this person that actually have qualified themselves by doing the work. Now, it kind of similarly reminds me of when people use the words toxic masculinity, because there is nothing toxic about being a man and being masculine. But they conflate the two because they don't really know how to add value to whatever it is that they're saying. And so because they can't understand why this person moves the way that they do, and because they're so confident in the way that they move, because they have done the work and they do know what they're talking about, then people often confuse it with arrogance in order to say that in reality, I don't like that person because they do exert. But I think that men have to exert their dominance in certain situations. They have to take control, even when other people don't like it sometimes. So I think that people often qualify the word arrogant when they really when it's really just confidence. And arrogance is really a word that's overused in most situations because people just don't like the person or the vessel that's saying it.
Well, I mean, there's a clear-cut definition of arrogance. It's a clear-cut definition of confidence. And the difference between the two is the overbearing, the excessiveness of it.
No, if I'm looking up arrogance means an exaggerated sense of one's own importance or abilities. Now, the point that I'm making is that the way that you defined it versus the way that you applied it is two different things.
Okay.
In most situations, there is nothing exaggerated about the ability or the importance of whatever said person is doing or saying. They very much are the people that have put in the work. They are the people that hold the keys to a lot of people's success. They are the person that needs to exert dominance. And a lot of times, especially women, not you specifically, Courtney, but a lot of times women don't understand the role of men and the importance that they play in having to make certain decisions. And so often at times they conflate arrogance with confidence. And I think that arrogance is often exaggerated and overused in most situations because people don't truly understand how to apply it and what context to use it as.
Well, I understand what you're saying. People are calling people arrogant when it's not arrogance. It's me being a man and me being dominant. And because I am that, you're calling me arrogant. So that's where I'm getting that you're coming from. I'm just basing it on the literal definition of, what would be the difference. And it is the overbearing, the overimportance of someone over someone that's confident, but is willing to learn and change. So,
I want to get King's
question though.
I'll let someone go.
King, confident or arrogant?
Yeah,
is that a difference?
I agree with most of what's being said. Arrogance is annoying, is loud. Confidence is low key, certain, doing things with grace, but having the same impact, right? So if I'm a teacher and a child makes a mistake, an arrogant person, are you stupid? Don't you know better? But a confident teacher would say, maybe we can revisit this when you grasp the context of the lesson today, right? It's your approach, it's your response. But this might be one of the few times I agree with Anton because, and he completely didn't answer the question, but he made a good point outside of that, right? Which was, it's about the receiver. In communication, you have the speaker and the audience. So no matter what the speaker says, if the audience doesn't have if the audience has insecurities about themselves, they're going to always think that confident speaker is arrogant. They're always going to think if the audience believes that speaker is someone that thinks they're too good, they're going to always feel that they are arrogant. So it's about who is receiving your guidance, who is receiving your words. It's about the receiver's perception on the speaker. But I think, once again, we as men, especially in relationships and leadership roles, we need to be a little bit more tactful and graceful. I'm working on that myself, to be honest with you. Sometimes I burst out, but we need to be a little bit more tactful and graceful. But I think the frustration comes in when when you're tactful and graceful and you continue to do that, they might still not perceive it as that. So you're still arrogant. No matter how many times you try to improve on your messaging, they still might consider you arrogant because they already have that embedded perception of you. Like Anton might be the best guy in the world, but because we have an embedded perception of him being egotistical, that's what it is. That's what it is.
And then, I mean, I think that he's completely right? But then, like, to add even more context, right? If I'm gonna deal with, if I had a son, I would deal with him much different than I would deal with my daughter, right? Sometimes, lessons need to be taught. Sometimes you need to emphasize things a little bit differently. Sometimes you need to be a little bit more aggressive. So I'm not going to deal with him in the same way with kid gloves in certain situations because of what it is that I'm trying to teach him or make him not understand in certain situations. So because a woman in that sense, right, because of how I might deal with some of the guys that I mentor, for example, and then my wife might come back and say, Anton, you're a little too hard on them. When in reality, I understand that that's what they needed in order to get over that hump and understand that the world don't owe you nothing. And this is a small example of what you're going to face when you get out of there, right? Somebody may conflate that to be arrogance or the way that I handle them according to how they've defined it. Depending on how they feel that day, they'll conflate that with being arrogant. When in reality, I'm instilling confidence in this young man to be able to go through and be able to deliver on a regular basis in a society that's going to be unforgiving to him versus they'll be a lot more soft when it comes to a woman. It's two different types of approaches that you have to take, but because people lack the understanding and they're not where you are as far as understanding what the world is going to deliver to that person because they've never experienced what it's like being a man, they'll think that that's something that it's not. And I think that a lot of times people that throw the labels probably need to be the ones that do the most self-reflecting versus the person that's actually doing the work, being the one that's actually delivering on what these things are, and it's the one that's being labeled.
I want to say I appreciate you guys for giving your opinions on this topic, and you guys have been kind of answering a little bit of my 2 follow-up questions, so I want to go ahead and put them out there right now, and just feel free to answer it as you guys see fit. But the follow-up questions are: is there room for both, and is arrogance a mask for insecurities? Is there room for both, and is arrogance a mask for insecurities? You guys can answer as you feel.
I'm gonna say yeah, and it's crazy because the more I'm thinking about this question, for me, I think about Dame Dash, I think about Kanye, I think about Reginald Lewis, one of the greatest businessmen of all time, right? And you had to have a little bit of both. You had to be arrogant enough to go in there and kick in the door and demand leverage a negotiation that would allow you to build $1 billion business, right? So you have to have that arrogance, but that arrogance comes from your confidence. And again, your confidence is rooted in the fact that you've qualified yourself. So you're confident in your abilities to accomplish the task. I think there is room for both. I don't think there's ever an even balance. I don't think there's ever an even balance. And I'm just going for observation because I don't consider myself an arrogant individual. I definitely consider myself confident in my ability to lead and confident in what I do on a day-to-day basis. But from observation, I think both can exist. And then I'm sorry, JR, what was the second part to that question?
Is arrogance a mask for insecurities?
I don't know that it is all the time. I don't know that it is. Some people, like Anton was saying, some people mistake arrogance for being an a-hole. And if that person is legitimately an a-hole, it is what it is. If you're in the military and you're dealing with a drill sergeant, you look at that person, you have to have a certain mindset to be a drill sergeant, man, because it's just results. I don't have time for excuses. I don't have time for shenanigans. I don't have time for the BS. We just focused on excuses. And so, I don't know. I don't know that arrogance is necessarily a mask for insecurities, but I think to the observable eye, we do see where that can be. But I'm interested to hear what King got to say around that.
I actually have a question for you.
Well, I got a question for you, Ariel. Is that jumper still wet or is it weak?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know. I can't remember the last time I touched a basketball.
All right,
it's really bad. I was talking about this the other day.
If y'all don't remember Ariel, she's been on the show a couple of times, and she's an international Hall of Fame basketball player in the WNBA.
Oh my gosh. No, do I remember what I was going to ask you? I was going to ask you. Oh, I was going to ask you if arrogance ever has a positive connotation, because the way you're describing it is as if it could ever be positive.
I don't think the way that we associate arrogance with people, and I'm thinking men in particular, it doesn't have a positive connotation, but I do think it is at times necessary. I do think the people that I see that get called arrogant, they use that as fuel. It's their fuel. It's what it's just how they wired, man. They use it and it drives them and puts them in a particular place. And a lot of times it elevates them. So I don't think it matters to them or that they care whether it's perceived as positive or not. You know what I mean? Like people that are arrogant. Go ahead.
The only time that you can label somebody as arrogant is if they didn't deliver on what it is that they said that they was going to do. That's the only time you can label somebody as arrogant, because even if you look at the definition, revealing an exaggerated sense of one's own importance or abilities. That would mean that you would have to prove me wrong, because at some point, everybody laughed and they thought that Jeff Bezos was arrogant about creating an online bookstore and that he was going to be the richest. Like I watched stories after stories. I just read his book, Invent and Wander. And it was so many people that laughed and doubted and said that he was overly confident, borderline arrogant, because he had no idea what the piss he was talking about. And he wound up proving them all wrong. So now in hindsight, do we look at that as being arrogant or do we look at that as being confident? Because according to the definition, you got to prove that he was arrogant because he could not deliver and he had an overinflated sense of his own abilities. The only time, and that's why I say that this word is way overused, because most of the greatest men in the world at some point was called arrogant until they proved everybody wrong. And then it turned into, oh, he wasn't arrogant. He was just overly confident and people didn't believe in him.
Well, I mean, say this because I just watched Blood Brothers on Netflix with Ali. And if you compare Ali to Steph Curry, they both deliver. Steph Curry was confident, but that confidence didn't go overboard. Ali was confident, but it went overboard.
They called Ali arrogant. They called him arrogant. They called Ali arrogant. They called LeBron arrogant when he came out of high school. When LeBron came out of high school, they called him arrogant because because they had already labeled him the king. And then he wound up being arguably either one or two or three the best players in the world. But now they saying that he wasn't arrogant.
Oh, well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying look at how they presented themselves while they were at the top of their sport. Steph Curry still is. Ali was arrogant. He was the prettiest and, sting like a butterfly. That was his moniker. He was absolutely arrogant, but he delivered. Steph Curry was confident, but he delivered. But now look, Adrian Bronner. Look at Sha'Carri Richardson that are flops, but are arrogant. Tweeting.
Only after they were proved to not be what they were.
They still are.
This is
They're
why
very arrogant.
Hold on, Kane. Let Courtney finish, and then you go ahead.
Yeah, like Sha'Carri Richardson, she's lost multiple times, and tweeting about Jamaicans, and they need to go in the hood, and she's gonna I'll prove you wrong, and all. Like she has a hell of a mouth and very arrogant to be last place on multiple occasions. Adrian Bronner is the same thing. You can't tell him nothing.
But think about it though, Court.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian Bronner talked no different than Floyd Mayweather.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is the results. The only way you can define arrogance as it relates to the two different situations is the results. That's the only way you can separate the two.
Right.
Well, this is where I'm disagreeing, because they both are arrogant with different results.
Is it arrogance if you actually deliver on a thing that people saying that you arrogant about? When you deliver, is it still arrogance or is it truth? Was it just you speaking the truth because you was confident and you knew what you was doing? And then when you proved everybody wrong, is it still arrogance?
I'm going to Yes, I think it is. Because
That's not according to the definition.
You can overdo it. The
The
definition didn't say
definition saying differently.
the definition didn't say you have to show results. It's overbearing one's sense of self.
And
it didn't
ability.
say that self was a falsehood. It's
But
just
again,
you're doing the most of some like Diddy. Diddy is arrogant, but he shows and proves hits.
Diddy is
But you look
confident.
he's
No,
he's
here's the
listen,
question. Here's
listen.
the real question.
Hold on, but listen. Here's the thing, because
you go out there and
according to what y'all saying, because the way I'm looking at it,
mm-hmm.
it's according to how you feel. According to the people that's watching and criticizing that person, they feel like he's arrogant because they can't relate to the idea that this dude is a winner. And the only way that you can prove that the person was arrogant, and the two examples that you used the biggest, was the failures. You couldn't use the winners in order to illustrate that same point.
You're defining arrogance as something that's objective, whereas there is a subjective portion of arrogance.
Right.
So if somebody says, I'm the best, you can't touch me, that's probably arrogant, right? But can you really confirm that always? No. It depends on what you're talking about. In sports, you can say, I'm the best shooter, and you can find that. But saying, I'm the best player, now how do you, it's a perfect example of Kobe versus LeBron versus Jordan. People have this conversation. So if they say, I'm the best ever, where does the line stop, and when does it become you're arrogant for saying that without any real concrete proof?
Right.
Go ahead, King.
So I hate agreeing with this guy, Anton. Oh my fuck. Listen, so Ariel, my love, you have to look at arrogance as the hypothesis in the science experiment, right? And the one thing about hypothesis, you don't have to. Everybody has to prove it wrong. If you say gravity makes you go down, it's up to everybody to falsify the hypothesis. So he's right. A lot of times, if you say I'm the best ball player, they gotta prove you wrong. And if they can't prove you wrong, the hate makes them say arrogant, not confidence. That's what it really is. They gotta prove you wrong. And to go to what Courtney was saying, Curry is arrogant. It's just that we have certain people that are favorites. They like that little light-skinned boy, green eyes. He's a cool dude. But you know what he does? You know what he does that's so arrogant on the court? He would shoot a three-pointer and turn around before it even hits the bucket, before it goes in a hoop, and walk down the court like he made it. That's the most arrogant thing you could do.
Well, it's already shot. It's time to go. Let's work on another play.
Right.
But you're right, King, but see, Courtney justified it. Like, you see what I'm saying? But you know why you justified it? You know why you justified it? Because that's exactly it. 1000% correct.
Ooh la la. I hear you, but I'm sticking to my.
No, but you know what it is? You know what it is people have favorites in this world, and people like certain people. Certain people walk in a room and you just like them, so it's confidence. And then certain people that walk in a room, you just can't stand who they are. You don't even know them, and so no matter what they say, they're arrogant. So that's on you. That's on you until you get to know a person. You got to know a person and see what they could do for you in your life before you could call them arrogant and confident. But confident and arrogant cannot coexist in a room to me. Confident is being graceful and tactful and sure of who you are and what you do, to the point that you don't have to put someone down. Arrogant, unfortunately, it has this negative connotation where even though you don't mean to put someone down, you do anyways, right? And so you have to know how to talk to your audience. If I'm in a room full of dudes that just came from jail, I'm not going to say, bring out the sage. I don't want to have this energy around me. Because and you know what? No, but to be honest, but Antoine didn't mean nothing wrong about that. He's right. He's a big believer of energy and words around him, right? But that person that was incarcerated is going to be like, yo, why are you making me feel bad? You an elitist. You arrogant. And he don't mean to. He don't know any better.
Hey, King, let me see that sage dance again. Let me see that sage dance again. You just did. Let me see that sage dance.
I like this.
Why you do it all like that? It was very.
He hit that name on him. King, let me ask you something, King. Do you think? So I brought up Dame Dash and Kanye earlier. I think
I
Dame
like
Dash.
this guy so much.
I think Dame Dash is a brilliant businessman. Do you think he's arrogant or confident?
At one point, he was really, really, really arrogant. You have videotapes of him, and I love Dame Dash. I love Dame Dash, but he was very arrogant. But he would treat anybody that wasn't part of his inner circle like crap to get the results he wanted, and that's not leadership. You want to.
That's fair.
You want to. It's like cologne. Like it's like cologne. We're familiar with cheap cologne, expensive cologne, right, Anton? Expensive cologne is Le Labo, Mimo, Bar Number 9, right? Just to name a few. Putting y'all on, and the cheap colognes is like the Tommy Hilfigers, the polos and shit. But you know the difference. One is loud when you first get close, like what is this, right? And the other one, when we have a man with a good cologne, you get up close and it's like, yo, it's not in your face. It smells good, right? So I
thought you was about to say cool waters. You're gonna say some.
No, I don't. I said
mid-range.
I said stuff they need to go and write down and go and purchase it. It might save their life one day. So let me say it again: Le Labo, Bar Number 9, and Mimo. When you get those stuff, please come and holler at me. But just honestly speaking, we got to be a little bit really, when we talk to people, try to understand where they're coming from and be graceful and tactful, but be sure of yourself. That's being a real leader, right? Now, if you don't want to be a leader of all the people and you want to just lead a certain group of people, I respect that. But if you want to be a leader, please be tactful in your approach to who you talk to and how you talk to them.
I don't know about that. That don't necessarily mean anything. It's a lot of people that's tactful. It's a lot of politicians that's tactful, but they're not great leaders at all. But really, I'm sorry.
You're right. They're not. Politicians.
Rilla, I do got a question for you though, Rilla. Because the thing that I look at Dame Dash as is that he's so polarizing that the people that actually rock with him and believe what it is that he's saying and they agree with him, they just say that people that call him arrogant don't know what the heck that they're talking about, and they've never just seen a strong man that stand on his principles. And then the people that don't rock with him label him as arrogant because they don't like what he says or whatever, so on and so forth. So do you think that it just depends on the side of the fence that you want as far as whether or not you rock with him or not and how he's labeled? Because I often say at times that arrogance is the plight of the person of the viewer. It's the observer, that's their problem that they have to deal with. Whereas the person that's actually the one that's delivering or working or the most visible person, that's not really their problem. That's not something that they worry about. They don't worry too much about what everybody else is talking about. They too busy focused on doing the work or getting whatever the results are. What are your views?
So when it comes to Dame Dash in particular, man, I think he's brash in his approach, but I think he gets mislabeled. I don't think he's arrogant at all. I think he's confident. I mean, again, we're talking about somebody that's put in the work and he's delivered results and he continues to put in the work and continues. I mean, maybe not on the same scale where it's visible to us and we celebrate him, but I mean, look at his lineage and what he's been able to produce. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think he's tempered a little bit more now, but I think people have mislabeled Dame Dash for years, man. I don't think he's arrogant. My opinion, I don't think he's arrogant at all. I think he's brash and cocky, but I also think he's confident based on his abilities and what he's been able to produce and the results that he's been able to produce.
I got you.
Man, it's great talk. Great talk. Just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. It's the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Thanks for all the super chats that's been coming in. We really appreciate it. Moving on to our next topic, which is should couples have updates about how their relationship is going? And if so, how often? Should couples have updates about how their relationship is going? And if so, how often? Let me start with you, Courtney.
Yes, I think that's a big part of communication. When you're with someone, you need to ask them, am I do the things that I'm doing with you, for you, to you? Do you like it? Is it something that, am I making you happy? And it should be reciprocated. I think updates and, asking your partner, is everything okay? Are we okay? So anything or nothing gets misconstrued. So I definitely think you do need to update. You do need to talk to each other to make sure that you guys are on the same page. And, what do you want to do within the next year, within the next 5 years? And check in. Yes, we had these goals as a couple. Where are you at? Let's make sure that we get to where we want to meet at our benchmark. So I think it's important. I do it, I think, even with my child. I ask her, is mommy a good mommy? What does mommy do to make you upset and sad? How can I be a better mommy? Like, I ask her those questions. And it's important because I want to be a great mom to her. I want to be a great wife to, my future husband. So I'm going to ask those questions to make sure that I'm giving them what they want.
Hey, Courtney, how often should couples do that reset, have that conversation, whatever that is?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have it on a timeline, like with every 90 days, let's check in, but which you could. I actually don't think that's a problem. Every 90 days, let's check in with ourselves. Let's go on a cute dinner date and let's talk about us. I think that's a cute idea. Every 6 months, let's do something where we can just talk about what's making you happy, what's not making you happy. What can I do better? What can, the other person do better? So the timeline, that's a conversation per couple, but I think that's an amazing idea with communication to set a timeout where you guys can just talk about, where you guys are at. Are you happy? Are you not? And where do you want to go? And continue that within the relationship.
Wow.
We got somebody, Natalie said, when the energy shifts. I think it's too late then. I think that's when you have problems. So I think you might want to do it. Yeah, go ahead.
90 days, the 90 days, maybe like that, or for 4 months or for 5 months. Keep on checking in. And there, I don't, that's communication. I don't see anything wrong with the king. I see you shaking your head.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head because are you referring to married couples or couples that live together? You're talking about just any relationship? Well,
I was just talking about any relationship, but you can give it like two different perspectives. So you can say relationship and marriage.
I'm not married, so I can't really talk about that.
Well, I think, my beliefs in dating is dating should be intentional. You should be courting. So therefore, if I'm with you for a purpose, and it's not just to waste my time. It's with you seeking marriage. So again, while I'm dating you, you're dating me. I want you to see me as someone that you could marry. What is it that I'm doing that you want to see more of or less of?
Right. Well, in business, in military, even in gangs, the most successful corporations, military, police departments, is all about dissemination of information. So the more you talk, that's why they call it debriefings. Every time you step into the office, we got to do a debriefing, right? Every morning, right? Mm-hmm. So and that's why they take down a lot of gangs and mafias, because they can't communicate. So if you can't communicate regularly, that means you can't execute properly. In a relationship, a romantic relationship, I just hope whoever I marry is my friend and we can talk every day and we can do that checkup every day. I would love to do that checkup every day. I don't want to wait 30 days. I don't want to wait 60 days. I don't want to wait 90 days. I want every morning, how do you feel? Are you okay? What do you need? Is everything all right with you and your family? And I want to do it to the point that I could be observant and she don't have to say anything. And I could, something's not right because she's not moving right, right? So I want a friendship, and I want a friendship that allows me to communicate with my partner every day, whether she's my girlfriend or my wife. It should be an everyday thing. That's the only thing I was disagreeing with. It's not 30, 90 days, but I get what you're saying, an official thing. But if you're with this person, right, and he or she is your friend, every day you're communicating.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying you don't communicate every day, but this is specifically, let's sit down and talk about nothing else.
But then that's the thing. If you're communicating every day, like that's the power of the now, right? If you handle today good, that means tomorrow's gonna be set up, and then yesterday was smooth. It gotta focus on now. So every day, if we handle every day good, we don't have to have these 30 days. What we're gonna do 30 or 60, 90 days is gonna celebrate all the small achievements we made every day to get there. But I don't think we get the 30.
But we have to live in reality.
Agreeing with this guy. I hate agreeing with this guy.
I feel the same way. I don't like you either, but it right now.
Well,
so we learned today. If me and Anton agree on something, that means it's right.
That don't mean that.
I agree.
That's very arrogant of you to say.
Because I be no, Courtney. When I say, I'm not talking about you, what you're saying. I'm just saying when I look for flaws in his comments.
I do too. I'm very much dissecting.
One day, I'm telling you, I know he's gonna be the guy that's gonna be worth millions, and one day it's gonna come out he has several illegitimate babies in Mexico.
Well, good luck with that, because I got a vasectomy. But anyways, yeah, I do. But anyways, so you're gonna have to find another way. I mean, but the interesting thing about it though, and Courtney, I do want to let you finish. I agree with almost every single, I don't do prison talk. I don't do gang culture. So I can't, he be losing me on that last part. He be right in the thick of things. And then he segue off into something that's less than savory for me and my colleagues, me and my squares. But he is absolutely correct, especially about the whole friendship thing, because when you base your relationship on things that's more substantial than whatever the superficial stuff that we see on a regular basis, and you marry your best friend and you build your relationship based off of principles and ethics and whatever it is that y'all align with, most of y'all conversations is by nature a well-being, a self-check, evaluating where each other is, just based off a general conversation. And it's not even something that you got to force. It's something that's just naturally expressed on a regular basis, because y'all always trying to understand, or you want the person that you with to be in the best space possible. So he is absolutely correct. 1000%. I don't disagree with him, not even a little bit.
Well, the reason why I did a standpoint is because everyday couples, everyday people, we get caught up. You coming home from work, I'm coming home from work, cooking dinner, checking on the children. How was your day? Good. How was your day, baby? Bad. Or usually with the woman is, let me tell you about Sandra, she done looked at me crazy and I wanted to smack her silly. Like, these are normal conversations that reality people are having. Everyday people are not, at nighttime. Yeah, baby. What am I doing to make you upset? What am I doing to make you happy?
I don't know. Me and my chick, we have real talks almost we literally go out to dinner or go out to lunch almost every day, and we just have real conversations based off of, hey, where you at? What you thinking about? What's on your mind? Whatever. Like, it's genuine conversation like that.
I'm broke. I gotta cook at home. But
I mean, even if you're chilling at the crib, I mean, whatever it is that you do, I mean, whatever you're doing, whatever time that you find, it's just real conversation. Like, I think that people that do the same thing, hey, is the kids getting ready for school or whatever, that's just a formality. I don't think that's, people get used to saying the same thing over and over. Like, it's almost like when people walk by and they say, I love you. Nah, you know what I'm saying? It's different when me and my chick communicate, because we having real genuine conversation that's a lot deeper, and just, really paying attention to every single thing. Like, I can just instinctively tell when she off. A lot of people can't tell when a chick is feeling a certain type of way. I can tell by the way that she move, how she communicates, how slow she moving when she walk over and turn on the shower. I can tell just instinctively. Like, if I start laughing a specific type of way, she like, I know you lying. Like, I know you lying right away. She just know, just like that, because we so in tune and we so tight to, what I'm saying, our communication, and we do that self-check every day.
And I think that's great. And that's why you've been able to be married for 17 years. That's why is you're doing the self-check. You're in sync. But those newly couples that are getting in a lot of people aren't doing that. A lot of issues with relationships and marriage. And I think a lot of the reason why we fail is the communication part. So where does it start? It might not start with you doing it every single day, but at least let's do something that go on a date night every month so we can talk. And then start the ball rolling on there. Start getting in sync more. Start that communication more. And then I think they will get to your level and do it every day. So I'm not debating if that's right or wrong, but starting off with someone that's
No,
not.
I don't think that she was off at all either. I don't think he was wrong either.
I want to get to Ariel. Hold that real quick. Ariel, should couples have updates about their relationship, and if so, how often?
It's so funny because I was just thinking, I was like, oh, I have something to add. And then Courtney said it. Basically, I think the conversation they're having is you're looking at different stages. And especially depends on what kind of relationship you're coming from moving into marriage, right? Because there's some people that date for 10 years and then they get married. So they're not starting from the beginning. Like I got married basically in a year. So learning who my husband is continuing to be something that I'm working on and that we're working on. So what Anton and King are describing is something that's been built over a long period of time, because you can't just know somebody. You can't though. King, you can't just wake up and say, oh yeah, I know what she needs. And I think that's also a misconception of many men, is that women, sometimes we do a good job of masking our, discomfort, especially if she's a quieter woman or she's gentler. She might not be that happy, but because she's a woman and she's delicate and she's like, I'm going to be patient and wait for this to develop. She might not be expressing everything that she thinks or feels.
Right.
And that's just from a woman's perspective. But I think in general, you guys are agreeing with each other. I think Courtney's looking at it from the perspective of you're just starting in a relationship. Something needs to be put in place in order for it to build. That's why couples have date nights. That's why they plan them. And then once you get later on in marriage, like my parents don't have date nights. They're doing life together and they know each other inside and out. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, Ariel, my love, I know I got to push back a little bit, right? I got to push back a little bit because, and I say my love because Ariel is like actually my best friend's daughter's name. So I don't take any, I know you're married, don't take it like that.
I wasn't.
Okay, thank you. Just out of respect, I respect. That's the only institution I respect is marriage, the only one. So what happens is
he always jump off the rails every single time. He's about to make a great point, and then he just jump right on off that bridge.
Let me finish this because Ariel, it's funny because with me, I don't know what he was talking about. I never do, but what I do know, what I was talking about, which is it doesn't have to be a relationship that, and I never said that I know what she's thinking. I said we communicate constantly every day, right, on a wake up. And I think a lot of people are not marrying their friends. When women that are doing intentional marriages, they're marrying for a husband. But I hope that you marry your friend, because you have your friend, you're calling each other, you're texting each other every other 30, 20, 15 minutes. Marry and be a partner with your friend. Sometimes they don't have to have love in it, but if you have friendship within a relationship, you communicate every day because you enjoy being around that person.
But that's a luxury in this country, though. No, people that marry, that have arranged marriages, and this is something that they have to practice and do if they want it to work.
Right. But we're talking about in this country. But if we want to talk about that, we can. But I'm talking about if you have the luxury and the option to marry a friend or be in a relationship with friends, you should take it. I think a lot of women within our community, especially when they get older and they looking to marry, they become rigid. They become boring. They have a checklist. They don't have something. They don't even care about if they even like to be around you. But they have a checklist, and this is the problem. We're not marrying. We're not trying to build. I didn't say love. We're not marrying, and we're not trying to build with our friends, and that's problematic. That's problematic.
Okay.
Do you build businesses with your friends?
Absolutely. If that's your friend and they have the resources and the values and they have the know-how and skill set to have a business, I would love to build with them and actually be more enjoyable. Unfortunately, what happens is we try to build businesses with friends that don't have skill sets, that don't have resources. That's when it becomes problematic.
I know businesses that failed because they was friends and they got their personal business involved with the business.
Okay, it failed because they were friends, or it failed because something in the business went bad?
Well, because it was because of emotion and feelings, because they started off as friends and buddies and decided to go into business together. And now they're going through a legal thing because he thought he could do this because, oh, you my boy, you got this. And it's like, no, this is business. But you think I'm your friend. So you think you can get away with a whole lot of stuff because we have a personal relationship.
Right. So my question to you is, what does emotions have to do with spreadsheets?
With spreadsheets? Well, because emotions.
Well, she's right. She's right, because a lot of times people can't do business with their friends because their emotions get in the way of being able to make logical decisions. And when people make decisions based off of feelings, well, she's right from the perspective that a lot of times people can't separate the idea that you're looking at a spreadsheet and being able to call out your friend, and then they're conflating the idea that, hey, we friends, you ain't supposed to talk to me like that. You know, when they don't understand, we separating the friendship from the business right now. So she's right in that sense.
No, but
I do agree with you to an extent.
Yeah, but my question was, what does a spreadsheet have to do with friendship and emotions? It has nothing to do with that, right?
They got everything because
I disagree with
friendship and emotion. The friendship and the emotions is the people that's reading the spreadsheets.
Right. No, but I disagree with Anton because he said one thing. He said, once we realize that the numbers doesn't add up and someone is doing something wrong or nefarious in regards to business, your friendship should allow you to talk to that person with grace. You see, Anton, if he catches his friend doing something crazy, he's gonna say, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Don't ever try to take. But that a friend is gonna say, yo, brother, look at this spreadsheet. Things are not adding up. So we have to make a decision now. Are we gonna continue this or we not? You see, that's what confident leaders do, right? That's what I'm trying to aim for to be when I become more of a confident leader.
Look,
but you know the interesting thing about that. Hold on, Ariel. Hold on, Ariel. You know the interesting thing about that is that he's saying when I become, I've already built multiple businesses with people that I do business with that have been in my network for years. So I understand exactly how to do it. So if you want the blueprint, I'll give you an early copy of my book that's coming out next year. Right. And we can talk about that. But
you know, it's crazy. You know, it's crazy. I like Anton because every time I say something, we just want to be like your big brother, man. Yo, listen, man. Yo, I got hugs for you, man. I got nothing but love. I told you we fighting two different fights, man. You buying shacks in Detroit, and I'm doing real estate. We just two.
You sure about that?
No.
You sure about that?
We two different people, man. I don't want no problems with you, man. I don't
sure about that? Because my portfolio, listen, we can match portfolios tomorrow morning.
You got it, brother. You got it. I don't want no problem.
Hold on. Let me go to Ariel first, then go to you. Go ahead, Ariel.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the point. So I think what we're missing here is that on a day-to-day basis, so this is why I said the three of y'all are actually having the same conversation. You're just looking at it from different perspectives. On a day-to-day basis, you're not having the type of conversations that you would have when you have a long-term checkup. You're not going every day, where am I at in terms of our 5-year plan? You're not doing that every day. And if you say you do, then you are an anomaly and you're not normal. But I know that most people, yeah, they go, how are you? You feeling good? You had a good day at work? Cool. And then you move on. But I know that there are certain times where you get to, okay, you've been married a year, and then you go, let's sit down. Let's talk about how this past year has been. And I think that's a little bit of what Courtney's saying, is that I think it has to be both. I don't think it's either or. And I don't think a relationship is successful if you just go day by day, like, oh, I'm fine. and you don't have the bigger conversations. So that's why I said what you were talking about. You're talking about somebody probably no long term, but you're also talking about like a different kind of conversation.
Right. Well, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong. If I ever engage in a conversation that you just described, I call it planning for the future. But when it comes to emotional and mental wellness, I'm doing that every day. But when it talks about planning for the future to build generational wealth and making sure our finances is good, or what trips we want to do later on this month, because we have to plan. I can't just do it on the whim, right? Because she works. I might have the luxury to do what I want anytime I want because I run my father's company, right? But she might not have that luxury. So I still don't agree with you, but I get what you're saying and I respect it. However, constant communication every day is very important. But couples do have to plan for the future, but constant communication. Like, it's this thing that we say in Ghana, you know, Ghanaians, Africans, we have all these proverbs and sayings, but little raindrops make an ocean. Little raindrops eventually make an ocean.
King, has anyone told you?
Yeah, but you're in America right now.
He never agrees with me. Do y'all know
this? Ain't Ghana.
Hold on, go ahead, Courtney. Then Ariel.
This is off the topic, but from like the nose to here, has anyone said you look like Kanye?
You know why they say that? Let me tell you why. I think everybody says that. I know.
Am I the one who says it?
No. I know his manager very well, John Monopoly. They say that too, but also half of my face is paralyzed. Everybody thinks I'm trying to be like a Jamaican shatta, and you know what I mean. But half of it is paralyzed. I'm just so handsome you don't realize it. So I'm telling you right now, like, half of it is paralyzed. This is why I just tell Anton he don't want no smoke with me because I'm half my face paralyzed, and I'll get any girl before him. But at the end of the day, it's like
Cap.
Anton.
You want to compare? Listen.
You're married. Will
we being married? Wait. Let's do it. You want to compare portfolios? We can compare DM checks. We can check our Instagram DMs. In every facet of life, I will wipe you across the floor.
Listen, Anton, I love you. Anton, no one believes you that you get girls like me. No one. Stop.
All we got to do is a DM check.
I want to go back again. I just came from therapy. Not to lie to me in my face. No one believes. Listen, Anton.
Listen, I like your confidence, but
hold on.
I like your confidence, but I am prettier than you.
To a fist fight. Let's stick to the topic. But
I'm prettier than you.
All right.
I'm beautiful. You are not more gorgeous than me, bro. Let's be clear. Me and all of my beautiful feminine energy. You are not more beautiful than me. Let's be clear.
Listen to me.
I'm just telling you.
No, listen to me.
I like you. No, I like you. I like you. I like your Instagram profile. I think you got a lot going for you. I liked it when you stood there with your hand on your hip in your other Instagram picture. I like all of that. I liked your photos today. I think you dope, and I'm about to follow you. But let's be clear. I am prettier than you in every way, shape, and form.
Anton, I'm gonna be honest with you, and please don't take this the wrong way.
Hey, y'all, excuse me, man. I'm trying to hold this piss, man, but y'all making me laugh.
This is actually feminine energy, but I think when someone admires you, they always want to pick on you. You know, when you was a kid, if somebody liked you, they always hit you. That's what Anton's doing to me. Anton, if we walk into any bar together,
I'm gonna win.
Listen, wearing the same outfit, definitely not wearing the same cologne because you don't wear the cologne I wear.
So is this arrogant or confident?
I don't wear cologne. Hold on. Hey, let him finish. Let him finish.
Wearing the same outfit, getting out the same car. Girls are going to look at me like, yeah, I like you. Girls are going to look at you like, why are you standing next to me? It's a difference. It's the height difference alone that's going to make me take the girls from you. I'm 6'1", 215 pounds, all muscles. I got it. But I don't want to sound arrogant. It's no way.
I like that.
It's no way in the world a girl. I don't want to talk about this. This is beneath me.
Fam, the only girls that's feeling you is that they in the gay bar, bro. I'm telling you, real talk. The only chicks that's feeling you, they hanging out in the gay bar, bro. But when it comes, listen, bro. I'm just call it what you want.
I don't do that.
They only want to go shopping with you because they say, hold on.
Make that right. I'm not talking about the LGBT.
That's cool. Whatever. I'm talking about them. I'm very confident.
I don't do that.
Let's be clear. The only chicks that's feeling you, bro, they want to go shopping with you because they seen your hand on your hip in that picture. The same picture that I seen on Instagram.
What picture?
On IG. Ninth picture down on the left.
What was I wearing?
Okay, listen. Let's be clear, bro. Let's be clear. I'm gonna just be real. I'm gonna be real.
No, listen. Like I said, there's only one way to prove it, but you're married. But let's not do that.
No, we can go and do that. I do what I want to do. I do what I want to do. Let's be clear, bro.
A real question for King. I got a real question. Who makes the better jollof? Ghana or in Nigeria?
Ghanaians. First of all, Ghanaians.
We're always trying to bring
Ghanaians run Chicago.
I'm in fat boy energy, man. I'm in fat boy energy.
Don't bring peace. Don't you try to bring the peace, Rilla. I'm trying to school this man right here.
No peace, but this is what I'm saying. How can I do this and not disrespect anybody?
Let him rock, JR.
Nigerians are in the chat. You about to send it up, bro. You about to send it up.
Let him rock, JR.
Like I said, I always put a thesis statement before every interview or every show. I say I respect the marriage institution. I want you to send me your 5 last ex-girlfriends, and I'll send you my last ex-girlfriends, and you tell me who looks better.
What is he talking about? I've been married for 17 years. What are you talking about?
So you got married when, 22?
Yes.
So can you show me any girls when you was 21, 18 and 21?
Listen, I know you got a good memory because you did time. I don't have that type of memory. Like you was holding on to the pictures of the chicks that you was, and they had the same pictures and all of that. I didn't do no. Real talk, bro. Time didn't stop for me. I didn't do time, so I had to keep on going, bro. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I don't remember them hoes.
Right. No, it's hoes. Relax, brother.
I'm talking about the chicks that I used. I ain't talking about those chicks.
Relax. We're not gonna do that.
Oh, right. you captain. Right. You the
What we're gonna do is
sucking titties, baby.
Listen, man. I'm ready.
Let me sucking titties, baby.
I don't do R. Kelly because that pedophile thing. I take that seriously, and we take that seriously.
I don't know if you listen.
Hey,
I know you from Brooklyn. I'm from Detroit, bro.
No,
Detroit dudes. We don't.
Fellas. Come on, y'all.
Detroit got players though, not you.
And better rappers than you.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk.
What you look like? Who's that guy? That's who
we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
I know who you look like. Be careful. Be careful. We gonna go down that path. It's gonna get ugly for you. Oh, my bad. Too late. Too late.
We're gonna move on. There. We're gonna move on to our final topic. Again, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. This is the greatest show ever.
Oh, y'all not entertained.
And Sean needs to look up to me. And that's not a short joke. You really need to look up to me. You really do.
All right.
JR got it.
Yeah. Let's sure get them likes up. We appreciate all the super chats coming through. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our final topic, which is there are fathers that are out there that are telling their sons there are expectations of life that I want you to have that I believe you will miss out on if you marry too early. Again, there are some fathers out there right now telling them sons that there are experiences of life that I want you to have that I believe you will miss out on if you marry too early. The question that I have for the panel is, if you marry too early, do you miss out on experiences? I'm gonna start with you, Ariel.
The answer to that is no. I think everybody has a different story and a different path, and it's impossible. I'm just trying to figure out what these fathers would be expecting their sons to be experiencing that they could not in a marriage. My first question would be, what does the father's relationship with his wife, or what is his relationship status that he views a wife as a detriment to his to his growth, to his freedom. It should not be that way. Really, the idea of getting married is for you to push each other forward together, not to be holding anybody back. So I think life can look different when you're single, and life looks different when you're married, but neither one is worse. It's just a state of being. I think that's weird advice for a father to give his son, actually. So maybe I just don't understand because I'm a woman, but I think that's very strange.
I've heard men say that before. If you think of Coming to America, when the king said, he's coming to America to sow his royal oats. So I've heard men say, get it out now before you get married and commit to one woman. So I've heard men, dads say that before to men. Do I think it's right? I don't necessarily. I agree with you. I don't think you miss out on marrying young. As a matter of fact, I was having this conversation the other day with someone, and he was like, I really, this dating world, a lot of things that get on my nerve because these people have already experienced stuff, not necessarily sexually, but, I want to experience stuff with my wife, and I want to marry someone that hasn't already flown to Dubai and been in Egypt on the camel and done all this. And he's like, there's some stuff that I want to reserve for my wife, vice versa. And you already getting and doing all these experiences. It's like, well, what can I bring new to you? I want to experience some stuff with you. So I agree with you, Ariel, on that. But have I heard men say that to their sons? Yes. And it's usually involving being with more women.
What'd you just say?
You want to repeat what I just said?
The last part you said.
Well, I was making the quote from Coming to America.
No, not that part. You said something else.
I said, I've heard dads say that to their sons as far as...
No, something else.
She said it's usually about their sons being with more women. That's usually what the comment is about.
I thought I heard
right?
something. Really?
What else did you hear?
I don't know.
What did you think you heard?
I don't think I'm tripping this. I'm going. Really? You heard what I heard? Really? Be honest.
I'm serious. No, I heard what Ariel heard. I was like, where he about to take it?
Okay. I was like, what?
Where my man? What are you talking about?
What's in that cup?
Did you say something about a guy or something?
About what?
I don't know. King.
JR is crazy.
What did you want me to say?
I don't know. I thought I heard something.
Okay.
Ow.
Yeah. So I encourage men, and it doesn't have to do with the time. It's not time sensitive, but I encourage men to do everything in their might to build themselves up, which means be educated, get a skill, a trade, travel the world, make sure you have resources to take care of a wife before you get married. And I believe men should have those experiences. I believe women are attracted to this thing called hypergamy. Men having more than you, resources, educated, and be able to guide you. So I believe men have the luxury of doing everything before marriage. As for women, because of their biological clock, I don't think not too many have that luxury to experience certain things without jeopardizing their selection pool of qualified men. It's unfortunate in Black women in our community, the more you do for yourself, the smaller your selection pool becomes. The more educated you become, the more professional you become, the more money you have, it minimizes your selection pool for men, right? But men is different. So it increases. So men, I encourage them to do what you need to do, see life like I did. I'm 41, I'm not married, I don't have any kids, I don't believe in having kids outside of marriage, right? And I'm sexually liberated. I love sleeping and doing my things, you know what I mean?
Wait a minute.
I'm just being honest. I'm being honest, right? I'm just saying I'm responsible, right? I'm responsible. But what I would say is women don't have that luxury, because when you do stuff like that, it makes you it minimizes your pool.
Nope.
Like huh?
Nope.
No, for men, like for me.
Nope.
For me.
Nope.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's great. Just for me,
What's your pool like these days?
What? Excuse me.
What?
Say that again.
Like, do you feel like you meet a lot of great women around? Well, I guess you don't have to date people around your age. I guess that's what you're saying.
No, I think I mean a lot of great women meet me, and a lot of women meet me. But to see, like I told you, once again, I put out a thesis statement which says, I don't think love is synonymous with marriage. They can coexist, but they're not the same to me, right? So what happens is, the woman that I like and I have the most fun with, those are usually not the women I could build my family legacy, a generation book with. That's the truth.
Yeah, you and me have a different definition of love, I think.
No, that's why I said, like, your love is might be my love. When I consider love, I think it's emotional, illogical. When I think of marriage, I think of partnership. I think of sharing of values, similar values, or passing down values. To me, marriage is a business for me. Yeah. It has nothing. If love is involved, cool, but it doesn't have to be.
Now I see why we don't agree on anything.
It's okay. I'm the one. I'm talking to my lady every day, every morning. It's all right. We can figure it out.
What I disagree with you, Ken,
I don't wait 3 days to talk to my baby. All right. Thank you.
Okay. The reason why I said I disagree with you is because you said, if a woman has a degree or a good paying job, then she's disqualified or her pickings is small.
I didn't say. I didn't say she's disqualified. I said
no. Her pickings are small. It gets smaller.
I said her selection pool is minimizes. Yes,
right. Her pickings are smaller. So the reason, the reason why I disagree with that, because I don't think it's those attributes that makes her the pickings or who she can get is a smaller pool. It's the attitude that will come with it on some women. So when some women get, a degree and they're dating someone without, it's the attitude or I am superior to you because I have a college degree. When a woman makes more money than a man, it doesn't, it's the attitude of I am better than you. I can provide more than you. So it's the attitude of a woman that will make her selection smaller, not necessarily those attributes. Getting a degree is a beautiful thing. It brings intellectual conversations to the relationship. But if you're feeling superior to someone, then that's the issue. It's the feeling of I am better than because I have a degree, I'm making more money, I have this and that than the person, not that they have it.
Right. So what I would say to you is that, in statistics, you learn that correlation doesn't equate to causation.
Nope.
Right? Mm-hmm. So what happens is, JR, you gotta let me breathe, man. But what happens is just because something happened doesn't mean, like, just because I say you girls women that get degrees and make higher money, minimize the selection pool is smaller, right? You're saying no, it's not that. It's something else that's associated with that. That's what you're saying, right? Which is the attitude they might have after they get those things, right? I'm saying you're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, I agree with the black woman. If a black woman is making 6 figures and she has a certain amount of degrees, she should want the best type of man she can get if she has if she's in her feminine nature. She deserves the best, right? So why would she settle? That's why your selection pool minimizes. Because most best money, though. No. I'm using an example. But if she, okay, Ariel, before you were married, if you made $2 million, would you marry someone that made 30,000?
Yeah, because I make $2 million.
So how many women think like you?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, this is so we should stop this conversation because y'all always
I'm being realistic. I don't know how many women think that way. But what I'm saying is that a woman who is wise can also realize, like, sometimes just because a majority of women are thinking away doesn't mean it's right, though.
I never said
that's the way it should be.
I never said it was right.
Right. So what I'm saying is
what's going on now. That's a problem. See, that's what I'm saying. This is what's going on now. And this is why.
Yeah, and that's why we're here.
That's why you have people like Kevin Samuels that say, woman, y'all need to lower your standards. Because the standards y'all coming out with, it's not enough men to supply that. So what I'm telling you right now is it's not enough men to supply all the educated and well-rounded women. Right. So at some point,
why he says you need to lower your standards.
No.
I don't even think it's Lauren's standard.
You're conflating arguments.
No. Listen, What I gather from it is that men want women to reciprocate the same type of energy that they ask for.
It's not true.
Why don't no? What? If we wait, hold on. So you're saying to me that if I ask a woman that graduates school, she wants a man that has a job and he could do certain things. But if I ask a woman, hey, listen, I need you to do this, am I in the right to ask her that?
What is this?
This is if I ask a woman, if I make a certain amount, do I have the right to ask a woman to make the same amount I make?
Yeah, you have the right to ask for whatever you want. But the point.
Does the woman have the same right to ask a man to make the same amount she makes? Right or wrong?
They can ask for whatever they want. It's not a right or wrong question. The problem the problem with your argument is that the things that men desire and look for out of women is different from the things that women desire.
That I agree with. That I agree with. And
that's the thing that Kevin Samuels. That's the context that Kevin Samuels adds.
That I agree with. No. That I agree with. I don't care if how much a woman makes. I care if she looks good and she's in shape. That's all I care about.
Right.
With you.
Correct. But so you can't.
But the women that go to school and do well for themselves professionally, sometimes they slack in that. Sometimes,
right. So my point is that
they use their jobs or their college degrees as a substitute for the things that we don't really care about.
But the point that I'm making is that, again, your argument is flawed because you can't say that a woman wants and adds without adding the additional context for what men look for in women. So a woman, for example, could have those same things because I know some dope women that make a lot of. I know a woman that make over $250,000 a year.
You know.
Hold on, listen to me, fam. I know a woman that make over $250,000 a year, and she keep it tight, super duper tight. Now she doesn't use what she make in order to qualify herself for marriage, which she is married now. But she didn't use what she made in order to qualify herself for marriage, and she very much married a guy. She made over $250,000. She married a guy that made $90,000 a year. That didn't matter to her because she was already well off and getting to the bag. And the thing that
how many
hold on, fam. Let me just make my point real quick. My point is that she didn't, because her mentality was different, she didn't use how much she made in order to determine the type of guy that she needed. She didn't say what he needed to make this. She was looking for other types of qualities. And as a result, she wasn't leading with her salary and her position in order to justify her desires. And so she got the results that she wanted. The point that I'm making is the same point that Ariel is making, in that if she was making $2 million, the things that she would look for and desire had nothing to do with the man's ability to provide.
But that's not realistic, and that's why we are in the predicament we are as a Black community. Ariel, I just said, Ariel, the way you're thinking is dope. And I asked you how many women think like that, and you said, I can't speak for them. I'm talking about me.
Well, how many women do you think? Because it has to have, if you're wanting to quantify it as how many women, then you have to have a stat to back it up.
Yeah, and the stat
not off emotions and listening to echo chambers or what you think that you see on your end.
Right. So the stat is already there, Courtney. This is
what's the stat?
I don't know the exact stats, but I can look it up for you. So next time I see you, I can tell you. But you already know because we're not married. Black women are not marrying.
Yeah, and it could be a whole lot of other reasons. Not because Black women don't make more than Black men, so that can't. We don't make more than you guys.
I didn't say make more than Black men. I'm saying they're not marrying because they're not finding enough qualified Black men to build with. That's what I said. You can replay this.
That's not right.
You can replay this. That's what I said. It's not enough.
Remember you saying that.
It's not enough qualified Black men to supply the need for the Black qualified woman. It's not. You're not going to do anything else.
What do you classify as qualified Black men?
Okay, you could be subjective all you want. There's not enough. It's not. If it is,
just because you say it louder, don't make the argument any more valid.
I always say that every show. I steadied you. It's getting corny now. Find something else. At the end,
you gotta stop. You gotta just stop being loud.
No, it's the echo because I have a 22 feet high ceiling.
No, you said it 3 times louder.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure. I'm trying to figure.
I'm in a penthouse too. What you talking about? I overlook the lake. What does that mean? You don't have more money than me. What do you keep doing? Why do you want a money fight, bro?
Anton.
Why do you want a money fight?
When you ask for receipts,
have you seen my ceilings?
Can I see it?
They crazy.
Can I see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not using a laptop camera.
No.
I'd have to get up and move it up in order for you to be able to see my.
I still haven't seen the receipts for your Versace robe. Can I see that?
Let me get the receipts for the Versace robe for this.
Bring it.
Right,
hold on one second.
You said you're gonna show me. You never showed me.
All right, well, you guys,
you really gonna get it though?
while you guys getting receipts, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk.
Oh, you care? Here's one receipt right here.
While you guys tune in to Lapeef Let's Talk, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. I just put the link in the description and also in the chat.
Number 2, I'm African. Let me see that.
We're gonna be bringing.
Okay.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
We're gonna be bringing up guests right now.
It's to my DM, man. I can't see it.
You see it.
Anton, cut it out.
Canadian-born Nigerian was
Who
going
we talking to? We different. I actually got receipts for my stuff. I didn't take mine off of somebody else's credit card, fam.
Don't do that. My Nigerian brother's on there. Don't do that.
King Bowen.
See that? My stuff come in the real package. The real package, fam.
Hold on. Like, all right, yeah, we got guests in the house. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, Canadian.
I'm loving the show. I love the conversation. First and foremost, Chicago will I tell you about this. You don't want to ask a question about who makes the best jollof rice. I got that heat for 3 years straight. I'm not trying to see that again. We come from Ghana and Nigeria. There's beef that been going on for years. So let's leave that one alone. It's all based on.
Wait. JR is half Nigerian. And he's never had jollof.
He did come to Brooklyn.
What part of Brooklyn are you from?
I'm originally from Fort Greene, but I live in Crown Heights.
Okay.
I live and I don't live too far from Brownville, so I know how that area is.
Yeah, I know. I've got a lot of people out there.
There's a restaurant called Boca Nigerian Restaurant in Brooklyn on 14th Street. It's the best restaurant out there. Some of the celebrities come out there, so they know the food.
Hey, I want you to put that in the chat. I might just fly there just to go try that restaurant out, man.
I sent a link to it already.
I
sent a link to Marilla already. So I will send it again today.
Big money.
And JR, bring his receipt when you come down.
Big money from JR.
What you say, King?
Bring his receipts when you come down, please. I couldn't see that.
I don't got nothing to do with that, man.
My other comment is this. I understand how between the African diaspora and America, when it comes to raising our sons, we think different. I'm sure King understands it. When it comes from Ghana and Nigerian men, we raise our kids different. We want them to not only be educated, be grounded, to have the resource, to make a name for themselves, so that before they get married to the right person. Now, from people from African diaspora, even though you bring their wife or your fiance to, it still will get better either way you like it, because you want to make sure you're not bringing any kind of person to the family. Because African family, they don't play. And remember I told you guys, my wife is from Trinidad, so anyone who knows African culture, when you marry outside your race, it can be a problem sometimes. I wish I married earlier, but I married late in my 30s, so that's how it is. As for arrogance and confidence, that is an age-old argument, because what King said, what Anton said is on point. You can come off confident, but sometimes the person you deliver the message to them and think you are arrogant. I'm a nerdy guy. I'm an IT geek. I build computers. That's just me. If you see right here, this is my work PC. I have my made custom-made PC. I like to build on my own. I don't buy PC. Never bought a PC in my damn life. I don't by my hand. Yeah, Courtney?
I did too.
So it's just that thing when we come out, we say certain things or we articulate ourselves, especially from Nigeria or people from Ghana, they perceive that we get too cocky or we're too arrogant. We think we know too much, but they don't realize our parents enforce education as the number one priority. That is the big deal. There's no GED school in Africa. I've seen a grown-ass man, I swear to God, this is not a joke. I saw a grown-ass man, 23 years old, wearing a primary school uniform, sitting in the class with little kids in Nigeria, back in my old high school. And I was shocked. I was like, they gotta be a joke. but the dude younger brother is in my class. So education is a very big deal. So as a man, you have to have your foundation. You don't got your education, you don't got your degree, you don't got that finance built up in the background, you screwed.
Period.
King know this. Ghana is no different. People from people from West Africa, they don't play around. Other than that, you're having a great show. I'm loving the conversation, less argument. And Chicago, please, no more dollar fight questions.
King said Ghana got it. King said Ghana got it.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to find out.
I'm not going down. I was sending you guys the link for the restaurant. We'll look up again and sending you. I'll put in the chat room.
Yeah, man, put it in. I'm gonna leave you in for a second, man. Put it directly in the
No
chat.
problem.
Man.
I'll look for it right now.
Yeah. Appreciate the support. Canadian born Nigeria.
I'm loving it. I'm doing that right now.
Trying to get JR straight, man.
Man, I need to try. You keep bringing it up, man. I got people in the chat telling me. No, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make sure I give an actual review on YouTube.
Where my baby K at though?
She's with the Rochas.
Where's my K? It's King K. King K show, man. Where's my baby K at, man? I came out here to communicate with her every day.
Hey, K in the chat. K ain't looking for you. Just so you know.
I told her earlier. She's like, "What?"
That's my booski right there.
Oh yeah. It might have to be reunited, and it feels so.
I'm a little bit too sexually liberated for her though, so I'm cool.
What's going on, Polo Bell? Welcome to the show again. How you doing?
Hey, JR, Rilla, Anton, King, Courtney.
What's up, family?
You all again. So, first of all, let's have a joke. What do you call a polar bear that's being arrogant? He's ice capping. So, so I know it's a dad joke.
I get it.
That was ice capping. That was fun.
Yeah.
Ice capping.
Ariel, if you got a sister that looks like you are and has a good attitude like you are, I need to meet her. So I'm 6'5", so I can be.
She's young.
Wait, no, Polar Bear.
I have a sister. Yeah, she's young.
I caught Polar Bear on something else, and you said you wasn't getting married again.
I didn't say I was getting married.
You said you could.
You said you couldn't do it.
And I did say on another show that if I were to get married, it would be outside the United States.
You did say that.
Anton will remember me saying that.
You did say that.
He asked me, would I get married again? I said, if I do, it will be outside the United States because I don't trust the family court law system here.
That's a fact. That is a fact, sir.
Yeah. So
Nope.
I almost forgot what the hell I was going to call in about. Oh, also on Ghanaian versus Nigerian. Now I can't say too much about Ghanaian jollof, but I have a lot of Nigerian food. I've dated Nigerian women, so I know it's damn good. Whether you get it at a restaurant, most restaurants, or when it's homemade. Homemade is better also.
I'm about to book my flight, man. Let me see if Canadian Nigerian put this in the link already.
Yeah,
oh, he did.
In a few months, there's a Nollywood movie that's supposed to be coming out, and I have a very small role in it. So you got to
wait. Hold on, I'm obsessed with Nollywood movies.
So I'll tell you what.
Which one is this?
What is Nollywood?
That's all I watch.
Huh?
All I watch is Nollywood movies.
The movie is called Gold. Okay.
Is it gonna be on Netflix? Where's it? Nollywood. It's the Nigerian Hollywood.
Yeah. So my friend, her name is Regina Olukunda, and it's her movie. And I just played a very small part. I played like a thug or a kidnapper, whatever you want to call it. So I didn't have much of a speaking role. A thug, holding the gun, like So,
it's called Gold. You said.
Gold, like gold currency.
Yeah, gold.
Yeah.
I have to watch it. Like I love Nollywood.
But when we filmed, well, for my part that I was filming in, it was like in either end of February 2020 or early March, and so because of COVID, she didn't want to do a release of it because then there would be limited, like a premiere, anyone that could attend to it. So anyway, it should be forthcoming. I got to touch base with her and see if she's got any updates on it. But
I'll look for that.
Aria, I want to meet your sister. I'm in the Atlanta area. on 6'5", she's a game.
She's
Taking her ahead. Hell no.
she's young.
You gotta try. You gotta try.
Yeah, she would look at me cross-eyed if I told her that.
That's okay. That's okay. We don't want our eyes to go bad. So.
Yes, this is very important.
Hell, I forgot what else I was going to talk about, but that's okay. I won't hold up the line. I know you got plenty of other callers, so I just wanted to say hi, and I hope everybody's doing it. Oh, and Tom, I only saw a snippet of your thing that you did earlier today. You took some executive position. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Man. No,
So much congratulations to you. Are you still going to be doing coaching on business stuff and entrepreneur stuff?
I am. Nothing changes.
Okay, well, I might have to hook up with you more so for my daughter's benefit. She's in her mid-20s. She has a much better entrepreneurial spirit than I do. So, yeah.
Tell her to tap in. I'll definitely rock with her.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Gentlemen, ladies, have a great evening.
Thank you again, man. I definitely appreciate you, man. It's like a breath of fresh air. All right, talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye.
You know I got to bring the prop. Shout out to Polo Bear. Yeah. Keep saying Polo Bear.
What's going on, man? You're welcome back to the show.
What's up, Mr. JR? How y'all guys doing?
We're doing wonderful, man.
What's going on, fam? What's the word?
Pretty good. So I was talking to my wife, and we was talking a little bit about arrogance versus confidence. And I noticed, like, every time that someone can't do something that I can do, I am called arrogant. So if I say, hey, I'm going to be the number one sales guy and X might be, I'm beat all you guys, I'm not saying that as an arrogant move. That's what I just really feel confident in myself with what I can do, if that makes sense. So I think anytime that someone's doing something that that they can't do, they look at you as they're arrogant. Not are you arrogant because they can't see themselves doing it. That makes sense. Does that make sense?
What is your motive for telling other people what you can do?
Because it's an affirmation. I need people to know me, know that I'm gonna beat them.
I like that.
And and I know for some people they won't understand it, but I need you to know inside you that I'm the best around, because it makes me better. So I'm not doing it to put you down. If you think you can beat me, let's beat me. Shut me up. Prove that I am arrogant and not confident. So that's kind of
but you have to have the results to back it up.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah. So if I tell you,
we need to see your numbers.
Yeah.
Exactly. So usually when I tell somebody I can beat them, I'm not telling somebody.
He follows through with it.
And I'm not telling somebody who can't check my numbers. I'm gonna put it up on the board. Hey, I'm number one.
Put them numbers in the chat.
Put them. And then another thing I want to talk about, last thing, is I know Courtney was talking about having that that points when you go and date. I feel like those are so important to talk, because I think especially if you're very competitive as a man, you might just be going. Not saying that you're missing what your wife is saying, not saying that you're not talking, but she might have a whole bunch of stuff that she need to talk to you about. I know some people might have the whole morning, but I'm typically out of the house. She's still in the bed. So I can't wake up 5 o'clock in the morning and say, hey, babe, just want to check, make sure you're good before you, like, I'm gone. I'm not there. And then when I come back pretty late, when I'm working long shifts, yes, I'm still doing maintenance, but we can have a in-detail conversation. And I think those dates, like those 90 days dates, give us a chance to go into detail. I should check on her, yes, on a daily basis, but I don't think I can just, it's just like I'm so competitive that I'm going. And it's not that I'm trying to miss it. I think those dates are really important. Like you said, we do date every single month. I try to do it multiple times a month because I know that I'm going, if that makes sense. So, So my question is, Antoine, I got a question for Antoine real quick. So Antoine, I know you were saying y'all guys every single day. Do you believe that's because of the type of time that you have? Or what do you think equipped to you being able to have these deep conversations every single day, have lunch every day type thing?
Because I'm just intentional. A lot of people have more time than I have, as far as being able to spend it in they, in their households and stuff like that. The difference is just that when I'm in my house, I'm present. Like, I'm truly present. I really, really value, like, I don't just be up, like, every single thing I do is on the calendar. When I go to bed, I'm asleep. I don't get into bed and then be scrolling on my phone and talk. You see what I'm saying? When I'm chilling with my daughter, I'm really, really present. When I pick her up from school, when I get the opportunity to pick her up from school, we having deep conversations about her thoughts. I'm truly, like, engaged. So for me, everything is truly being intentional and being in the present. And I don't believe in wasting time, because time is money, right? Time is really the only true currency that we have. And people that don't understand money, they don't understand that when they go to work every day, they're trading in their time for currency. Like, I don't know if y'all remember ever seeing that movie with Justin Timberlake called Time. Like, it was really actually a really true, deep movie, and a reality of how it is that we live every day. And so I value and I truly live in the present for every single thing that I do. And when I'm talking to my chick, even if it's only for an hour, my hour a lot of times is a lot more significant than other people's 4 hours, because they're not present. They just existing like an accident. They playing video games, they moping around, they watching Netflix, and they're not really watching Netflix, and they scrolling up their timeline all day. For me, I got to be present for whoever it is that I'm rocking with.
That makes sense.
All right, Emmanuel. Wait, you guys got final thoughts? Got one more thing?
I just wanted to, because the chat is asking, E-Man, how you arrogant as a Falcons fan?
Hey, don't worry. I can win in my own lane. I don't need an NFL team to prove my worth. That's the problem. So many people focus on stuff that other people millionaires. My goal is to try to create my own million. So that's their problem. They need to focus on ways to not worry about the other people team, but how they last name gonna win. So that's my comments to that.
All right, Emmanuel
cool.
Williams. Definitely appreciate you for the support, man. Good seeing you again.
All right, good seeing you,
and
brother.
blessings to you and your family.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate that, guys.
All right.
So I could call you Antoine. It's Antoine. That's your name, Antoine. Because you call you Antoine.
You can call me whatever you want. Just
Right,
make sure you call. When we came off, make sure you call me Daddy.
Yo, that's the third time you made comments like that. That makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Why?
Because you've been saying things that make me.
You the one that said that you're not against the LGBT.
No, yeah, but I'm not homosexual though. I don't say anything crazy about them, but I'm not a homosexual.
Just because, listen, you don't have to be, but I like what I like. I like what I like.
He hit you with the
I don't know how to take that. Yo.
That man said, I like you and I want you.
What?
The Fleece Johnson. The booty boy is all here.
I like what I like.
Hey, but wait, I need to call this. I ain't gonna lie, King, because it bothers me too. I ain't gonna lie. I do need to call it. There's no W in Anton's name, man.
He said Antoine.
Yeah, it's Anton.
Antoine.
There's no I there.
And the way Antoine is talking to me, Antoine, stop Antoine.
He said when you coming at him like that, Anton, you Antoine.
Yeah, Antoine. Antoine. That's his name, Antoine.
I'm cool with that.
Hey man, I love y'all.
Man, I'm trying to get these tears been falling all night, man.
I like you and I want you.
We can do it the easy way.
Oh, we can do it the hard way. Either way,
that's different. Like
either way, you coming with me.
God bless you, man. My black Jesus doesn't allow me to do that. I'm sorry.
Right, man. Right, Jesus, man. King, you act like you ain't watched Boondocks, man. Praise white Jesus, man.
That's crazy. Antoine just showed me a lot today, Antoine.
All right, King. All right, King and Antoine. If you guys watch the show, man, TJ often call in, but we got a daughter tonight. Well, where'd she go? There she is. Let's welcome TJ's daughter to the show.
Hi, sweetie.
Hey, girl, how you doing?
Good to see you again.
Yes, y'all show is hilarious. This is my first time getting on. It is great. Anton is hilarious, like I thought he would be. This is wonderful.
You say Anton or Antoine? Which one?
Which one? Two different.
Oh,
well, whatever you call me.
Antoine is his Sasha Fierce.
The
You hear
pink
me? Antoine is the Sasha Fierce.
Yeah, he got
Oh
two.
my God.
Black
Y'all
robe
are
and black
great.
hoodie is Anton. The pink robe is Antoine.
Oh, it's great. Like I said, I agree with Anton quite a bit, which is funny because I expected I wouldn't based on my mom, but I agree with what you got to say. So
Shout out to TJ. Shout out to TJ.
Hey, TJ.
I love her. She told me she apologized to you, Anton. So I'm happy you got her.
I cammed up with her, I think yesterday, and I was telling her, listen, baby girl, you ain't got to never apologize to me because having a difference of opinion, and I love talking to people that got a difference of opinion because that's where the growth comes from. If you just in the echo chamber all day and you ain't never, have nobody to challenge you or say something different, then how is it that I'm going to be able to grow, or how is she going to be able to grow? So
Exactly.
I look forward to that. I told her I rock with her and I love her. So that's my homegirl. Yeah,
she great. And you doing so good, Courtney. I see you with your opinions, girl. You better,
girl. You know how I talk, girl. But I appreciate your opinion.
Yes, y'all say y'all are good, man. I love this show. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. It's good debate, good topics. I like it. It's great. So I appreciate y'all for sure.
Danny,
yeah.
are you single?
No, I'm happy.
I'll ask the question: who looks better, me or Antoine? That's it.
I'm not even gonna get into that.
Respect the marriage institution. So
y'all both dark skin and bald with beards. I can't. I just can't comment. My husband's dark skin, beard. I can't comment. So I'll just keep it where it's at.
You're a wise woman.
I try my best, know.
You did good thing.
It's too much. Y'all are hilarious, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep it good, okay?
All right, thank you, Danny. Appreciate you calling in. Thanks for the support, man.
Of course.
And shout out to TJ, man. Tell her we said what's up.
Yeah,
hey, before you bring on the next person, JR, can we get the chat? I'm not paying attention to the chat because I'm doing a lot in the back, similar to you. But can we get?
I already know what he's gonna ask.
No, I'm not. See, you don't even know. Court, watch this. Can we get the chat to show some love to both Ariel and King for really, really doing their thing tonight and really participating on the platform? Got a lot of love for y'all. I appreciate y'all for rocking out with us, doing y'all thing. King, I do, bro. I know we go back and forth or whatever, but I do got a lot of respect for what it is that you're doing. I think that you absolutely delivered tonight, and I do. I got a lot of respect for you, bro. So I just want the chat to show them some love because they absolutely was a vibe for me tonight, and it's easier for us to do what we do when we got other dope people on the platform. So shout out to y'all.
Thank you.
See, Court, I didn't even say nothing.
I thought you was about to ask who was the sexiest.
I already know that. We don't need
to be like in the chat.
We already know who that is.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I thought
But are you single? Because if you are single, I would like for you to tell us who would you take out on a date?
I'm not single.
Okay, no, don't answer the question then.
But see, here's the difference hold on, JR.
Hold on.
Who she gonna take out on the date?
Hold on. Now watch this. Watch this. Let me just ask this one more question.
What the?
AE Black. Who would you take out? Me or King?
AE Black.
What is going on here?
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
What the hell is going on?
Hey, E Black, I know you live that
I'm just here
alternative
just
lifestyle.
so I don't get fined.
I'm just here. E Black is into that alternative lifestyle.
Bro,
so
are you a part of
bro, chill out. Hold on. Calm out.
Are you
not gonna do?
No, I don't know.
No. You ain't gonna play.
No.
Hey, let me get my shit off and then I'm like, hey, we're not gonna do it. No.
There's nothing wrong if you are.
Oh, yeah. Let me suck them titties, baby.
That R. Kelly is dangerous, man. We gotta get. I don't do the pedophile, man. But
And King is mad serious too.
Bruh.
He wants to know about E Black.
That's not R. Kelly.
Anton,
That's
Anton,
not-
hey, I got you, my guy. I got you.
I just be wanting to know, bro. Do your thing, E Black. You got the floor, my friend.
I got you. That was hilarious. That was actually funny, man.
Well, shout out to the chat.
Hey, hey, let me say this. Hey King, man, you did your thing today. We talked about tricking, right? Anton had bought his girl a car at the age of 21. Do you consider that tricking as a college student?
he bought his girl a car.
I was rich.
Wait, hold on. He bought his girl a car at 21.
Yes.
And that girl became his wife.
I mean, yes, became his wife. That's not tricking. Okay, because like I said, a lot of that times tricking becomes investment. So I was just kind of, So I was just
that's not tricking.
I was just trying to clarify that argument in which if you're looking into a potential wife, it's not tricking. So.
Right. It's not tricking.
All right. Courtney, you brought up some Real Housewives of Atlanta stuff, so I wanted to bring some stuff with you. Yandy and Mancini.
What is that?
Mancini.
Mendici.
Okay. Now, man, you guys had a subject about how men can change in terms of how they get out of prison. Mendici came out of prison, and she's having issues with struggling with a man who's been institutionalized. So, I think definitely in terms of men that come out of prison, you got to understand their mentality. So, can people change? Maybe not, but you have to be able to deal with it. So, the real issue
is that real, or is that like? Because I don't be knowing them overly produced shows.
What's going on? What do you mean? What's going on?
With the whole Mendicis, right? That's what you said.
Talking about love and hip hop.
He was really locked
They
up.
be on them love. They be on them love and hip hop shows and stuff. But I just don't be knowing if the narrative they be perpetuating on them shows is like. No, I know he really got locked up. I'm just saying that how they be scripting the shows to make it seem a certain type of way. I don't know if that be real. How they be really acting and all of that. If they be really institutionalized like that. I don't know if you can use that as a good example of how a dude is acting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because it's an overly produced show.
Yeah, I don't know, but I would never script jail for myself. So I'm just assuming
not the jail part, the part of how he's interacting with the girl on the show.
Yeah, I understand. But the fact of the matter is that the storyline is that he's a institutionalized individual and he's coming back to reality and he's not fully functional as a father.
What are you doing watching Love and Hip Hop, bro?
I am not. Look, I am on a whole.
That's the real question.
E Black, can I ask you something?
No.
Would you
look? I'm trying to get out of here.
Look, this is real spill. Would you say dude was the same before he went in?
No.
Like, would you say so they wasn't having issues before he went in?
No, I would say that once he got in, he got isolated. And
No. I'm saying on the show, if you was following, because I'm assuming you're taking your information from the show, and what I'm asking you is, on the show, did they have problems? I'm not judging. This is a judgment-free zone, brother. I'm good.
All I'm saying is that from the storyline that they presented is that he went to jail and he came out as a different changed brother, and he had expectations and he had issues with his wife not providing enough. He did not have enough support, he felt, when he was in jail.
Really?
Well, that's what the storyline was. So I felt that, as a man going into jail, going into isolation, he deserved to have enough support, and the wife expected something different from a man who's been institutionalized. That's not what I'm trying to talk about.
E Black, you been institutionalized?
I've been definitely institutionalized by this place. Y'all been. Hey, look, y'all been. Anyway,
Been what?
Last thing. Well, not the last thing. Anton.
He black is drunk. He drunk.
I'm not drunk. I'm just really trying to get out of here because y'all is on lit. Y'all, I'm enjoying this show, and I just really want to let you guys enjoy the rest of the y'all show. So I just want to get over some points. So and stop saying that. Just really stop. You know,
Come on.
Anton, on you talked about you don't like having talk about prison talk. Jesus talked about prison talk in Matthew 25. He talked about how
I'm not Jesus.
Okay, but I'm talking about how we're supposed to be a Christian. You know, Gandhi, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, they all went to prison. So you're gonna have to deal with individuals that go to prison. So
listen.
I understand. You got Lily White on you. Your Lily White saviorist self. I understand. But
okay, so here's the key, bro. And again, I respect all religions. I don't really care if you're Muslim, whatever your belief is. But based off of what I believe, he gives you pastors and preachers after his own heart. So everything that one person may need may be different from what somebody else may need. What I give to somebody may be based off of how they can level up, especially from a character and a financial perspective. That may be different for what somebody else needs at certain times in their life. And that's why you move, you know, based off of where you at in your life. He gives it to you based off of what you need. I may not be for that person. It's somebody out there that can help them, and I'll point them to that space if I'm not for them. So I'm not trying to, save everybody. I'm just trying to pour into the people that my voice is for. And then I want to push them to, maybe you can give them some insight if you want to talk to somebody in that space that can better relate to them. I can't relate to them, so I'm not going to tell them. Listen, hold on. All I'm saying is I live and I give my message based off of what my real life experiences is. I can't speak from that perspective. And I know that it's some dope, really good dudes. I mean, we joke, but it's some dope, really good dudes that can speak from that perspective, that can pour into them in that space. And I'm not trying to be a catch-all, end-all for everybody. So we got to pick and choose. And it's more than one person that can pour in. That's why we got communities.
And all I'm saying as a Christian man, Jesus ordained us by Matthew 25 to reach out to those communities. So your faith is not safe. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Yo, I liked it. Yo, E Black, you came forth. I like that. He said your faith is not safe.
But you know, all right, no. But let's
not make you safe. Not safe.
Your faith does not make you
Let's
safe.
talk about it. But let's
talk about it.
Let's talk about it though, right? Because the thing that's interesting about it is that, I live my life like an open book, and you using that in order to base your argument, which is cool, right? It's a lot of crazy stuff that you say, a whole lot of crazy stuff that's outside of the realm of what we consider to be godly or righteous. And so how do you then project that onto somebody else when you yourself don't even live based off of the principles and the ethics by which we base things to be in the Bible?
I'm sorry. I've never
you an advocate.
I've never said anything that's against the Bible. I've never said anything that's
Black. You the one that. Oh my God. Oh Jesus Christ, bro.
My views
I seen the show where you was advocating for.
I want to repeat. My views are uncappable. I have no cap. My head, no homo.
E Black, hold on. You said uncappable. I'll fuck with you.
This man is out of his mind. This fam, I seen you up here cussing before.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
I seen you advocate. Hold on, wait. I seen you over here. I seen you over here advocating for promiscuous behavior, and you was advocating and highlighting. Hold on, and don't say it because I will pull the videos up like I did on you the last time. I seen you advocating for living this promiscuous lifestyle, even though you married. Does that make sense too?
I said that I would marry certain people. Is that promiscuous life?
No, that's what you said about Amber Rose being top 5. We already know that that's cap. But my point is that you advocate for a lifestyle that's very much outside of what we would define as righteousness.
I would like you to bring some points up, but I've never been cap. I've never been cap.
I'm gonna do a whole show on you tomorrow.
I'm telling you. I don't come on. I'm telling you, I have a whole new movement that I'm starting that's called No Cap.
Oh, a new movement.
It's a new movement called No Cap for the new internet.
Don't worry.
We
I'm
do
gonna make
not
you
cap
famous.
on the internet.
I'm gonna make you famous tomorrow. I promise you.
But
I
E
got
Black,
you.
can I ask you a question, brother? Because I like where you going today. I like where you going today. Is Antoine Cap?
I think Anton's a very intelligent.
Come on.
I think Anton's a very intelligent individual. I just think that he's very sheltered in his ideology.
So is he Cap?
I wouldn't say he's necessarily Cap. I just think that he's very.
Come on.
I just think he's very sheltered in his ability. He doesn't see the ideologies that a lot of people see, and he's very sheltered. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I wouldn't call him Cap.
All right, that's respect. Guess what? He had an arrogant statement when I met him. He said, "No one can prove me wrong, and no one's been proving him wrong so far." All right, let's go.
All right. I'm sorry, and JR, can I at least make my main point because?
All right, go ahead. Hey, go ahead and make your main point real quick. Man.
Okay, a lot of people talk about arrogance versus confidence. You know, I'm a very arrogant person. Jesus was an arrogant person. When you have the backing, when you have the backing and the fulfillment of God, your arrogance will go beyond.
You might as well throw that towel in.
No.
That's not true. God, that's not
you
true.
might as well stop while you're ahead.
What is
you might as well
if you don't have
now.
the full empowerment of
you might as well
God,
stop
if you don't have the full
King's ready to jump in. Look at King.
Nope.
No. The reason.
Wait. If you don't, let me explain my point, and then y'all can bounce off of that.
Nope.
If you don't have the full
point.
empowerment, if you do not have the full empowerment of Jesus, of God, the Father of God, you have the arrogance to say that you can save lives. So
he could.
No, you know what? What I could say to E Black is that if you know the New Testament, it was a point where the Pharisees really hated Jesus, and it was all the stuff he said and what he did. So they thought he was arrogant. So
he was arrogant.
And then when he told one of his disciples, "You're going to do this at a certain time before the rooster crows." He's telling them what you're going to do, and everybody's like, "Yo, they probably thought he was arrogant." Do you mean like that?
The problem.
You mean
the problem?
How do you feed 5,000 people?
One at a time. One at a time. Hey, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Hold on. The problem with his argument again is that when you back up what you say, that's not arrogance, it's confidence. He didn't have an arrogant bone in his body. As a matter of fact, he operated out of humility in a lot of the ways and a lot of the stories that he was operating within the Bible. You can't say that he was arrogant and humble at the same time.
He specifically spoke about arrogance and pride.
Yes.
Right.
And how you should be humble. Jesus was far from that.
But
Jesus was arrogant.
To E Black's defense, I don't know what he means. If he referring to Jesus as a whole, but the people back then thought he was arrogant. They did.
But no, he didn't say the people. He said Jesus was arrogant.
Jesus
was.
Said,
he said Jesus
5,000.
was.
Jesus asked somebody, "Hey, how much bread do we got? Let's feed all these people." And knowing that he had enough bread, and knowing that he had enough bread and power to feed them. He had arrogance.
He's the son of God to feed people. That's not arrogant.
That is arrogant.
He's the savior. Being a savior, that's who he came on earth to do.
A woman touched his cloth, and he turned.
Do you know what arrogance is, fam?
No.
I know what arrogance is.
I'm gonna need you to revisit that book.
No, he's conflicting it with miracles. He's conflicting arrogance and miracles.
Hold on, Courtney. What's arrogance, E Black?
Arrogance is an over ability to in their own self-righteousness and power.
What? Where do you get that from?
A belief in its own ability and self-righteousness and power.
No,
Jesus as a human being did not understand his power, and he was steady testing.
What are you talking about?
This is okay, E Black. This is where we getting real.
Wait, bro. Hold on, bro.
Yo, listen.
We're getting in very murky waters here.
He even emphasized. Hold on, wait. You cannot.
The white Jesus was arrogant.
Think about it, bro. Think about it. You can't know. You can't know. Hold on, wait. You can't know that you can call a legion of angels down to come down and save you, you can't know that you can completely change the narrative, especially when it came to him being challenged by the devil after he fasted, right? And then still operate out of humility. The fact that he was able to deliver and he knew that he was able to deliver is the very idea of confidence, not arrogance. Arrogance, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary, is having or revealing an exaggerated sense of one's own importance and abilities. If anything, I would advocate that his importance was understated. It wasn't exaggerated.
So when
He really lowered himself. He walked amongst people. He never was rolling around on donkeys and stuff. He didn't even operate in a space to where he knew where he was going to lay his head at night. Right? The whole idea was that he understated his abilities, not overstated.
Hold on, real
What are you talking about?
Hold on, E-Black, hold on. Hey, Bolo, go ahead. What you got to say? I know you want to come in.
E-Black, man, I rock with you. You're my man. But you blaspheming the Holy Spirit, my G.
What? Real talk, bro. Real talk. And every way, shape, and possible.
Lord be offended.
What I'm saying, my G.
Over E-Black.
You got to understand that being arrogant is an attitude. It's an attitude. It's a thought process that you move in. When Christ speaks, and you're always talking, you quoting the scriptures and everything. And the Lord says in Ephesians, be completely humble and gentle, be patient, bearing with one another in love. So if he came the way you said he came, that's totally opposite of what he came to drop. So we need to make sure that we rightly divide the word of truth and not go off of what we think. We better go off what we know. So when I say I can whip your ass and I whip your ass, that's not me being arrogant. That's me telling you what I could do. So if anything, what Christ said was, I got legions of angels that can come at my whim, and then shook the temple and said, but I'm not here to do that. I'm here to be the lamb. I'm not here to be the lion yet. So when you make a quote or you say that this is what it is, I understand that that's your opinion. We can't argue opinion. But when we talk about the way our Lord and Savior came, as humble as he did, if you're talking about arrogance, there were times when he spoke and said, y'all don't even understand what you're talking about. When he said, you want me to give you heavenly things, you can't understand earthly things. He was trying to save you. Because what I'm seeing up here right now is a lot of people filibustering, a lot of pissing contest. That's what he came to do away with, the pissing contest. So when you say that he was arrogant, dogs, you really got to check your temperature in saying that. Now, did people think he was arrogant? No. People were trying to catch him in a misstep. They were trying to say that he was saying he was God. And in him speaking, he never denounced it. He never denied it. Christ never said, I'm not God. He said, I called it not robbery to be called equal to God. So understand what we're dealing with. Understand that we're dealing with the man that had the power of the universe in his hand and chose not to use that. If that's not a show forth of humility, I don't know what is. See, us as men, we would take that power and bash everybody. What he told you was, as thorns are being put into his hands, forgive them for they know not what they do. Get arrogance out of that.
So let me ask you a question, Bolo, because you're going off right now. You're going hard. What is Psalm 82? What is Psalm chapter 82:6 says?
Let's get it. I'll get it for you. I don't like the
let me know what that says. We're gonna go there because I don't like the way you're talking to E-Black. Don't do that. So
E-Black is my man.
Yeah, but that's my man for today.
I got a piss.
I want to hold it down. So let me.
Let's go. Psalms 8.
King always want to align with the wrong.
After you ask. Wow.
Let's
There's
go. Psalms what?
A lot of incarcerated people that took offense to that.
Now, what's Psalms 8?
I don't.
Psalms chapter 82, verses 6.
You said Psalms 82?
Psalms chapter 82, verse 6.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting it right now. So forgive me for
Hold
being
on,
slow.
I got a Bible right here.
Psalms 82, verse 6. It says, I said, ye are gods, ye are all the sons of the Most High,
right.
but ye will die like men with mortals.
So my yeah. So
hold on, wait, y'all. Hold on. One sec, y'all.
Wait, what is
E-Black, put down that picture, Bible. We don't.
Yo,
go ahead, King.
We don't read out of the picture. We don't do a picture. We don't do the picture Bible.
That's not right.
Wait.
Go ahead, put that down, E-Black.
King,
Hey,
can I ask you this? Because I know you've got I've seen you. I listen to you, bro. I rock with you. I rock with you. I rock with a lot of people. But what do you align with in your belief?
No. I don't. I was raised Christian. Most of my friends are Islam, but I was raised Christian. But my thing, I'm into spirituality, meaning that I look for the truth. Being a world traveler,
okay.
Being a world traveler and a cultural anthropologist, I had the blessing to go to different places from India to Russia to whatever, and got to actually study different religions. So
if I say Aelites to you, you understand what that means?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm rocking with you. Okay, cool.
Psalms 82:6 says, I said you are gods, you are all sons of the Most High, but you will die like mere mortals. You will fall like every other ruler.
Right.
What's the point?
So no. I'm sorry. That was 7. You read
so
7.
you just want to stay with 6?
No.
I said you are God.
Yes.
You are gods and you are sons of the Most High. Yes.
Right. So when if you know that you have God in you, you are going to be confident. You want to have this God confidence, right? And you saying that Jesus wasn't arrogant. The reason why I brought that up is because Eve Black, from my understanding, was saying that the people at that time thought he was arrogant. And you saying they didn't, because the Pharisees, it was time that he chased the Pharisees out of his temple, his father's house, with a whip.
Right.
So
I like that.
This is
what I would say to you.
Hold on.
You got to be one at a time, y'all.
Hold on. So I'm glad you understand my question. So you know it comes from a place of respect. So I want you to explain that to me. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the question, or the answer I will give you. Colossians 4:6, where it says, "Let your speech always be with grace." Right. So your speech always has to be elegant. It always has to be prudent to understanding of the Most High, as though seasoned with salt. So you don't just give something bland, right? So that you will know how you should respond to each question. So when you're reading Psalms,
right,
you have to read the whole. You got to read that whole chapter.
Yeah, you got to read the whole chapter. I know
what he was saying. So what he was saying.
Hold on,
what he was saying in that is, dogs can only have puppies, cats can only have kittens. Us being the sons of God, it comes with a power when you become the sons of God. Because remember in the Old Testament, when he's talking about the brick and mortar building as the temple, when he's talking about how to reverence the temple, when he's talking about this is where I commune with you in the temple, you have to have a certain mind frame to go into the temple. When Christ came back, because remember, the Old Testament is the law. Christ came to give you the spirit of the law. Christ said, understand this. It was never meant to be in a brick. It was always meant to be in you. You are the temple.
Yes, I agree.
Right. So when he's saying, when you have God in you, you are small gods. That's why everything in that word is lowercase.
Yes.
So it doesn't give you the liberty to speak as if you are God. Christ is God and still didn't speak with that liberty.
Right.
He didn't speak with that liberty. So when you say that he's arrogant, understand, me telling you what it is isn't me being arrogant. It's me telling you the truth.
Yeah, but Bolo. Do you?
All right, y'all. We got
last
we got some other callers, so
okay,
we gotta.
I end it real quick. Bolo, you hear the conviction in your voice because you have a deep passion and faith in what you're saying. Anybody outside of your religion or your belief faith is going to call you arrogant.
Can I say something to you, brother? First of all, I don't subscribe to religion. That's number one.
Your spirituality. Sorry, brother.
Got you. Cool. I ain't take offense to it. Secondly, when I speak, I don't speak arrogantly. If a person has lack of understanding and interprets it as arrogance, that's on them. Our job as men and women on a platform where thousands of people are listening, our job is to give these men and women milk for them to be able to take it, sustain it, and then be able to learn from it. So if they take it as it being arrogance, no, it's just something that I've done or something that I'm in and something that I bear witness to. So if I bear witness to something and I've seen something happen, when I speak with you, I'm gonna link with you in that emotion, because remember, before I leave on this note, we use emotion on this earth to navigate and connect with each other. We use logic, knowledge, and understanding to bring this knowledge through emotions for us to connect. So it's not about me being arrogant and putting somebody down. It's about making sure that, listen, I am just like you. This is why Christ washed the feet of his disciples. Let them know, not only am I your king, but first I'm your brother. And on that, I'm going to say good night. Thank you, guys.
Can I
All right, Bolo, appreciate it.
No, listen, I love that. Wait, E Black, real quick.
E Black, we gotta get some other people on. I know.
I love that last point that Bolo made, because as a leader, right? I'm rocking with you, King. I just followed you, and please, y'all, look, The IG is in King's moniker right now on his screen. I just followed you, bro. That part of being a servant leader, man, I think that's a lot of what we miss in this conversation. Like, we can do the religious thing, but when Bolo talked about, you know, Christ washing the disciples' feet or whoever's feet, man, as a servant leader, that's what we do all day, every day, fam. Like, real spill. King, do you not do that?
I'm still in training, and I was born to be a servant leader. So I understand. I'm still in training. I don't think anybody stops learning or stops training. So I am a servant leader. Whoever I want to be around, I serve them. It's not something.
Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something real quick, real spill. You know, I've been waiting to get a mash out posse bar in for a minute, but let me tell you something, man. Because me and you, we done had a couple of interactions, and man, listen, man, we speaking to these young bloods, bro. We speaking to them, and for you to get up on this platform, and for the way that you speaking, bro, like, real talk, you in your space right now, man. You're in your space. You're in your space, and these young bloods are paying attention to you, man.
Appreciate it.
Can I at least complete my point? I'll be done. Okay. With all due respect, I respect everybody. King, I think you've kind of I appreciate your summarization, but what I'm talking about is the arrogance of Jesus. And Anton even defined it as an exasperation of your ability. Jesus knew what he was sent here for. So he was arrogant, knowing that a person can touch him. He even talked to a woman and he said that dog crumbs were not worth you. And even those dog crumbs were blessing you. Jesus was very arrogant. He fed 5,000 people. There are things in which you guys want to consider negative as arrogant, but when I'm saying I'm arrogant, I understand that when Jesus is talking about, I have God-given ability. God has blessed me with abilities that are transmogrified through human race. So when I'm arrogant, yes, I'm arrogant because God has given me that ability. It's not confidence. It's not the confidence that I know that I can complete 2 + 2. I have the arrogance of God that tells me that I can complete tasks. That's the difference between arrogance and confidence.
When you come back next week, I want you to bring one example of God using the word arrogant in a positive light.
Not change the definition of words, man. Like when the word is defined and it is what it is, it's almost like this conversation that we have with, okay, look, the conversation that we have around nigga, right?
Okay.
Wait.
Hey, we got some other call. We can't keep
I
this.
appreciate y'all. I want to end on that point.
This may be King Talk, or this may be next week, but you know, like, we can't change the definition of words, man. Words matter. And I'm not talking about semantics. I'm talking about words really do matter.
I'm not talking about the semantics and the believing of God. I have faith in God. I have believed in myself. I believe that I'm put on here for a purpose.
Yeah, but
I don't say that. I mean that. So
yeah, but
I'm sorry. I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people, but I believe that. And I'm sorry if it sounds arrogant, but that's exactly what it is, because God has endowed me.
No, that sounds crazy.
I didn't mean to do that. My bad, but
sounds crazy.
Nah, I had it hovering. I'm old. My hand got relaxed. I'm sorry.
JR got that Doctor Strange, man. JR got that Mr. Strange.
Hey, I'm starting to get the shakes a little bit, man. It was hovering over. I was waiting on you to finish. It just.
You want that Jolliffe?
Yeah, my shit died out, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I appreciate y'all. Anytime y'all want to hit me up. Y'all know where to hit me up.
For what?
Right.
Go ahead, bro.
All right.
Crazy? No, ain't nobody gonna be joining that Patreon. I can tell you that much. at all. Shout out to whoever getting coached by E Black.
What's going on, Frank? Welcome to the show.
How's it
Let me
going,
be Frank.
man? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I want to know what you was drinking when JR brought you up earlier, though.
Oh man, let me tell you, I didn't want to turn the sign to you guys because there's no sponsors on here. I didn't want to mess up y'all thing that y'all got going on. But yeah, I just got done with my stogie. Hey Antoine, not Antoine, my bad. Hey Antoine, I don't have a robe, but I definitely got my onesie that I'm rocking right now.
I like the onesies. I like onesies.
No, but
I wear a onesie every Christmas.
What?
Let me
I
tell
got a
you.
whole
Let me
onesie,
tell you
one
guys.
whole outfit on all of its jewelry.
My bad. Let me start this off with saying I've been a long time listener. I was just able to tune in on you guys because my work schedule or whatnot. I'm on the East Coast. You guys are Central, so I gotta go to sleep. 5:30 comes way too fast. You know what I'm saying? But Courtney, I always love your mindset. Ariel, it's always a pleasure when you're on here. You are one of the best at explaining your points. I may not agree with all of them at all times, but you are one of the best at explaining your points when it comes to coming on here.
Thank you.
Chicago Rilla, you always come with well, I won't say facts, but you always come with a different mindset. Anton, you do your thing all the time. JR, this is a hell of a platform that you put together, man. King, first time meeting you. You don't really look like Kanye to me. You look like Consequence, the rapper from New Jersey, but
I agree.
Consequences from Queens.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad from Queens. My bad.
It's the top part
bad,
is Consequence, and the bottom is Kanye. He like
He's
a mix.
Kanye.
If they had a baby.
Because I know Consequence person.
He's Courtney, I cannot stand you.
Well, if they had a baby, that's what he would be.
He's Kanye Quince.
Consequence.
Anyway,
Consequence.
No, I'm not Consequence. I'm definitely.
Let me get to my points real quick. Since you guys I don't want to segue to anything else. Since you guys want to talk about the whole cocky and arrogance thing, how example of like the difference between arrogance and confidence would be like a woman walking into the bar and commanding attention from everybody because she comes in with that je ne sais quoi. You know what I'm saying? That I walk in and I know that I look good. That I don't find that arrogance. To me, arrogance would be like if she comes up to me and she talks to me and I'm like, nah, no, thank you. And she's like, you gay? Like to me, that's arrogance. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference to me. Because if I turn her down and she's like, oh yeah, well you gotta be gay or something. Why wouldn't you want to be with me? Like that's the level of that's how confidence goes to arrogance to me. You know what I'm saying? That was just a quick example of that. But can men change? Let me give you guys a quick story. Like I'm from the east side. I'm actually from Pittsburgh. And I grew up, in the hood. I grew up doing a lot of bad stuff. I have war wounds to prove it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people I know didn't really change. You go back to the hood and you see the same people doing the exact same things. I'm not a big fan of saying, and so yeah, people can change, but the majority, a lot of people still have that mindset when they're stuck in the same thing. So I wouldn't call it changing, more towards like it may take something to alter the type of person you are, but deep down, I think you're still that person. I have to fight punching somebody in the face at least twice a day. But I don't call that changing.
Not twice a day.
I call that yeah, twice a day, sometimes three. I call that maturity. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to can people change, I would say yes, but I would say it would take something drastic for it to happen. Usually people have a story for when they change. Kind of like, no offense to you guys, because I know you're religious guys, but every time I talk to a hyper Christian, you know what I'm saying? They always have like some type of story when they're on their lowest, that's when God came to them. And that's when they changed their life around. That's how, so
Muslim
when it comes, Yeah, yeah, exactly. So when it comes to changing, that's what I think about that. Um, One thing that I do have to push back on you, it's not really pushback, Anton, but I don't agree with you is I don't think you should marry friend. I don't think I don't think your friendship is something that like has to be in a marriage. For example, me and my wife, I've been married for what, 13 years now. Me and my wife been together for 15. You know what I'm saying? And we weren't friends. We courted and then we got together, then we got married. So, like, I would say now she became my best friend, but I don't think that she was my best friend to begin with.
That's fair.
So that's
I mean, I
that's
don't know the. I mean, I respect your opinion. I don't know the ins and outs, extensively of your relationship. So I can't
so
really
let me
speak
add.
specifically on it.
Okay,
I can't sit here and disprove what works for your marriage, because if you're still married and
yeah.
you've been married for 13 years, that's dope. I'm gonna just congratulate it. But I feel you.
So let me ask you, so when you say marry your best friend, do you mean being best friends before marriage, or do you mean growing to become that level of friend?
I think that it's a little different in American culture. And the reason why I say marry a best friend is because I think that the foundation of what most people are choosing is to marry it based off of love. They're not marrying based off of business. They're not marrying based off of them both being equally yoked or aligned. They're not marrying it based off of ethics. They're not marrying it based off a lot of that. They just marrying it based off of how they feel at that
Yeah.
specific time. And so what I'm saying
Okay.
is not necessarily that you have to just base it off of friendship, but what I'm saying is that I married based off of friendship being one of the pillars of what it is that I stood for. But it
Okay.
has to, whatever it is that you marry for, it has to be something a lot stronger and a lot more sturdy than just how you feel about that person at that time, because love can come and go. It's fleeting. You're going to get mad at a person, whatever,
Absolutely.
so on and so forth. But it has to be a lot stronger and a lot more fortified by things that's much stronger than just love. So that's why I'm
Kinda.
saying I don't know the ins and outs as to what the foundation of what your marriage is, but it has to be a lot stronger than just love itself or how you feel about a
No,
person at that time.
and I completely agree with that. But what I would say is you have to at least acknowledge that there are marriages that lasted 25, 30 years and shit, they don't even sleep in the same bed. One sleeps on the couch, one sleeps upstairs. You know what I'm saying? So there
Is
are
that
those marriages
is that
that
a
worked as well.
Frank? Is that a
I'm
wait,
sorry.
wait, wait, hold on. So they're sleeping in different beds, and my thing is that a successful marriage? You
I
consider
think it
that?
is.
Yeah.
And the reason why I
It
think it
definitely
is,
is.
and this
Yeah.
goes back to what King said. Like I don't. So it's actually last week you guys had a conversation. I'm almost sure this is the podcast. I listen to a lot of stuff, but
Well,
you guys said I
I'm
remember I believe it was a
curious.
guest that said you if you find love in your marriage, that's a bonus. You don't necessarily have to be in love. Like marriage, if you go back to the original thought of marriage or the original constitution of marriage, or it was just an agreement, a business agreement. So if that's the case, marriage doesn't really have anything to do with love. It's more of a bonus. I'm of course I want to be around my wife and love my wife. However, like I don't have to love her in order to still be married to
So,
her.
so let me say this, and I heard King,
Okay.
I heard Anton jump in, and I heard both of them because I think Jr. I do think this is a point we need to stay on. I know Ariel might be tired, but I'm curious at this point because when we saying that a man, a husband and wife sleeping in different parts of the house, that's a successful marriage.
Yes.
We're talking about year. I hear you because you both have said you guys subscribe to the theory, and I don't know who I'm getting feedback from, but you guys subscribe to the theory that marriage is a business. I say marriage is covenant, and it's an exchange of strengths for weaknesses. That's what covenant is, an exchange of strengths for weaknesses, right? When you
So I'm sorry.
marry,
Go ahead.
no, no,
I'm
no.
sorry. Go ahead. No, no. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get maybe a better understanding of what
That's
you're
not
saying.
that's not what the covenant is. Chicago.
Hold on. I don't really let me hear his point. If you
I'm
don't
saying
mind.
from a biblical standpoint, covenant is definitely exchange of strengths for weaknesses.
It's not okay. So when God had a covenant with Abraham, that was in exchange for strength and weaknesses.
So the covenant that God made with, thank you, Anton. I love that. The covenant that God made with Abraham, here's the strength and here's the weakness. God could never show himself in the earth, right, without coming through man. That was an exchange of weak strengths for weaknesses. God had to show himself in the earth through man.
That's not true. That's not true. The burning bush.
Hold on. So can I recite it out?
Rilla, come on, man.
Show me where God. Wait. Listen, hear me out. Show me where God showed up as Elohim.
Well, can I reply to that real
Wait,
quick?
but you're saying could and did not is different, or chose not
He was
is
the
different.
burning bush. That was he showed up. And was it Moses when he saw the bush turn completely white because in the essence even closed and couldn't even look at God? His hair turned of white like snow and his skin. He couldn't even look at that bush. And that was the essence of God.
Yeah,
let me
the
just say
definition
this.
is just not quite right.
Yeah, so we when you do religion, you do a lot of subjectivity. So let's get back to the historical context of marriage, not the religious.
Well, the reason that I said that he said he
the definition was wrong, Anton. I get it. That's like his definition could be right to him. But I'm going to say to you, the historical context of marriage is a socioeconomic contract used to transfer values. You use to transfer values and resources, right?
So when Abraham, what was the exchange?
Excuse me, what happened?
When Abraham married Sarah, what was the exchange?
So can I reply to that real quick?
It's just an agreement.
It's just an agreement. But he did do. That's why I said it was a social economic. There's two things: to pass down values and resources. They already worship the same God and stuff. They pass it down. Most people marry a woman like me. I don't need money from a woman. I want to marry her because she had ideals and values that's similar to mine that I want my children to learn. Right? I agree with. Let me be frank. At the end of the day, love and marriage is not synonymous. Many of us have been in love with people in our lives, but they could not be good partners for us, right? And there's certain people
you didn't have to marry those people that you loved.
Right, you don't. And guess what? The people that you marry, you might not love.
There's usually just one person that makes that step, that you want to make your wife. You could fall in love like a lot of people fall in love. Shit, I fell in love multiple times, but it was that one person that actually, you know what I'm saying, basically got drafted to the team versus everybody else.
Right. So at the end of the day,
if you go back,
we gotta bring this to a close. Got other people.
Basically, marriage is not something that's a monolith. Everybody has a different configuration for marriage, and whatever works for you, works for you.
So let me give you an example real quick. So if
you gotta make it quick.
All right. So if you have two bottles, half of them full. This goes to what you were saying, really. If you have two bottles, half of them full, and you pour one into the other, you're marrying the bottles. You're marrying the bottles, meaning you're bringing them to one. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said,
you're not marrying the bottles.
But you are. It's like in
the bottles are still separate.
Yeah, but you're pouring the content from one bottle into another bottle. So you're making it one. That's kind of how marriage is. You're taking one person, and you're bringing another, and you're putting unit together.
Merging.
You're making it.
Yeah, you're not merging the bottles. You're merging the liquids.
What are you talking about, bro?
The content in the so maybe that was a poor example. Maybe that was a poor example. I'm okay to admit that might have been a poor example, but what I'm
Nope.
What I'm saying is you don't necessarily have to have love in a marriage. Just like I was saying, they could have stayed together for multiple reasons. They could have stayed together to raise the kids. They could have stayed together because financially it doesn't make much more sense. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't marriage doesn't have to have love in it.
Let's be frank.
Yeah, I kind of hear you, man, but I
We're
think it's kind of
lost.
hard to rebound for that one, man. But I mean, much
Hey,
respect.
it is.
But respectfully, we got to get to other people, though, man. I
Yeah, but
definitely
I love
appreciate
the
you.
show,
Like,
and
let
I
me be
appreciate
frank.
you guys bringing me on.
Oh, no doubt, man. No doubt.
Rock with your fam.
All
All
right.
right, man.
All right. Yeah. That never.
Hi, it's almost 6 a.m. here in Cape Town. This is my first time just making it.
Just started talking.
Yeah. Hi, Rila. Hi, JR.
Helping
Hi,
feedback.
Anton. Oh,
What is going on here?
any feedback?
You know what? You know what this is like. Y'all remember when your little cousin had that microphone? That echo?
Yeah.
Can you still hear the feedback?
It was like the echo thing. Like, what's going on?
Can you still hear the feedback?
Courtney.
Yo, relax.
Hey, hold on.
Oh,
I'm
stop.
talking on a talk boy or something, man. What's this?
Y'all wildin'.
Oh man.
Hey, I think it'll help if everybody. Hey, I muted you. You muted yourself. I muted you so we can have a conversation. Just give us 1 second, please. 1 second. I thought I was high. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm like, is it just me? I'm like, damn. I'm like, this damn drink is stronger
I was
than a
like, why do I
motherfucker.
still hear me?
I thought I had 2 mics on, bro. Honestly, I started taking.
I thought it was just me. I'm like, damn, I'm tweaking. I'm like, I had to get off. I'm like,
what's going on, bro?
this one got a little harsh. All right, let's try this again.
Oh, they are
Everybody mute yourself.
Hold on. Yeah, everybody mute themselves. What's your name? Like Ron Money? Just give us 1 second. I got you. I'm gonna cue you in. All right, here we go. I'm gonna mute myself. You go ahead. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Okay, can you hear me now? Good. I'll repeat again. It's almost 6 o'clock here in Cape Town. I want to say hi to Rila, JL, Anton, King, Ariel, and Courtney. Okay, I'd like to say this. I've been watching you guys for like 5 months now, and excuse my accent, I'm Nigerian. So, so I've been watching your show for like 5 months now. I've really learned a lot, and I must commend you guys by saying, yeah, Anton might have a lot of flags and all that, but I see Anton as like is the real rock there, you know, unshakable, unmovable, you know. And we need people like this in the society. I'm not just trying to say it because he's here, because I learned a lot just by watching him, and I've subscribed to all Anton's YouTube, you know, just to see that I learn from, you know, a couple of what he's trying to push through. Rila, you need to stop this jollof rice stuff. Okay, it's going to get someone killed someday. It's really going to get someone killed someday. And Courtney, it's nice to know you watched Hollywood. I'm really impressed. Never knew you had it in you. Shout out to you. And please, where's my little sister Kay? She's missing today. I mean, the show has been one-sided today. No, it's not. I love Kay. Don't get me wrong. I love Kay, but she brings a dynamic mix to it. We might not agree with what she says, but it makes the show spicy and all that. So I like to leave by saying one thing. The way you conduct yourself on the show, always bear in mind that there are young people watching. You are leaders. A lot of us watch you guys. A lot of my friends watch you guys. I shared the link around and all that. We all watch you guys. So whenever a discussion is going on, always have it at the back of your mind that people are learning from you. People are wanting to get stuff from you. You are leaders. I'm not trying to put all that on your shoulder, but it is what it is. So having said all that, I'm grateful for being on the show for the first time. I hope to make it other times. So with that said, I got to sleep. It's 6 a.m. now. So goodbye and catch you some other time.
Ron.
Yeah.
Dang, I'm
Dang, I'm
echoing.
echoing.
Who has the
Who
better
has the better
Jalo?
Jalo?
My King, can you switch off your camera so that I can answer him? Can you switch off your camera so I can answer Rilla?
I think he was talking about King.
Oh yeah, King. Well, I'll go with Nigeria. I just had to go with Nigeria. Nigeria, no, they carry last.
Listen.
But you are my brother. You are my
You're
brother.
my brother.
You are my brother. Anytime,
My
anything.
brother.
Yeah.
My best friend.
Yeah, you are my brother.
Why do I? I'm drowning.
No, I can hear you.
You can?
You are.
I can hear you.
I think it's just on our end.
No. King, you're in the
Please.
Yeah, it's just on our end. He hear us.
You're in the second place.
No, it's like poltergeist. It's like
King.
poltergeist.
No, King. Like I think he's actually calling from Nigeria, and there's like a delay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we had that problem last night.
He's in
Yeah,
take
so
time.
they're like 6 hours ahead of us. So it's like 6 a.m. there. But yeah, I appreciate you, Ron. Definitely appreciate you calling in. I'm glad we was able to make it work. It's hilarious though, man.
Hey man, shout out to all Anton. Come on, man. Don't front. Shout out to all the international support, man. That's an ongoing argument. The ongoing argument between Jollof with Nigerians and Ghanaians. King
I'm
know
about
what
to
the
try
business
this,
is.
man. I'm about to
King know what the
I ain't
business
know
is.
nothing about it until y'all start bringing it up.
It's
That's new to me.
it's a King. Come on now, bro.
What's going on, John? How you doing?
What's up, family?
Hey, welcome to the show. I know you ain't got no notes.
Come on with it.
I know you ain't got no notes.
I'm ready for this dissertation.
Always, man. Yeah, that's what they call it, dissertation. Yeah. I'm ready. Ready? All right.
Yeah.
In response to the statement, if a man feels like you're worth it, you don't even have to ask. I feel that context must be given as it was by the panel. It should be in a committed relationship and within your means. Also, because men aren't monolithic creatures, some things are left up to the individual to discern. I feel like anything outside of a committed relationship is tricking off. Now, I understand Anton doesn't acknowledge anything outside of marriage, but I just think that is out of touch with reality and the experience of most average people. Now, under the context of these things, I feel like yes, men will absolutely go above and beyond for their women. I think men aspire to please their mate a lot more than women of today. Courtney made a very valid point, as I do believe love languages are a thing, and what an individual needs to feel love is up to them. So sometimes we as men can be absent-minded of what a woman may want or need. Also, as Ariel stated, what people prioritize varies. So sometimes a woman needs to verbalize what she desires. Men aren't mind readers. Now, to touch on the definition of what is and isn't tricking off, once upon a time there was a simple understanding, and now it has become so complex. But society is an evolving thing, so I guess so too can the definition. But I'm from Florida, and as a Trick, JT Money, and even 8 Ball and MJG absolutely define what it means for me. The difference between arrogance and confidence can be simplified with a single word: humility. These words aren't synonymous. However, allow me to give some words that are synonymous with arrogant: pretentious, ostentatious, bumptious, haughty, pompous, prideful, self-assertive, and even cavalier. And while I agree with Anton, it's typically the viewers or spectators' issue. That don't mean let's fit the bill. Now, I agree with Rilla. There is room enough for both arrogance and confidence, especially when it comes to entertainment. Shout out to Anton. I will concede that sometimes people misinterpret statements made in confidence for arrogance. And to that, I say I'm only responsible for what I say, not for what you comprehend. Tact as a quality leader, in my opinion, is required. Yes, just because you have tact don't make you a great leader. However, all great leaders have tact. I think both King and Anton are approaching these relationships from a very unrealistic approach. The day-to-day hustle and bustle of life does not afford most couples, at least for us average people, the luxury, as Ariel stated, it was to approach relationships in the way these two men do. For one, they aren't average, and they're absolutely applying their non-average lifestyles of a minority base to that of the masses. Idealistically, most of us would like to have day-to-day updates and marry our best friend. But as a tradesman, I don't have that kind of time or energy, and most women I've courted don't either. A scheduled date to have this kind of dialogue is absolutely necessary for most of us average people. When it comes to love not being necessary in marriage, I think this can apply to non-believers and non-believers only. I don't want to preach, but the Bible says, husband, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, so that he might present the church to himself in splendor, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, that she might be holy and without blemish. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself, for no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it. My opinion, only an arrogant believer would say love is not required in a marriage.
Wow, that's crazy. I like that, John, because you say you don't have enough. You're in a trade and you don't have enough time to have the daily, conversations with your lady. So you prefer dates, but you had enough time to write that. So what I want to say to you is this.
Well, you assuming.
I want that to catch up to that. Thank you for laughing at that. So I wanted to catch up to that. So you had enough time to write that. So people make time for what they want to make time for, brother. That's my whole point of that joke, right? You made time to write that. If you want to make time for your lady, you can make time on a daily basis. We are not average. I don't know about Anton, but we don't live average lives because we had a mindset to say we don't want to be average. I know a lot of tradesmen that don't live average lives. They live amazing lives because they know what to do with the money that they invest, because those are the only jobs that's really secure no matter where you go, to be honest, right? So we can't stop making excuses. What I do is I want you to tell me, how can I inspire you so you can have an amazing life? You see, what Anton does, he lives an amazing life, and he says, catch up. Here's some gems, but catch up, because I'm not coming down here to talk to that population of people. I'm saying, I want to talk to that population of people. Let me know what I could tell you so you can live like Anton. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not going to.
King, on Orlando, you living that life too, though, fam. So don't.
I am.
Don't try to,
I am.
don't
I don't want to be braggadocious about it.
Yeah, but I mean, the truth is the truth. I mean, you living it the same way that I'm living it. So
the whole thing is, he's saying that we have unrealistic.
No, I feel you. I'm rocking with you.
We don't have unrealistic thing. We just saying we make time for what we want to make time for. You made time to learn a trade. I made time to go to school. You make time for what you want to make time for. You made time to write that down. You could have been using that to sleep. But you
no. We appreciate you writing that down.
Hold on. Now you. It was dope. It was dope. Nobody want. It was dope.
No. I'm not talking about that. But you're talking about sleep and all that. You don't know what my schedule's like. You don't know what my life.
I don't know your schedule, but you made time. You made time.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I'm going to go back to my original point. You make time for what you want, and you make sacrifices for the life that you want. So don't tell me it's unrealistic for you. Just say you don't want to do it.
Okay. So would you compare writing something in 20 minutes to having a conversation with your significant other about the future of where y'all going? You can have that in 20 minutes?
Absolutely. I do it every single day.
I don't do this, but I don't do this every single day.
No. But yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Listen, you have a timer, Ariel? You got a timer on your phone? I'm going to time me right now. Just time me right now.
Time you. Okay.
Ready? Tell me how long it takes to say this. I love you. How long does that take? No, hold on. How long?
You oversimplify. You are oversimplifying what y'all.
No, I didn't finish though. But I didn't finish.
Oh, you didn't finish? Okay, my bad.
I love you. How was your day? What's your response?
It was cool.
Give me a response. Any response. How was your day, Ariel?
Oh,
good.
It was good. Anything bother you? Anything bother you today? Anything happened to you that I need to know about?
No.
No? Okay. Listen. Tomorrow I'm free. Can we set up a time to meet up and do something that you would like to do?
Do you think that happens in majority of relationships?
I don't want to be in a relationship. That's the problem.
But what he's saying though is that if we're intentional, it does not take a whole lot of time for you to be intentional with
He said she
whatever it
robbed
is
his
that you're
daughter
trying
to
to solve.
Anton,
Yeah.
you are busy.
No,
gotta
real
deal with
talk.
reality.
Bro,
Too many
y'all are
busy ass
overthinking
things.
it.
One at a time.
Reality.
No.
One at a time.
You're not operating in
Listen,
Hey,
there's-
one at a time. One at a time.
Hold
one
on,
at a time.
y'all. There's nothing more than I love to disprove what King is saying. What I'm saying is that he is absolutely on the money. It's a lot of people that are in the house with their chick and they just like they ships in the night. They just sailing past each other.
Yeah.
But
Some
it
days
takes
you don't
very, very little intentional effort for you to really pay attention to what's going on in a relationship and then have those real good conversations that can change the dynamic of how things are going in your
Let me
relationship
tell you something.
in a short amount of time. He's
Anton,
right.
can I ask
He's
you a
right.
question? Anton, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, he's right though.
But Anton, do you spend anywhere from 10 to 13 hours outside of the house working at a job?
Yes, not working at a job, but I'll be outside. Absolutely. 1,000%.
Every day.
I'm in the streets every day. And you can ask like it's documented. Like as real, I'm in the streets every day, bro. I'm gone. I'm out.
No, but here's the thing. Here's Anton. Check this out. Because John wrote something beautiful. If I had the skills that he had to write something like that, and it was informative, but it was poetic, and I wrote something like that for my lady and left it on her bed, you know what impact that would have?
Absolutely.
You know what
did JR tell John last week?
You just lazy. I'm
No. But wait, King.
Wait, hold on.
You
assuming
relationship.
You are assuming. You assuming way too much.
Wait. What did JR?
Go ahead, Rilla.
What did JR tell John last week? What did he tell Vicious Dread last week? Huh?
Was that last week or week before last?
It was last week.
It was last week. What did he tell you, bro?
Well, he told me I should write more. Yeah, he did.
You need to write a book.
You nice.
Really tell your story.
You nice. So what I might have to do to spend money on girls and take them travel, you could probably do in one poem. And you probably feel the same way. And that's the
I will say you kind of right about that.
So you just being lazy. And a lot of girls on this panel, when they on this, I'm talking about Ariana Courtney. A lot of girls on this panel, when they talk about, hey, I need to go out. I can't have a man. I don't know how I could express love every day with intention. That's boring. I couldn't be with anybody like that. I can't.
We gotta.
And you boring. But if I
He
need
is absolutely right, bro. I mean, he's right. You make time for the things that's important to you.
I make time for my
He's
ladies.
right.
I make
He's
time
right.
for my ladies.
And I hate the fact that he's right now, but he's one. There is not one word that he uttered that I disagree with
I got
at
a
all.
question for King, man. I got a question.
I hear you, but I just still feel like it's out of touch with reality of most people.
It is because majority
I
of
can
people
say whatever
are not
you want to say. It's just out of touch with reality. Now you're assuming that I'm being lazy, and I'm not. I'm not in a relationship. I haven't been dating for quite some time. Now I've been I'm on the road a lot, stuff like that. My life has been just kind of moving, so I haven't even really done that. But when I was in a relationship, I mean, dude, with her working and I'm working, like Courtney, I think Courtney mentioned before, is coming home and she's talking about some female at work. You having these just small interactions and stuff like that. So I get where y'all saying it sounds good, but the reality is that does not happen. Now I'm gonna let y'all have it though. I'm gonna let y'all have it with y'all.
Fam, let me tell you something, bro.
Go ahead.
The relationship goes as you dictate it.
Yes.
And that's why I'm telling you, bro, when you the man that you supposed to be, I control the narrative, bro. Her emotions is gonna be driven based off of my interactions with her. I can set her on a path that ain't nothing or nobody gonna ever like get into her head or throw her off balance just because she's so in tune with the fact that I set her on her path that day and I made her feel like she was the greatest person in the world. You got to start controlling the narrative. You got to stop asking for permission, bro, and start asking for forgiveness.
Not
control the narrative, bro.
Anton,
Do you think, Anton,
sorry.
do you think men in relationship, married men, control their wives' emotions?
No.
Yes, I do. I do.
You? Oh
I
my
do.
God! All right. Well, okay.
I absolutely do.
I don't control my wife. I don't control my
Bro,
Not
you
control.
here it
I
is,
don't control my
Anton.
mood.
You may control your wife's emotions. That is not the average. That's not the
But
reality of the average
the
man.
problem is
Controlling
that
a woman's
the
emotions.
problem is that no, bro. Listen, I control her emotions based off of my actions, is what I'm saying. Right? I'm not literally controlling her emotions, but what I'm saying is that it's a lot of guys that have substandard mentalities when it comes to how it.
Can I
It's the
ask a
reason why.
question?
Listen, hold on, no. Real talk. I'm gonna just be real. It's the reason. Like, I can tell right away. Is like, you know, me and King joke or whatever like that. We got differences of opinion or different philosophies and which way, you know, the way that we think. But I can tell you right now, I can throw him in the pit in any city. You can throw me, take away my money in the pit in any city, and I bet you we gonna come up with the bag.
Right.
I bet you, no way, shape, because it's a mentality, and you can spot it immediately amongst people that move like lions. Like, we don't make excuses, we don't complain, we don't base our philosophy and the way that we move based off of what society is doing and whatever the modern way is. We just are winners, and when you win, you got a certain mentality of how you approach things. And I'm telling you, women respond to that. When you walk up to a woman, the number one thing that she gonna pay attention to is your confidence, bro.
Yes.
Like the way you move, the way you, everything matters, man. And you don't, the way you supposed to move, John, you don't subject yourself to the way that everybody else think. You got to subject yourself to the way that winners think. And men move differently when it comes to winning. Then we don't care about what other people is doing. We only care about being at the top.
Right. So my thing is this. When you're with a woman, right? And I always use this, I told you, little raindrops make an ocean. You should be telling your woman she's beautiful, she's brave, she's fearless, she's resilient, all these things before she even leaves the house. It doesn't take a second to say that. And when she comes back, you reaffirm that with her. See, what happens is we as black men are being very lazy when it comes to the mental and emotional welfare of our women.
But dude, you're not even in a relationship, and you speak it to me about how to
What do you mean I'm not in a
relationship, but you're not even in a committed relationship.
No.
So how can you speak to me
because number one,
and check me about what I'm doing?
No.
You don't really know what I'm doing.
Wait, hold on. So let me explain something to you.
Go ahead.
I don't have to be in a committed relationship to tell you how to respect and adore a woman. Do I need to? Let me know.
I'm talking about how. But we're talking about.
No. You're talking about that.
No.
I'm talking about there's no woman in my life that has ever said I never increased her confidence in her.
I mean, he right, regardless of whether or not he in a relationship or not. He right, bro.
Hey, King, let me ask you this. Is that simping or not?
No, that's not simping. When you pour into a woman emotionally and spiritually, that's what you're supposed to do.
When you're not in a relationship,
we're providers.
When you're not in a relationship, when it's not simping.
No. I'm not. Hold on, John, I'm not.
John, man, you got to change your mentality, bro.
I'm asking a question. I'm not.
Ask me what's the question.
I'm not asserting anything. I'm saying so. Even when you're not in a committed relationship or anything, and I guess these words of affirmation, as you saying, given that's.
Wait. Okay, hold on, King. Courtney. Have me and you had a ton of disagreements, publicly and privately?
Correct. We definitely
have. When I talk to you, how do our conversation go as far as how I communicate with you? Honestly, real talk.
Well, I mean, when we talk, it's never combative. We don't argue. We're not fighting or cussing. It's very controlled. It's always been very respectful.
How do I talk to you? Do I be like, hey, I rock with you?
Yeah,
what do
yeah.
You
you're very
how is it?
You're very affirming. So you're very affirming. Well, even on your last show, and I'm just, with me and you. And what can I do? What can we do? So very affirming. Which
I'm telling you,
I will
admit, you don't have to be
now, but okay.
All right.
Hold on. It wasn't that I wasn't emotional, even with talking to you on a few times, because I definitely was. However, you did dictate how the conversation was going to go and how I was going to be emotional towards you. So because you dictated that, I was able to hold back and speak to you non-emotionally and kind of think, okay, maybe I need to rethink. So it wasn't that my emotion changed. It was you, but that's because you're a great conversationalist.
Right.
You know how to that's you, Anton.
Right. So what
But
happened?
see, the reason why I'm using this as an example is to support King's his argument, and I'm trying to help John understand that those words of affirmations and a way in which you communicate with women is universal. It don't have nothing to do with just because you're in a relationship. You move a specific way, no matter what it is that you're doing, bro.
Well, I will.
I
Since you
received
put it in them terms, Anton, I will agree. You're very affirming.
Hold on, like I think John said it. John said he received it.
I received that. I received it.
When we got on here, I don't know if it's Willow or JR. He said, "Courtney, I love your lipstick."
Oh, that was me.
When I came up here, I said, Ariel, I said, "Wow, you." I said, I remember she's beautiful. You're married, so it's not even like that. But you're my love, right? I call her my love. I don't even know this woman. We are not really being emotionally and mentally and spiritually kind to our woman. We're not. Every day you see a black woman, like we want them to smile at us, we need to give them compliments every time without asking for their number, without trying to have sex with them.
Talk about it.
You're gorgeous. That's it. That's all I want to tell you. I don't want to do anything else. Oh, I love your dress. Send them some drinks. They want to know your name. It doesn't matter. I don't want to tell them my name. That's just for them. That's what we do. That's what me and my crew do. I don't know what everybody else do, but if we don't start doing that, that's why they don't fuck with us.
I ain't sending no drinks, King.
Huh?
I'm not sending no drinks.
I'm sending drinks.
Not sending no
I'm
drinks.
sending drinks. Y'all look good. Y'all came in. Y'all look better than every girl. Y'all look better than every crew in here. Here's some drink.
But one of the things that he's emphasizing is just that it's just a vibe. Like our vibe and how we move is not based off of what everybody else is doing. It's just that we just dope. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean anything. Like we gonna pour into people, we gonna have a good time, you know, and that's why people enjoy being around those type of people, because we just move. We're not, how our movements are is not dictated by how everybody else. We control the narrative. We gonna turn the vibe into a certain type of way. We want people to have fun. We want to have, you know what I'm saying? And that just translates. It's universal, bro. The majority of communication don't even have nothing to do with what you're saying out your mouth. It's how you move. You gotta move.
Y'all friends now. It was a song that went, girls just want to have fun. You can't have fun if you don't feel pretty, you don't feel wanted, you don't feel empowered. You can't. Girls want to have fun. So make them feel good and they're going to come your way. And it's sad because, John, you were a great writer. So I don't know why you think like that. It shocks me, to be honest with you.
Hold on. I kind of want to hear from John a little bit. I know you've been listening. I know you say received it. What are your thoughts right now? Final thoughts.
Well, he was right. Like, I mean, because he talked about being a reformed, person who used to trick off. You talked about that in the beginning.
Yep.
Am I right, King?
That's right. Yes, I was.
I mean, I done learned from that. I mean, at one point, but you was also right. Like my words, oftentimes, they get me a lot further than money do. And I mean, I have a trade. I'm a truck driver, so I make decent money. But
I gotta talk to you about that too. I got my trucking car. I gotta talk to you about that, but that's another time. All right.
Oh yeah, all right. But I mean, like I said, I heard what Anton had to say. I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but I do receive some of the stuff. Like I was actually legit listening, so I'll take some time to reflect on it.
We rock with that.
We need that book, fam.
Y'all got me to talk outside of my monologues. That's the first time. But
oh yeah, man. I appreciate it. I said a whole other side of you, man, which is good, man. That's these are talks we gotta have, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I miss Kay on the panel too, man, because I like her energy, even though she may have that vibe. But I mean, I kind of miss her presence.
Yeah, shout out to Kay.
Yeah, but y'all be easy, man.
All right, be easy, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for the constant support too, man. I'll go ahead and write that book. Quit playing.
For real.
I'm
buying it.
All right. Now we got a few more callers real quick, man, and then we got 4. Then that'll be it, y'all. What's going on, Teron? You're on mute.
Am I going first or am I waiting?
Oh, you know what? I'm tripping.
You got
yeah. I got somebody else on. Go ahead, Rojos.
What's up, JR? What's up, panel, everybody? Real quick, can y'all hear me good or no?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. I wanted to talk about the first topic where you guys said if it's worth it or if you're worth it, do you have to ask? I was always taught you ask for what you want and you notice what you get. Communication is always the key. That's how I was raised. As far as how often you should, should couples talk? Originally, I was like, man, I put in the chat 3 months is a good time frame to kind of revisit certain things, make sure everything is good. But after Anton and King was talking, I agree. Every day is definitely important. I think naturally you probably ask your woman, how was your day, all that stuff. But every day is definitely going to keep the relationship flowing properly, in my opinion, after Anton and King's advice. I wanted to touch on what the guy Frank was saying as far as the 2 cups of water. You got a half a cup on both ends. I think what he's not understanding in his own example is sometimes you can pour all that you have into somebody else and be left with nothing. I was married for 10 years, like Rilla. I did a 10-year bid, bro. Shouts out to you. I know that feeling, bro. When you got to watch what you say and what you do because of your kids. I got 4 kids with my ex, 3 of them girls. So I know exactly what you're going through, brother. But as far as Frank, sometimes you can pour everything you got into somebody and they'll never appreciate it to the point where you have nothing. And you literally have to start over. That's why it was very important for TLA to check E Black a couple weeks ago when he said, nah, she can't have everything. You can't give up all that you have, man. You gotta maintain who you are, stay on your square, and make sure they align with what you got going on. Because at the end of the day, as men, what I've realized is it don't matter how much you do that's right. They can do one thing that's wrong, and you gotta fix it as a man. It's never up to the woman to fix the things that go wrong, even if it's them that made the mistake, if you will. What else? Oh, Kay. Man, Kay not here tonight. Definitely missed her energy. I think Kay is misunderstood. I actually mentioned this to her in the group. The thing I think y'all don't understand about Kay is smart. She's really, really smart. But that's what gets in Kay's way. Kay don't have the natural common sense, if you will, to understand what it is y'all be trying to get her to understand, or necessarily to understand what the topics are on. She always needs substance. And that's what gets in Kay's way as far as just answering questions and whatever the case may be. But the thing about Kay is it's her intelligence that gets in her way. I don't know if you guys have ever met people that sometimes they're too smart for their own good. That's what Kay, in my opinion, that's what her issue is. But that's all I wanted to say. Love the show. Been watching for a few months now. Man, y'all keep rocking. Do what y'all do.
Is it Rojo or Rojo?
Rojo, like red.
Nah, it's Rojo.
Rojo. Okay.
Yeah,
what's your join in the Facebook group, man?
What's what?
Are you comfortable with giving it out? What's your name in the Facebook group?
I'll hit you up.
Okay, all right. And then listen. So no, because I really want to know. I like to know who I'm talking to and interacting with in the Facebook group.
Yeah, gotcha.
The Facebook group is Gladiator School. Do not come in there. Do not play around
man.
if you ain't about that action. It's gonna
Bro,
be
I didn't get called gay. I didn't been called everything.
It's gonna be some furniture moving in that Facebook
I told one
group.
of the chicks that called me gay, I said, you put your best picture up and I'll put my picture up with my girl.
Oh,
and
I think I know who you is now. I think I know who you is.
She blocked me, bro. But hey, it is what it is.
But wait, listen, I want to go back to this point though, because if a man feel like you're worth it, right, you don't even have to ask. And I think what we're talking about is that thin line between tricking and taking care of your woman, right? So, would you say as a man, prophet, priest, king, protector, provider, so on and so forth, that, most of the time your woman, based on how she presents herself and you value her, she don't even have to ask for nothing. Like you already at it, giving her what she needs or what she wants.
My thing is, if it's your woman, whether it's your wife, your girl, your fiance, whatever. In my situation, it's fiance. Is it tricking? If it's your girl?
If you're asking me, I'll say no.
I mean, I'm not saying just, I think King earlier said give her the bag. Nah, because sometimes they can be irresponsible with that bag. So I think there's levels to it. But if it's your woman, I mean, my woman might say different, but I would like to think she ain't got to ask for much.
I think E Black said on it too, like it's investment, right? And when you invest, sometimes you buy on the dip. No, I'm just saying. Sometimes
I got love for E Black, but that dude was on one tonight.
No. Well, Blizzy is Blizzy, but what I'm saying is, it's an investment. It's an investment, right? And sometimes in those investments, you buy on the dip, and the price goes up, and then sometimes yesterday's price is not today's price. It is what it is.
I think it depends on the woman as far as what you're willing to do for her. In my opinion, I would definitely say the man I am now, I definitely wasn't that dude in my marriage because I didn't marry right. I was 25. I wasn't, in my opinion, ready for what it is I made a decision for. I thought I was doing the right thing, starting a family, marrying her, all this, that, and the other, and it backfired. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I made the mistake, and I have to, rebound from that, or had to rebound from that. So at this point, I think it depends on the woman to answer your question as far as, what you're willing to do for her.
Yeah. All right, Rojo, we gotta keep the chat moving. Not the chat, but
I got you. Yeah. Y'all have a good night, man.
All right.
You too, fam.
Appreciate you.
Shout out to the chat. I'm in here with y'all.
What's going on, Teron? You on mute again. You on mute. I'm gonna take you off. I got you. You good now.
Yep. How y'all doing tonight?
What's going on?
Yep, great show. I'm gonna give a little bit of pushback on this chicken if you got it thing, right? The question, if a woman is worth it, she shouldn't have to ask. In my world, right now, she better ask. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I wanted to get a little bit of feedback. So I'm going to say, I spent a lot of time building what I have right now. And I'm not rebuilding this thing again. So if you're pretty and you're physically fit, that's not enough. Because if you really want to merge with me, come into my world, then I feel like you got to protect what I built. You got to be that person. So I'll give you an example. I'm dating this woman. She likes to sit at the computer and look at trips. Hey, babe, there's a such and such to Hawaii. Hey, babe, look at this new bag. That's such and such. Oh, my sister got one of these. Hey, babe. And I'm just sitting there on the couch and I'm saying to myself, first, she's not my wife. Secondly, if I want to go on a trip, I will plan the trip. I'm definitely going to make the decision, but you're not going to make it for me. And the reason why I say that is because I remember being the person that would be like, here, because I just, easy come, easy go. But I work hard for my money. I'm not rebuilding my bank account because I meet this fly chick. And now I'm rebuilding my bank account because I just spent X of tens of thousands of dollars trying to seal the deal. Am I wrong in feeling like that?
You're absolutely not wrong in feeling like that. But you got to understand with that mindset and behavior, you are going to attract certain women. And with my mindset and behavior, I'm going to attract certain women. Doesn't mean my women are better than yours and your women are better than mine. It just means we are going for different types of women. Your woman, you probably want to attract someone who's fiscally responsible. because you value your money and you value your money because you worked hard for it. Me, I want to attract someone who appreciates experiences, right? And one of a kind experiences. So you're right. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing, but with every choice, there's an invoice. As long as you're willing to pay for that, that's okay. I'm willing to pay for mine. I might attract the parasite. I might, because of the way I'm moving. But I could handle that. I could handle that. And you might attract someone that says, you know what? That might think like you. And if you have two people that think like you, she might not want to be able to team up with you with certain things because she's like, I work hard for this. I don't want to team up with nothing. What's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. I don't want a woman that thinks like that around me. I really want a woman that.
I don't want one like that.
Okay.
I'm thinking a little differently. I'm thinking more so because we got this new thing, we're chasing bags and we're doing all of this Instagram living, if you will.
Right.
So and then it's like, okay, is it really realistic? And is it and I'd like to ask one of the ladies, is that really realistic? Like, say for instance, everybody want to be 6 figures this, 6 figures that. Okay, fine. But that's not even a lot of money.
That's not a lot of money.
So you could easily trip on a crack in the sidewalk and be flat broke.
Straight up, especially if you live in New York.
I'll ask the ladies a question. Would you rather have a man that makes sure that the house is good? If something happens, we're good. We got insurance. We got, we got good savings. If we want to go to Hawaii, we can go to Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? We plan for it. Would you want a husband that we're good, we're stable, we're good? Or would you want
make sure you guys keep your responses brief. We gotta.
Or would you want somebody that's just
speed through this a little bit quicker?
Just like opens up his bank account, it's like because he likes you. So he's like, here. But at some point, even you might say, man, this man probably spent all his money. I know he's only a truck driver or he's only a whatever, and he spent all this money on me. Would you at some point feel it's an obligation if you really like this man to say, whoa, I don't need $3,000 bags. I don't need, you didn't have to do all of this. But he thinks just because he likes you that he has to do that because that's what Instagram told him he got to do. I just want some feedback.
If he can afford those things, material, he should be able to afford to take care of the house as well.
Right.
So why would I not date a man that takes care of the house and able to give me a bag? I mean,
but
I don't see a woman that would say that.
There's a dollar figure attached to that. There's a dollar figure, right? So the dollar figure, let's say to be able to do all of that, the dollar figure is above 6 figures. It's more like 7 figures or you know what I mean? There's a dollar figure attached to that.
No, Mr. Tibbs, I'm going to keep it real with you. I get what you're saying because of the Instagram and what it's paying to society with these Chanel bags and these trips to Cyprus and Morocco, Marrakech and Indonesia, Bali, whatever, right? But you can have moments and be luxurious for cheap, right?
Oh, I know. I do it all the time.
Yeah, so you can still give a woman and handle your business, give her a place to stay, insurance and everything, and still give her that life. You might not be able to do it at the how can I say the quantity of a man that's a millionaire, but you can still provide that, right? And if a woman cares about you, she's gonna wait for you to provide that for her. If she cares about you, she doesn't have to. If she tells you I need it now, that's a problem. When girls ask me, and they ask me all the time, I just have this word trick on my forehead. They go, yo, when you gonna buy me a Chanel bag? Or when you gonna take me to Baccarat to get a spa treatment? And I go, when you gonna give me sex? That's rude, right? It's rude for you to ask me to tell me what to do with my money. It's like it's rude for me to tell you what to do with your body. Right? That's how I treat them. See, when you deal with guys like me, yeah, we're gonna spend, but there's a price. There's a price. And if you're not willing to pay that price, then go and deal with someone that's not going to give you the lifestyle that you want. And that's just how I'm moving.
I think so. So I think you're making it's a difference, right? Because all right, I'll say put it like this. You got two people that got the same bread. They both are millionaires. You got one that moves this way, you got one that moves that way.
Right.
So I'm not saying like, somebody's up here so they can afford it. Like Courtney said, oh, you're up here. You got it. She gave the typical response of a woman. You got it.
Right.
So what you saying you can't afford it now? That's what's going to come next. No, it's not that I can't afford it. It's the fact that you're not being fiscally responsible with my bread, so you're not her.
I'm not going to lie to you.
That's not what I said, and that's not how you came with the question. You asked me, what would you prefer, a man that just takes care of the home, or a man that is more financially capable or is really doing that and getting you a bag?
No.
I mean, I don't.
It's the same. You maybe didn't receive it that way, but it's the same thing.
All right, Tiff, we got to finalize. I got to move on.
It's
to
not
the
the
next.
same. That means someone is making more money that's able to do things for you, and majority of women are going to go for that particular thing. It's the same type of guy, but he's able to do more.
That's my point. That's the wrong message that we're giving them.
No, it's the correct message.
Really. My chick gonna have everything. My chick goes shopping every single day, and she busts down the stores. She have a good time, and my lights are still on, and we got healthcare coverage, and we got life insurance.
Let me ask you a question.
My daughter go to the best schools.
And we got to Tibbs, man. We got to bring this to an end.
Yep, Anton, can you give your wife the card with access to the million?
What access to the what?
And trust her. Can you give your wife the card with the access to $1 million cash and trust her with that card?
My wife got every single password, and we got it all. She got every single thing that I ever.
That's what I'm talking about. You got to be able to do that. And is she going to go out and spend the whole $1 million and say, you know what, you got it? What's the problem? She's not going to.
But my point is that you speaking from your example that you used was talking about a girlfriend that just was sleeping with you. I'm talking, but my point is that that's why I differentiate that's why I separate the idea between a wife and a chick that you're just talking to, right? I married this girl. We in this for life. She's completely aligned. She moved according to my drum. I set the standard and I say, hey, it's a time to shop. It's a time to go ball. It's a time, and then it's time to grind or whatever. Buckle down. Look, we about to get to this bag, whatever, so on and so forth. The point that I'm making is that y'all people are conflating it, and they think that you can take a single relationship mindset into a marriage, and it's a difference. It's a completely different mindset that you have to have in order to be married. And so, I have to separate the two, and that's why I can't speak to it from the perspective of a person that just get in a relationship or is talking or dating and single, because we so in tune with one another, and I don't worry about whether or not she's spending money or anything like that. She get it. We rocking. She can get anything that she want. Anything she want. It ain't no limits to what my chick can get.
All right.
Any car she wants, she get it.
I'll leave it there, but I'm scouting. And as I scout, that's the type of woman I'm looking for to marry. I'm not looking for to marry the one that's moving a certain.
But Teron, so hold on, Dre, don't kick him off. But didn't you say that you was into polygamy in the first place? Was that you?
Polygamy? No, I ain't never said that.
I thought you said that you was into having multiple chicks.
No, that was you thinking about Talib.
I'm sorry.
No,
you think about
my bad. It was a whole nother guy. My bad.
A whole nother team.
My bad.
Yeah, I'm standing firm on what I believe, because I spent so much money messing around. I spent so much money, and now I'm like, you know what? It's time for me to build something, and I'm not rebuilding it again. So whoever.
My bad. I had the wrong guy.
In marriage, I know I could trust her and say, here, and she'll be able to do what she wants. Because I know, or I want to pick the right one that I know she's not going to just wipe out the bank account.
But here's the key, though. I groom my chick. I mean, she was very, very much, and I say this all the time, the prototypical of what everybody says a red flag for what a chick is. She was born in the hood, single mother, didn't know her father, all of this other type of stuff. She came on my platform and said all of this stuff. I groomed her to be the woman that she is today. I control the narrative. And she fell into my program because she recognized the real dude when she seen one. And she said, I ain't never letting you. I was on the live stream and she just impromptu and people was asking questions like, Rita, what will happen if you ever divorced Anton? Wouldn't you take it all? And she said, I ain't never divorcing Anton. She said, I don't care if Anton tried to leave. I don't care if he got another chick. I'm always going to be point as far as making sure that I protect him. He is the purpose. She subjects herself to me 1,000%. I don't have that. I don't have the same problems that the rest of these dudes have, bro.
Yo, that's crazy. I'll never forget. My mother walked into the room one day and she said, you should always respect your father because the way he took care of me. My father brought her from Ghana, put her to nursing school, and she said, I don't care if he wanted someone else. I'm with that man. That man has a purpose. So it's like I understand what Tips is going through, and a lot of women go through this too. It's called relationship trauma. When women get their heart broken, it's hard for them to love again. When men waste money on a woman, it's hard for them to trust a woman again. That's why a lot of men who were married don't want to get married again. They don't want to go through that divorce. They don't want to share stuff again. They don't want to do that. Something happened where you trusted the wrong woman with your money and resources, and you don't want to do it again. Because I don't understand why would you want your partner, your life partner. I don't
think that's the case. I think I'm just at a space where I'm not starting over again. So where I'm going, you're either going this way with me, or I'm not spending a whole lot of time with you. I'm going to move on. And I'm like, that's just been my flow lately. I'm not spending a whole lot of time with you. But when you're the one, yeah. I mean, I just took a chick, like not even a year ago, we went to, before the pandemic, I went to Miami. We had 5-star everything. I spent, I don't know, in a couple of days, came back, and I don't even mess with her like that.
Why?
I did it because I wanted to do it.
But why you don't mess with her?
Because I just don't. I don't. She wasn't the one. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with her. So it's nothing for me to do it. The idea is that I have to know that this is the one. I have to know that for me to be like, okay, come into my house, come live with me, or anything like that. I need to know that she's the one. She can't have access to the security codes if I had some. You know, that's
all right, Tibbs. We gotta move on.
I don't know. It's another conversation. Thank you. Anyway, have a good night.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, you can get flights to Miami for like $40, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What's
Like,
going on, Glenn? It's Rogers. Appreciate the. Hey, you guys coming on? Make sure y'all keep it brief. We're gonna run through. We got.
I keep it brief. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I think King said something earlier about meaning the ladies who kind of get a certain status quo with education and making money, that is not a lot of qualified men for them. And I know Anton, he preaches a lot about being protectors and providers and stuff. So what qualifies a man to be a husband? And I ask that because I know a lot of average dudes that became above average, but they married women who would be considered high level of education. They made more money than them, but they got together. I'm thinking about a family member in particular. He started a business, a detail car washing business, and he watched like one of the Dallas Cowboys players football. He washed his car, and now he washed all their car. They introduced him to the Mavericks, so he became above average. But his wife, when they started, she was above average. She had a degree, he didn't. She made more money, he didn't. And it's kind of the same thing for me and my wife. She made more money than me, but now she doesn't. So I'm just wondering what qualifies a man to be a husband.
Well, so Mr. Rogers, I'm not a husband, but I could tell you what I learned from my parents' relationship. They've been married for over 45 years, close to 50.
Mm-hmm.
When did you meet your wife? How old were you and she?
Well, we've known each other basically all our lives, but we didn't start dating until we was adults.
Oh, dope, like what, 21, 22?
We dated. I was 28, but she was much younger. So
okay, all right. So with that being said, a lot of people forget about this thing called time, right? There's two types of qualified men, right? You got men that meet their wives at a young age, and those people are willing to grow with each other, right? And then you got these men that become who they are, like me at 41, and we didn't grow up with no particular one woman to build something with. And the women that we encounter who are older don't have the luxury to go through 5 or 10 years of vetting or courting or dating. They don't have the luxury, right?
Yeah.
They need the man to have it like it is when they meet them, right? So when a woman decides to go to 4 years of school, 3 years of law school, 4 years of school, 2 years of MBA, 4 years of school, and probably 5 to 6 years of medical school, what happens is when she graduates with those degrees and those salaries, she doesn't have time to gamble on potential. This is why I say it minimizes the amount of men they could choose from, because they're at an age where the biological clock is not ticking, it's pounding. It's pounding, right? And they can't gamble with potential. So if you can't gamble with potential, that means the selection pool of qualified men is smaller. Does that make sense, ladies, or no?
Yeah, I was just wondering, though, when you said that, would you say that that's a good thing for them, though?
No.
Go ahead.
Is it a good thing? Say again. Is it a good thing?
Would you say that's a good thing for the ladies that say, "Oh, I don't have time to go on potential"? Because I would think, and I know this to be factual, that there are some men who make less money than women. Like I know a lot of successful women who make a lot of money, but they're in a lot of debt. They got a lot of credit card bills and shopping habits, and there are average men who make less, but they are very good with their money. They got savings and stuff. So that's why I was asked. Maybe he don't look like he's the potential, but is that a good thing that they look at an average guy and be like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. And some women don't even do for money. Some women date men for prestige. Like I don't care if he has money, but is he a politician? Oh, that looks good on paper, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying to you, it's not wrong or right. It's her prerogative.
Gotcha.
It's her prerogative. If she wants to say, I only want to deal with certain men, we can't hate on girls for that. I would never hate on a woman that said, I only want to date this particular man. I'm just going to tell her, do you know the consequences that come with that? Because you might pass on someone who will love you, but he only makes 40,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm done, but I would just want to hear Anton's thoughts on that as well. And that's it for me.
What's the requirements for a man?
No, I was just saying kind of that thing where
why are men answering what qualifies a man to be a husband?
Because I'm a man.
Right.
I get that. But like, shouldn't women's perspective matter?
No.
I would love to hear what Courtney thinks. That's all I'm thinking.
Well, I understand what you're saying, Ariel, because here's the thing. You want to know what qualifies as a husband. Well,
women are married.
When you want to hear what women think.
I would answer that.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
would answer that to say that. Oh, go ahead, Anton.
I didn't finish, you guys. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
If I were to ask you what qualifies a wife, I'm going to get a man's perspective. If you want to know what women want in a husband, why wouldn't you want to ask a woman?
Because y'all don't control access to marriage.
Maybe not, but here's the thing. Because we keep saying that. However, we keep seeing men asking women in their hand in marriage, and all these women, well, I was engaged and I broke it off. Why?
But that's the exact reason, though, why I don't think you would ask a woman, because you hear so many different things that are unhealthy. And of course, it's not all women, but some women might think that a good husband is a dude that can just spend money on her, and that be her main purpose for finding a husband. I need somebody to spend a lot of money on me, and I know that to be true. And I don't think that's out of the world, that you probably know people or ladies that are like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So if women are saying honestly that they want a man to provide, and it's looking like it's financially, and women are not saying we're not hypergamous. Matter of fact, you have women saying they are with their mate for money. So then that's what women are saying.
Let me give you an example. A man that's actually on his purpose don't really care what women looking for in a husband.
Fact.
Like a man,
I agree.
a man that becomes what it is that he's supposed to be. His number one objective is not to be chasing women. It's to be chasing checks, chase your purpose, chase growth, chase everything that does not revolve around women. You need to be focused on things that have nothing to do with women because women come with it. You're never gonna find a shortage of women for an awesome dude. We control access to marriage. Why would we care about what y'all thought?
So I definitely think two things could be correct at the same time. Because just because you're an awesome dude, and we say this all the time on the platform, awesome men are not with women. And it's not because all awesome men are just neglecting or rejecting us. Women are rejecting good men. Why?
No, they're
It's not
not.
because you're just always on your purpose.
The men
Sometimes
at the top
and
of the top.
it's okay. And it's okay to get a woman's perspective as well. Why not?
Would we care? Because men at the top, we don't have a problem with women rejecting us. The only people that's complaining about women rejecting them is men that's not getting to it.
Facts.
I don't know any guy that's winning.
How many
that's
men are
complaining
really
about
getting
women.
to it? If majority of men are making
But see, that's now you get into the root of the problem.
But
Is
here's
that we
the-
asking the wrong questions.
Okay.
The question should be, how come men aren't on their purpose and why they paying so much attention to what women are asking for instead of spending more time being dedicated to becoming the best version of themselves?
Yeah.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
That's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
cooking.
There's value in knowing what your spouse wants. So on one hand, you're saying you don't want to hear what women want, and then on the other hand, it's I'm going to talk to her and invest in her
and
every
see
day.
what she wants.
Which
Yeah,
is it?
that's true. It's a contradiction.
Hold on.
Ariel,
Would
you
you-
had-
would you-
contradictory.
Ariel, you had
Would you-
Ariel, you had a good point because I remember I had an argument with Anton about him being a leader and not listen to he said I do what I want and the woman follows suit. But now getting to know him a little bit better, it's not that we as the type of men that we all are or aspire to be, if you're doing your thing, you're going to attract a certain type of woman. And she's going to fit into your program. And if she's fit into your program, you are going to be concerned about her needs and you're going to have these discussions. But the first step is she has to fit into your program. She has to identify you as a man with purpose.
I agree with that.
And on top of that, I think from what I heard on the ladies, the number one thing that they ask of a man is that he's able to lead. So if he's leading, y'all want him to have the plan for the family and stuff like that. That
So
really
this
doesn't
goes to-
involve. That really doesn't involve.
What'd you say, Ariel?
So it's saying, yes. So this goes back to asking women what they would like. A woman who wants to be a wife and a woman who is wifey material, not just women in general. So that's what you're saying. So if you ask a woman who has a good head on her shoulders what she would like, probably some of the answers you're going to get are what you're saying. Like, yes, a man who's on his purpose. A woman who doesn't say that doesn't really want a husband.
Right.
She's not really a wife. So that's what I was getting at, is that why is it not being, the question not being posed to women at all? And we're just ignoring what they want.
Ariel, I don't think women want to be, I don't think a lot of women want to be wives. They just don't want to be alone.
Hey.
No, here's the key. Here's the key.
They don't want to be alone. They scared of being alone. They don't care about.
I disagree with that because majority of women that are in long-term relationships are always hitting. I mean,
They
women
wanna
will
be
get married.
married.
They want women want
wanna
to
be
be
married.
married. We want to be wives. We want to be married.
Because when they're wives and they're married, that means they're not alone.
That's not
Y'all
true.
missed it.
I can be in a whole relationship with you for multiple years. I have to give you ultimatums. I'm sorry.
I said, you get me, Rilla? Because he agreed.
Yeah, you're missing
That don't
what
mean
he's
he's
saying.
right just because he agreed.
It's
Listen
not.
to-
Listen, it's not whether I'm right, and it's not a right or wrong conversation.
Right.
The point that he's making is very valid in the sense that you do have women. Let's say they adjust their expectations, and they adjust their expectations to the point that to what King is saying is that they just don't want to be alone.
Like it has nothing to do with being a wife and assisting that man in fulfilling his purpose. It has nothing to do with being a wife and being the help me or the support system.
Right.
It has nothing to do with that. They just want to be alone, and that exists. That's all I was acknowledging.
That's not true. And I think sometimes the issue is that you guys hate when women speak about men and what we say what men want. And then you constantly say, listen to us. We're telling you what we want, but you're not listening to us. You're assuming it. So now look at what you guys are doing. Me and Ari as women, we're telling you women want to be married. Do we know how? Do we know how to make ourselves marriageable and wives? That's the issue that we're seeing with Black women, but it doesn't mean that we want to get married. We don't want to get married. So therefore, you'll see women that will stay in a forever relationship.
Right.
Because that man ain't proposed to her. She might have said some stuff and try to hint it at those things, but he's not giving her what he wants. So what she is like, well, then I'll just stay because don't nobody else want me.
Right.
But she does want marriage. It's just her insecurity sometimes.
Courtney, you said the same thing I said. You just said it.
No. Oh, okay. But that's some. That's not majority. What I'm trying to tell you, majority of women want to get married. When we are little girls, it is planted in our heads of our wedding day when we're 5.
Yeah, I don't know too many women that don't want to be a wife.
No. You're not hearing what I'm saying. No one says no woman wants to get married. I'm saying why they want to get married.
Well, King, I'm saying I would push back.
They don't want to be alone. They don't want to die alone.
No, King. I would push back further and say most women want the wedding ceremony
more than marriage.
They don't want the marriage. That's different.
They fantasize about that. Like you said, since a little girl, they dreamed about a wedding, right?
Roger, you don't agree?
I'm just saying, in my experience, and I'm speaking from the average guy experience. I don't know too many women who don't want to be married, who don't want wedding.
Why?
This is what I'm saying. No, this is what I'm saying. I haven't met a woman that says, "Oh, I want to." They only talk about the wedding. They want to talk about being held in the bed. They want to talk about having sex with their husband. They want to talk about kids. Those things are marriage. Like they want all of that. They want everything. They
I
want
honestly
the
think
wedding.
it's just based off our experiences, man. What we know.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
We're gonna keep going around in circles.
Just from me. Yeah,
like these are just opinions, they're not facts. But I think people get the picture, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Roger. We're gonna move through.
All right, man. Appreciate
you the support, man. Thanks for coming on.
Appreciate it.
All right, come through. We got 2 more after this one, y'all. 2 more. What time is it? 2 more. What's going on, Mr. Rucker? Hey, keep it brief, man. Keep it brief. Okay.
Why you kick him out?
I didn't kick him out. That was all him.
You was finna say.
That was all him. Matt Turner, what's going on?
Peace, y'all. How y'all doing? Yeah, what up, Rella?
Hey, Turner, we got to keep it brief, all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, peace, Anton. Courtney, Ariel. Hey, listen. It was a bunch of subjects. I didn't even think I was gonna get on tonight because I'm working. I'm on the rig tonight. I ain't have my liquor tonight, you heard? But hey, but to what you was just saying, Ariel, the reason that men don't necessarily have to be concerned with what the women want, as far as like when we're asking what does a woman want in a husband, is the same reason that basketball teams, the players have to be concerned what the basketball owners are looking for. The basketball owners don't have to be concerned with what the basketball players want. We have a lucrative or a profitable deal for you. You take it or you don't, but we're going to find another player. So women have to be concerned because you guys outnumber us. And I don't know the whole statistics. I'm not that guy. But what I'm saying is because you guys outnumber us so much, you're trying to be chosen. You're trying to be that 1 out of 40 or that 1 out of 30. You need to know what you need to do to compete. We're not trying to compete. It ain't enough of us to compete. It's enough of us for all of us to get married and still have women left over. So
there's more men on the earth.
Right.
There's more men on the earth than men.
I just want to point one thing out. So what you're missing,
there's more men on the earth than women.
I never heard. I never heard that.
It is true.
I just add
I never heard that.
I just want to add one important point here that we're missing. So the other half of that is that if the basketball teams did not offer what the player wanted, if they didn't offer the millions, they wouldn't do it.
Okay, so there was a guy. I don't watch sports. I don't know his name like that. But
You're absolutely right.
he just over evaluated himself. He got like 85 million.
I can see
Thought
that.
he was gonna get it. Tried to play hardball. End up getting 5 million.
Okay,
So I'm just saying.
It goes both ways. That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't go both ways.
Okay, I'm a female basketball player.
That's great.
A man of my age is still playing basketball. Why? Because it's lucrative.
Right.
They did not have enough money to offer me to keep me playing and bruising up my body. So I said, I'm done. So it goes both ways.
We know that female basketball players get paid way less than men. We know this. So you probably could go get a master's, a doctor or something and make way more money as a doctor at something than being a basketball player. However, that's not the case for men. But the point still stands in that if that's your chosen profession as a man, right? The team, Robert Kraft is not too much worried about what you want. You want what we got. We got a pool, a sea of players that are vying for our. No, I think you're missing it. We have a sea.
I'm listening to you.
We have a sea of players every year that apply for the NFL Combine. They want what we have. We are the bag. Like we got what you want.
I get that. But if you didn't have it,
but they do. That's a non-starter because they do have it. So we don't even have to go
but
there.
Not all men have that. Is what I'm saying.
That's my point. But hold on. That's my whole point. Is that we need to pivot from having conversations about what women want instead having conversations on how we can get more men to get it. And that way it actually benefits women more often than not, or to actually help y'all more because you'll have a greater pool of more awesome people to be able to,
bottom line,
you know what I'm saying, be selected from. The goal shouldn't be trying to figure out what women want. The goal should be trying to figure out how we can level up men.
Anton, I want to add to that, and I'm gonna let it go, JR. So y'all were talking about the Bible earlier, right? And I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in Christ as my savior. With that said, I'm gonna say that before Eve was presented to Adam as a wife, God gave him his purpose and his mission. So when we're talking about what qualifies a man as a husband, the first thing you need to know is what is your purpose and your mission. Adam had his marching orders from God before he got a wife. Take care of this garden. Take care of this garden. He named all of the animals on the earth before Eve was even created. This is your purpose. So if you trying to come into this and you trying to find your way and ask, well, baby, what we gonna do today? My wife didn't marry me because I had money. My wife married me fresh out of prison. My wife married me because I laid forth a vision to her and said, this is what I'm going to do. And she said, I don't know what it was about you, but I believed you. And today we have everything that I said we would have 4 years ago.
Exactly.
So she believed on the vision. It wasn't even about the money. See, we get it mixed up and think it's about the money. The money is just evidence. It's receipts. Like King was asking for receipts earlier. It's just receipts that you are who you say you are. Everything you got, like if you so bad at what you do, if you're a bad truck driver, I'm a truck driver. If you bad at that, your bank account should reflect it. If you a bad basketball player and you say you better than Michael Jordan, your bank account should. I ain't never hear you. Well, if you bad at being a sociologist or whatever, then everything you do should reflect that. So we get mixed up on the bag. It's not about the bag. It's not about the money. Right. It's about being on your purpose, and it attracts who you are. Because I attracted my wife because she's going to be useful to me in the future. Yes. I didn't even look her way because of how pretty she was. Me and my wife clicked off of what I told her I was going to do. She was already in the field. And I was like, damn, man, we're going to make a dynamic team because that's where I'm going. I'm not playing about this shit. I'm not shooting a pipe dream. This is actually what I'm going to do. And she got on board with my vision, to what King and Anton was saying. She subscribed to my magazine, and she's been subscribing, and she subscribes every day. So if a man is on his purpose, he's only going to attract the type of women that are going to be with what he's got going on. All other women won't even show up on the radar. One last thing, Anton, it's hard for me to not like you as much as I don't like you, bro. I'm gonna tell you what type of homie you is. You the type of homie. Y'all ever seen Kevin Hart on the plane with his mans and they start arguing, but you knew that was his main man? That's me and you, Anton. Like, we gonna have to get it on and then talk about that shit later because you be on point.
I feel
but
you.
bro, I just be wanting to knuckle up with you, bro. Like, but you be on point. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying y'all was on point tonight. JR, I love what you're doing with the platform. I love the ladies' point of view. Rilla, I already know who you represent. I like that straight wrist. That's what I'm talking about. Salute. Hey, King.
Salute to you, fam.
Hey, East Coast love, baby. I'm from Jersey, man. I'm right across the bridge, you heard?
That's what I'm talking about. East Coast. Right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm out of here, man. Thank y'all for having me on.
You homie for real?
Huh?
Are you homie for real? You said east side. You said East Coast or East side?
I'm inactive, bro. I'm inactive. I don't do that no more.
All right, say that.
You know what? Since I got you right here, right? I'm sorry. You brought up a good point the other night, right? I want to say something to that. Birds of a feather flock together.
Right.
There are homeboys that I used to run the streets with.
Right.
And all of my charges, all my prison biz, they've been gang shit. Right. There are homeboys that I do not talk to this day.
Right.
They can't get my phone, and I don't answer their phone calls.
You shouldn't.
Only reason I answer their phone calls is if it's something about their children.
Right.
But when they calling me with the bullshit, bro, I don't have time for it. So these people I had to cut out of my life. So I understand us trying to still be connected to those that we need to pull up, but we have to draw a line in the sand and say, when you come over here, bro, there is a certain standard of character that you have to have, because what you're gonna do is you're gonna sink my shit.
Absolutely.
And I'll blow you off this planet before I let you sink my shit.
I'm not going to say that because I'm still on probation and paperwork. So I'm not going to blow anybody's head out. But what I'm going to say is,
well, no. I don't mean. I'm not talking literally.
Okay.
I'm not talking literally.
Yeah.
I'm talking proverbially.
Okay. But
I'm talking proverbially. Yeah. But I'm just saying that we have to draw a line in the sand when it comes to how we get our money. Right. Because, bro, just getting on the phone with a conversation and presenting an idea, bro, that's conspiracy.
That's a conspiracy. But I want to say one thing. You know, shout out to all the homies. Shout out to everybody on BHB. But if you're not doing something positive, I don't want nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? And
absolutely.
That's just me. I'm not going to ever say I'm not. I am Bloodhound Brim. Stay with you. But
I'm from Bounty Hunters, man.
Okay.
All right, y'all. All right.
So I respect
Rilla, you're not close. You're not close, Rilla.
Whoa, relax. Hey, man, shout out to the L7. Shout out to Neutron Nation.
Hey, Rilla, I'm an L7 now, baby. You see what I'm doing, man? I'm in the truck.
All right, y'all.
I'm in the truck.
All right, sorry, Turner. We got to move on.
All right.
Neutron Nation, man. Y'all playing.
What's going on, Rucker?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make it
brief, man. We barely holding on.
I know, man. Everybody's got to go to work tomorrow. I get it. So I got the question is for the ladies. If you know who I am, you know what's ladies, if you have a good man and you were talking to him for at least about 2-3 months, maybe going to 6, everything's going well. Would you be insulted by that man if you brought up a certain document for you to sign, a prenup? And if you were insulted by that, would you date down to a man that doesn't have assets to protect in a prenup?
We're dating and he's going to sign me and he wants to do a prenup. What sense does that make?
He wants to propose to you, but before he does that, there's a certain document he wants you to sign. Would you be insulted by that?
Okay, if we're engaged and he wants to do a I mean, it has to be some levels to this. Now we're dating and he wants to marry me. If we're engaged, he proposed.
Bruh.
And he's saying that he wants to do a prenup.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he would have a lawyer and I'll have a lawyer and we go over the prenup. That's normal business.
No, you wouldn't sign a prenup. If he proposed to you, let's say he gives you.
She's saying she wouldn't have a. She's saying she wouldn't have a problem. She wouldn't trip off of it. She's saying no, she wouldn't trip.
Cool. Just want to make sure, like, even if, let's say, you go to your lawyer and your lawyer says no, his prenup is messed up, and you try to rephrase it and everything, and he just says no, I'm not going to sign your prenup.
It's business. That's called negotiation. That's what people do when they do prenup. They negotiate. It's a business.
Hey, Mr. Ruck, what was your point that you're trying to make?
Now, my point is, like, if the ladies don't mind signing a prenup, that's cool. That's cool. But they do have a problem with that. Would you date down to a man that doesn't have assets to protect or anything?
Okay, if I don't,
down, you mean financially?
Yeah, financially. I just said he's an average guy. He makes about 45 grand a year. Would you be okay with that? Or is there a certain number of a kind of man that you want, like 6 figures, high value?
I don't view people in this manner. So I don't know. I don't have any answers.
Thank you. That's why I like you. Courtney, you would be okay with the prenup though, right?
well, I mean, it depends on the man. Like, I'm not just out here searching. You know, if I'm getting courted and the man wants a prenup and I'm engaged, then we do what you do with prenups. It goes back and forth. Would I be upset if someone says, I want you to sign a prenup? No. Would I be okay dating an average man? Yes. It just depends on who I'm dating. But the monetarity is not necessarily the biggest issue. It's, you know, what's your plan on our lives? Can I be up under it? Do you love me? Do you want to be with me? Do you want me to be your wife?
Yeah, everything's going well. But before you even get to any kind of plans, like, hey, I have this prenup though, but like, would you want to know how much money he makes before you even consider a prenup?
Well, I think when you're dating and courting, you know what I do and I know what you do. So we already understand each other because that's important. I understand your debt. You understand my debt. You need to know all these factors before you get married. I'm not getting married blindsided and not knowing financially where we are and financially where we should be, where your debt to ratio is. That's foolish to marry. Again, if this is a business, you need to know what you're getting yourself into.
Okay.
All right, Rucker, you got to bring it home now.
No, that's about it. You know,
Okay.
Just keep it short and sweet with the prenup. So
Shout out to Michigan.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Thank you. TJ, you there?
Well, you know, she usually can't.
Yeah, but you know, I got my bonnet.
Got a bonnet.
Hey man, TJ been in these YouTube streets.
I got my bonnet on and I can't represent like that.
Oh, okay. So, we hear you. What you got for us?
Bear with me. I just want to thank y'all for showing love to my daughter. I want to thank you for showing love to my daughter. But Mr. Tibbs, what kind of women are you dealing with, dude?
I don't be knowing either. I'll be thinking the same thing. What kind of crazy?
You understand me? Because listen up, young man.
What's going on? He came on looking like Trey Songz, all sexy. I said, "What's this guy? What's going on?"
He said,
"They are." That's like the other day. JR bought that sexy flexi ass nigga.
He said,
damn, boy, y'all trying to get me, boy.
Yeah, take your shirt off, boy.
He said,
"What?"
Sorry, TJ. I'm sorry. He popped up and I didn't know what the neighbors know my name video or what.
Nope.
Oh my God.
What's going
No,
on?
I was just saying, you know, if the women are talking about buying this, buying that, and you know, they not because
Kind of fade in now, TJ.
Okay, well, you know what? Good night.
Keeping it gangster, TJ.
She was fading in and out. She was fading in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's going on, guy? What's going on, my guy?
What's up, folks? Hey, listen. I just want to run this down real quick because I know. Am I the last one?
Yeah, you're the last one, man.
Okay, I'm gonna run it down real quick, and I made some notes because I've been waiting on this. Because a lot of times I get on here and Anton ain't here, and I don't believe in speaking on people when they ain't getting the DNA stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Let him rock, Jared.
No, I was
give me to wrap it up.
with him.
It's a little early.
No, I was messing with you, man. I was messing with you, man.
Good. I'm running down for you. Hey, look, real quick. I think I can solve this one real quick. Okay, simping is actually a man that's caught up, right? When a woman's so beautiful or whatever you like about her, she can walk up and just reach in your pocket, take your money out, kiss you on the cheek, and you don't even be mad. That's simp. Tricking is when you lazy and you don't want to do the work to acquire that woman, so you use or your lack thereof, your game or whatever, you use your money and your material things to try to shortcut the game and win that woman's favor, but it's only temporary, and everybody know that. So that's tricking. If it's your old lady and you just, being good to her, you know what I'm saying? That is not tricking, and I couldn't care how much the gift costs. You know what I'm talking about?
Let me ask you a question. Let me let you catch that fly. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. You know, the fruit fly, man, that thing be hard to get rid of.
All right, so listen. Jesus, y'all make me forget my question, bro.
Come on, man. Just get that net.
You about to bring it in for simping, Anton?
Nah, because those are two very extreme examples of tricking and simping. So, like, for example, a rich guy, his time is his money, right? And so instead of him spending game, because that would actually cost him more money considering how much his time is worth, right? Instead of him spitting game on trying to get a chick, all he want to do is hit it, and so he'd rather spend money. Is that still tricking?
Preach.
Yeah, he tricking.
That is the definition of tricking.
It is not tricking. It's not tricking because you don't understand how much your money, how much your time is worth.
It's not because your time is worth more than the money and you're making that sacrifice. The fact is,
but hold on, let me break it down for you.
Go ahead.
You know how much? How much is an hour of your time worth?
Shit, $100 an hour.
How you know that?
Because I can get it now.
So you make $100 an hour while you sleeping? Hold on, wait, really?
Yeah, okay.
No, just during business hours.
So an hour of your time is not worth $100 an hour then. So let's do it like this. How much
you thinking on the average?
No. I'm gonna help you to understand something. I'm about to educate you financially, right? Do you mind sharing roughly how much you make a year? If you don't, then we can use some fake numbers.
Go ahead with whatever your point you're making.
No, I have to use a real example in order to illustrate my point. If you don't want to share it, then we can use some fake numbers.
Cool? Yeah. Go ahead. Do that.
So let's say you make about $85,000 a year, right?
Okay.
Do you think that's a decent salary?
Compared to?
I mean, would that be a halfway decent salary for you?
I think you can live a high quality life for $85,000. Yes.
Okay, what if I told you, I'm gonna break down a couple different things for you. What if I told you that if you make $100,000 on average, if you live in any major city, you only taking home about $67,000 a year? Do you still think that's a lot of money?
I'm from the bottom, so I know what you can do with less, but it's not a lot of money if you compare it to how much money other people may have, but I think it's plenty. I just want to see where you're going with that because I can't really tell you the answer you're looking for.
So let me add some more context to you. If you make about $80,000 to $85,000 a year, that really only equates to your time being worth somewhere around $8 to $9 an hour, because you have to take the amount that you make, and this is just gross. It's not even net, not even what you take home.
Okay.
But just based off of gross, you got to take whatever you make divided by 8,760 hours. That's how much you make per hour per year, roughly. If you make $1.2 million a year, you make somewhere between $136 and $142 an hour, right? So that means that anytime I play video games, anytime I spend time with a chick, anytime I decide I want to take her out to eat, it costs me that much per hour to entertain her, because that's how much money I'm losing by not spending it and trading my time doing something that's more productive. Cost. So if you take that into consideration, right, and I spend 3 hours with her and it costs me roughly $500 to be able to spend time with her, would it be more pertinent for me to actually, because I'm losing $500 by spending time with her, would it actually be more pertinent to spend $250 just for her time and to get her up out of there?
See, I think the conversation you were having with Tibbs about being married, or is this just a fly by night? I think that comes into effect here.
What I'm trying to prove to you is that when you rich and you understand the value of your time, it actually costs you less. So it's not really tricking for you to get what it is that you need out of her, because it would cost you more long term for you to actually spit game and entertain the possibility of whether or not she want to rock with you anyway. And so what I'm saying is that only works for people that's not really getting real money, because the value of your time and what you trade in for currency is really what we consider when we spending our time with people of that we want to actually entertain. You see what I'm saying? So tricking takes on a different. Okay, go ahead, rebut it.
I think it's the value of that woman, because if that woman is valuable to you, like your wife, for example, I don't like to speak on other men's wife, but you.
No, we're talking about tricking.
You spoken on.
We're not talking about your wife. You can't trick on your wife. Your wife.
Okay, so then we agree.
We talking about trick. No, we talking about tricking. You're defining.
You know what? You know what? Okay, I'll use your point. You can trick on your wife. Let's just say that you try to win your wife's love through paying for expensive gifts and trips, but you're not spending the time in the house and writing those letters like you told John to do. That's tricking. You trying to buy her love because you
on your wife.
Love, bro. What are you talking about?
How are you tricking on your wife? I'm confused. And this is the other thing. And I'm sorry, Anton. I just got to jump in because I'm really confused. We use terms like trick and simp, and then we don't understand that they come from pimp culture.
That's
100%.
That's my whole point. Miller, that's my whole point. Anytime a woman tells me I'm a trick, that means you're a prostitute.
You're not.
You know that? Do you know
exactly?
that?
And it's a
No. Do you know that?
I ain't gonna I'm not finna disagree with none of that. But what I am saying is tricking is tricking. Period. Point blank in the sentence, right? And it ain't. And listen, I see you making your face, fam. But real talk, like if we don't understand pimp culture and these terms that we take in from these coaches, how are we saying that a man showing adoration for his life or his wife, love for his wife, providing for his wife, we're saying that's tricking and simping when that's not.
Let me tell you what tricking is, bro. Tricking is spending money when you would not have otherwise gotten her. That's tricking.
Yes.
You got to use your money to get something.
You saying it in a different way, but that's what I was getting.
No, it's not a different way. This is a completely that is not anything like what you were saying. You were saying they doing it in order to circumvent the game.
Hey,
I know I can get this shit. Anyway.
We caught in the weeds, but I call to address you directly, my friend. I ain't want to be all like Jay-Z gonna hit me with JR gonna hit me with that.
I know I can get this chick anyway, is my point. I don't have to spend money to get her. I can pull up on her and pull this chick with a bicycle. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to spend money on somebody that I would not have. I'm not going to buy this car just to get women. I'm buying this car because I'm a dope dude and I deserve this car. But the women just come along with it, is my point. I'm not spending it for women. That's tricking. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference.
I got you in person. We could probably break that down and we both be on the same page. I believe. I think we're saying the same thing in a different way, even if you disagree. Let me make my the point where I came on. Y'all was speaking about arrogance and confidence. That's the only real thing I want to address. And the reason why I wanted to address you, Anton, about that is because I feel like you come off arrogant, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just it may derail the outcome that you're seeking. Steph Curry and LeBron, both confident and successful men, but you wouldn't necessarily, most people on average in my experience, wouldn't associate them with arrogance. I give you two more names. Kyrie, Kanye, very much so associated with arrogance, but they're also confident and competent. They have the receipts.
Wrong.
They have
Wrong.
one. But would they not? Would you not say Kanye is arrogant?
None of those people are arrogant.
In spite of his intent, it doesn't mean malicious.
It doesn't have anything to do with intent. It has everything to do with the whether or not you can deliver. What about Muhammad Ali? Was he arrogant? I'm gonna let you sit on that.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you sit on that.
I think arrogance can sit in the same room with confidence, but
no, it can't.
But the problem you can't. Arrogance assumes confidence.
No,
because even if your confidence isn't based on anything, it assumes false confidence based on what you believe, also a perception. So
no, it doesn't.
Okay, so let's move on to the meat of this, because I don't want to get caught up. I feel like arrogance has to be inconsiderate. I think arrogance is inconsiderate confidence.
Arrogance. Let me tell you something, bro. People call me arrogant, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of men. I got a lot of rich friends.
Right.
Ain't not one of them ever called me arrogant. I'm only arrogant in the perception of broke people.
Floyd Mayweather. Most people would consider him arrogant.
Most broke people consider him arrogant.
But standing next to Conor McGregor, he don't seem like that guy. So sometimes it's just like you say, it's a matter of perception. You see what I'm saying? And
think about, bro. King. Yeah. Me and King disagree on a lot of stuff. I would never say King is arrogant.
Hey, let me just finish, and then you can rebut.
All right, you ain't got too much longer, man.
You catching me on every third word, and I just want to say it all, and then I hear your point. If that's
It's a fight we can. If you want to set this back and forth, we can set this up at the beginning of the next show.
For sure. Hey, but look, I think I'm gonna make this, and then we'll be done with it. Fearless and reckless, you can't carry them in the same pocket. And I think that's what, if you summed up all of it, that's what that arrogance is. It's carrying fearlessness and recklessness simultaneously. And I think that's the definition. So we'll come back to that. I'll holler at you some other time. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go ahead, have a good night, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Are you a trick?
Do what now?
Do you trick?
Hell no. Never that. I ain't lazy. I'll do the work.
I'm gonna need you to revise what you think about that, fam. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get you together.
Show enough. We'll do it.
All right,
good night, ladies.
Appreciate you.
Whew. These dudes gonna have to be ready, bro. They've been doing all of this prepping. They've been watching me for weeks. They said I'm ready for you now. And that junk go right on out the window, bro.
King, you tricking?
Am I tricking?
Yeah.
You said tricking or tripping?
Nah, tricking.
Am I? No, I'm treating.
You treating?
I can feel my.
Harold, we missed you so much, man. I appreciate you, fam.
Talk, King.
Hey, man, we definitely appreciate the panel for tonight, man. Great job, great show. This is the greatest show ever. We appreciate you guys out there.
Thank you.
Keep getting them likes up. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. It's another bang in the books, man. It's the greatest show ever. Catch y'all next week, next Thursday, 7:30 Central Time. You know what it is. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Thought you were sleepy, Aria.
I'm exhausted.
I thought you was out of
Why
here.
did everybody talk so much? Oh my gosh.
I know you ain't been on here in a while, man. We've been going. Sometimes we go like 7 hours.
No way.
Yeah, I can
I
tell you ain't been
can't.
watching.
Wait. Listen. I'm sorry. Man.
No, I've been busy. I can't even lie. I have not been watching.
Ariel, we missed you, man.
I missed it too. I was like, well,
so dope, man. You so
I figured
dope.
you guys were still doing well. I just haven't had the time.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
I heard that jumper broke though. JR said he'll pin it to the board.
Oh yeah. Give me that.
It's probably not broke. It's probably just not as good as it was before. But that's okay. It's a part of life.
I'm just it's so many people confused in the chat about tricking. JR, okay, let me ask you this, JR. I'm not asking you if you trick, but what do you think about tricking?
I don't like it. Shit. I mean, I think it's room for everybody. I just don't do it. You know,
you don't, wait. You don't do strip clubs? Strip clubs,
no.
tricking.
No, I don't do strip
I
clubs.
don't either.
I've been to a strip club and I'm very reserved. I'm always uptight. You can call me cheap, whatever it is. I just don't see the point of me wasting my money. And I think I spoke about this before.
And for something you're not gonna take home with you, Eric. No, I do not trick.
No, I don't leave with money at all. I don't leave with money. I never had to. I never felt like I had to put money in place in order for me to get results. It's just it is what it is.
I don't understand dudes that are using words loosely and then they don't understand like the etymology of these words, man. Like I'm literally looking at the chat, been looking at it all night, and we talking about tricking and simping and don't understand that comes from pimp culture. If you don't understand pimp culture, you don't even understand what tricking and simping is. You just using it because it sounds cute. But go ahead. Come on. Hurry up, man. We missed you, fam.
Yeah, like fuck this.
She is.
I seen her head. She had to pick her head up. I'm like,
look, I was texting her. I was putting in a live chat. I had to go to her IG and start hitting her up. Like, yo, you ain't see the message I sent you on your IG.
No, I did not.
You remind me of one of my cousins, yo. You remind me of one of my cousins. Yeah, because y'all are straight to the point, man. Y'all funny, and y'all probably about the same height too.
There's not many people my height.
What you 6'2", 6'4"? Which one?
Oh gosh, I am about 6'2".
6'2", okay.
My cousin up there. My cousin Nook is up there.
You don't have kids, right, Ariel?
I am 3.5 months pregnant right now.
Oh, congratulations!
That's why I'm tired. Okay.
Yeah, congratulations.
That's why I was like a zombie.
I'm gonna have to check back. I wonder how tall your child, because your husband's tall too. So I'm wondering.
Yes, he's very tall.
I wonder how tall the child gonna be. I guess we have to wait for that. It's gonna be some years.
Yeah.
I probably have a cane by the time that damn child get old. Yeah,
Oh
by the time the child get 13, I'll be probably about 67. What, about 60, 66,
Here
67?
you go.
What? I'm old. Oh man.
You're not that old.
I'm like 40, 49.
No, you're not. Stop.
I am. I'm 49.
Stop. I'm actually gonna believe you in a second.
Yeah.
No, he ain't 40.
I'm a grandpa.
I like how you was talking that big money talk though, talking about some. Yeah, I'm gonna fly out to Brooklyn just to get some Jollof.
Yeah, flights cost a lot of money. Flights cheap, man. Flights cheap, man. Yeah, but it all depends on where you flying.
IG stories, bro.
But in
don't
the
act
US,
like you see your IG stories. Like you don't be flying cheap, bro.
Nah, man.
Right.
In the US, anybody catch a flight, man. I ain't gonna even stunt. You can catch a flight for cheap, especially if you get about a couple weeks ahead of time. You know what you want to do. Get a nice flight, man. Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh yeah, yeah. Depends on what city you're going to, but you're right. Yeah,
It's like certain city to city. If you so happen to live in one of them cities and you fly into that city that you love, it just might just be a cheap commute. The only time it might be really expensive is if it's about a week ahead. So now if I was flying out the country every other week or some weekend, and now we talking. Now we like, man, what you flying private or something? Or what's going on? You hopping out in here like it ain't nothing. And then the places you going to. So I wouldn't even trip, man. We talking about US. But yeah, it's been a show, man. I ain't gonna be on here, man. I gotta get off. I got some things to do.
Yeah, I got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
they want the music. You know me, I'm rocking whichever way you go, but they want.
I don't know about the music tonight.
Yeah,
Somebody asked me about the music.
for y'all, man.
Yeah, I don't know about the music
Definitely
tonight.
appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the super chats.
Yeah.
Man, hey, JR, for real. Shout out to Jonathan Barronville, man. My goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to shout out to him, man. He been working that chat. He been doing something else that I didn't notice.
Nah, he been sending them super chats through.
Oh yeah, definitely appreciate that. Appreciate Sir. Appreciate Amira.
Sir
Appreciate Kay.
Kay was in there.
Yeah, appreciate everybody, man. Lucky too. Yeah, can't forget about Lucky.
Man, and that I normally have a whole bunch of questions for you, but I'm gonna save it till next week, man. We ain't doing the after.
Oh yeah, save it, man. You never know. I might go live over the weekend or something. Who knows, man?
Man, I got a whole bunch of questions because the people are commenting and they seeing what you doing with the network. And
all right, Ariel. I know you got to go, Ariel.
Peace, Ariel.
Appreciate you. Go ahead, get you some rest. Congratulations again.
Indeed.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, good night.
I ain't finna hold you. The people I'm just saying the people want to know, man. They like, they see every day dang near there's a show on. Shout out to Amira for last night's show, and then King Talk, you know what I'm saying? Like it's going up, man. What you trying to do, bro? What you doing over here? Man?
Trying to take over, man. You know what we do over here, man. This is where it's at. The network, man. Lapeef. Let's talk. We got some shows coming, man. We got some things in the works. Rila, there she go.
No. But what's crazy is people literally think like you see Lapeef Network, and then they it's funny to me because they question certain moves and all this other craziness, man. But they see the movement, bro. Like understand that you're launching people over here, man. That King Talk is something, man. Lunch with Lauren, that was dope.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
man, that was super dope. Even anyway. And the mirror thing, super dope. I'm waiting for Courtney to come back and smash. I'm waiting for Kay come back, smash. You know what I'm saying? Guerrilla warfare coming soon. It's coming.
Man, you got to trust the process, man. Everything, it's not as easy as it seems, man. But it's just. You got to put the effort in, and you just got to try to keep pushing, man. Just keep pushing the limits. Just standing out,
and providing value.
Oh yeah, I always got to.
The one thing I salute you on, and I ain't finna hold you, bro. But real talk, that is the one thing, and I got to give you your flowers consistently. Anytime I have a public platform to do so, is that you consistently push these conversations, man. Even when they're uncomfortable, I thought it was brilliant, to be honest.
I don't think people understand. Like I spent the whole entire day trying to generate these topics, man. You feel like you're gonna talk about everything, and I literally about 2:00 this afternoon, because I go back and forth, man. The whole creative process needs to be something because you're just never satisfied. You're just never satisfied, and then you can have something good. But what's gonna take it over is when people is when I feed it to you guys and how you guys deliver. If you guys don't deliver it the right way, then it's like, you don't really get. You like, man, the show was just okay. I think the show was phenomenal tonight. I think you guys executed, and I always say this. I can always do a better job. I'm always gonna say that I can always do a better job. I'm never satisfied with the job that I've done. I can always do better. There's always room to grow. So I leave it up to the people to evaluate how we did, how we do, how was the show. It's always something that I say we can do better. It's always something I can learn. It's always something that could be added. And that's how I think that people don't understand. That's how you stay on top. That's how you stay on top. If you sit here and you think that this is it, it's gonna be hard for you to keep winning. It's gonna be hard for you to keep winning.
Yeah. I gotta ask you, man. How the frick did you how Anton and King on the same panel for a full show? Where we at? 5 hours now, bro? How in the fudge did you figure that out?
It's not, it's just putting people together, man. But I gotta commend them gentlemen, man. They grown. They grown, man. They real men. And they came together, man. They put on a show, and they just keep it cordial. They don't go back and forth. They leave everything where it is. They show respect. They conversated about the topics, man. I just commend them guys, man. The easy thing was trying to get them together. That was the easy thing, man.
Right.
But like the real work became between them guys. So it wasn't me. Like, it was them guys. I just put them in a place, in a position to opportunity be to win. You know, you got to think about it, man. A lot of people put into a lot of opportunities, and it's up to you to capitalize on those moments or those opportunities. And that's how I look at it. Like it's a combination of all of us. It's a combination. It's even you. You know, even what you do on the show, you may not look at it as being much, but the chemistry, and I preach this. It's all about the chemistry. It's just
you do.
I was just having this conversation. I'm thinking about like how can I describe what it is that I do. It's just kind of like I went to barber school for a little bit, but it's all about that taper. You know how the men are about their tapers, man. Their taper got to be a smooth transaction. You got to blend together. So I just take people and I just blend them together. It could be one or two people. It's just if it don't work, man. You got to keep hitting it with that corner. If y'all went to barber school, y'all know whenever you get the guidelines, then you gotta fade that motherfucker out. You got to use that corner right there, and that's what I do. I use that corner right there, fade it out, and voila, you got a masterpiece.
Here's the dope thing that I don't know if the audience caught though. When you look at King, when you look at the interaction with him and Anton, and we talk about money and big money talk and all these things with money talk, you know, because I went and researched dope too, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing of it is, what you really saw was you saw money talking in the room, and that's what I thought was super dope. Because you saw men who were like, I'm diametrically opposed to this person's views in terms of ideology. And I'm sitting up here, I'm looking at it because I'm sitting with the audience. I'm thinking like, okay, this is about to go up as soon. Because one thing y'all don't understand, JR does not tell us who's coming on. I have no idea who's coming on week to week. I just know when he reach out to me, like, you good?
Nope.
Yeah. When he says like, yo, you good? You in a good position? You gonna show up? I'm like, I'm gonna show up, whatever whoopie woo, right? And so when you even when we doing sound check, we get a little peak, but understand, y'all need to understand something. That sound check is like 10 minutes. Sometimes, whoa.
What?
Oh, I went out. I don't know why I went out. Sometimes we have because I think they think we be doing pre-production. We have these hour-long meetings and we know everything that's going down. And that's why I continue to say you dealing with real people in real time, having real conversations. And so, you know, when I see you pull up King, I'm like, this mother is a genius.
Man, I like King, man. King special, man. He brings, you may not agree with him, and I just respect him just being open to have a conversation. That's the thing. You just having a conversation, just being open, being able to listen. Because I feel like if you come in and you have a certain way towards somebody, you don't listen to them, then I feel like you're not gonna learn nothing. I learn every day from you guys, and I can actually see when you guys are learning for the most part. You know, other times it'd be times y'all come back and be like, man, we had conversations off air. But yeah, Anton did literally say he thought King was dope. And the thing that he respected about him was that even though they go back and forth, it's never personal. It's just leave it on the show and then able to just, you know, I'm gonna bring King back again, man. King, King was dope, man. I think he had a perspective that I felt like a lot of people could relate to. May not be everybody, man, but that's what I like, man. I like different perspectives because that's how we grow. If we keep seeing and hearing the same things, man, how we gonna grow? How we gonna know if something is better, if there's a better way, if we don't have a different perspective, a different opinion about it? So, you know, that's where the growth comes whenever you're able to turn it off and you think back, you know what, that motherfucker ain't like what he said. And then you think about it the next day, like, he may have had a point. Or you may be in that situation that was discussed on the show and be like, man, you know what, this is the same shit they was talking about. Because I can't tell you how many times that
I be driving to work like, what?
Yeah. Or, you know, or you may take that same energy within your relationship or something like that. You might be like, you know what, this is the same shit we was talking about. That masculine energy. This is shit happening right now.
JR, they asking if we coming to the town. The town, I'm assuming, is Oakland.
Man, I just gotta work out a few things. He's got to work out a few things, man. You know, we got to make sure we all aboard, man. Got to get the team together, make sure we all aboard in order to be able to give a show. If we ain't together, then that's gonna pour off into the energy of the show. So
shout out to Eric real quick. I'm sorry, JR, and I know you got to get off real soon, but shout out to Eric. You know, they keep asking how do you choose the panelists, and let me just chime in real quick, JR, before you give your dissertation for the like umpteenth time on how panelists get chosen. I'll just say about my journey. My journey is I've been 10 toes down since I got turned on to the group. And, you know, I was in the comments, I was calling in, and it's not some magical thing that you do. It's whatever. You know, one thing I'll say about JR is like the Diddy of this shit, man. He like the Diddy of this shit. And what I mean by that is that, you know, Diddy could spot talent. Jermaine Dupri can spot talent. And there is a certain talent when you leading people to put them together. Again, that's why I went back to, he put King and Anton on the same, like, what the who thinks like that, right? But apparently JR does. And so the point being is like it's no magical formula, man. It's how he sees things because he's a creative. His mind moves different. And because I work and I appreciate creatives in a different way, I can understand kind of sort of what he's doing. But there's no magical formula, man. Like you got to add value. And that's the one thing I consistently tell them is that the moment I'm not adding value, take me off the platform, but I'm still going to support you 10 toes down, 1000%.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Rilla has told me that multiple times. I've always realized that I like to create, man, whether it comes to fashion, music, and even this, you know, this is something new to me, but you know, I just put my heart into it. And when somebody asks me what's your creative process, I can't really even break it down. It's just something. And I like to kind of, when I think of creative, I think of like Kanye West. You know, I think about not just the music, but just the effort he put into the shows, you know, like over the top. And somebody was like, man, I think you really would appreciate it. Like that Donda concert in Chicago, they was like, I'm surprised you wasn't there. And I'm like, yeah, I think that was a night out show, right? It was on a Thursday, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So I knew I wasn't gonna be able to make it because it was on a Thursday, but you just can't really describe it. Like I can never, and even the people that I coach, I try to break down the process, and I do a good job, but I still think you got it or you don't got it. That's what it all boils down. So that's just bringing talent together. It has nothing to do with what you can do on an individual basis, but when it comes to like putting together as a whole, because it's not just the people. You got to manage the people. You got to get the people in the right mindset. Like they got to be able to show up. So no matter what's going on, the goal is to put everybody in the mindset. You got to talk to people differently. You can't talk to everybody the same way. Everybody can't be taught the same way. You got to know how to motivate people. You got to play out people's strengths. You know, like you guys just see the show. But in my head, everything is strategically put together and put in place. Do I always win? No, but it's like a high percentage that I am winning with it. You know, I do see like it be 90% like, man, I could have did this, I could have did that. And if it's something that's a total fail, which is not likely, I take it on the chin, I keep it moving. I don't dwell on it.
Man, you tripping.
Because again, I'm not perfect. I never sat here and said I was the white Jesus as y'all talk about on the platform.
White Jesus.
Yeah. But you know, I am great. I am great. And I just like to showcase it through the work, man. I don't have to speak too much about it. I just like to just keep growing and just I observe. And so to answer your question, I know I kind of went around in circles a little bit, but I think it was valuable information and a little peek into my brain. But
hey, let me tell you something, JR. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna say this in front of the audience. We still got 800 folk in here watching. Let me say this, man, bro. When I see people biting,
oh, my camera went off.
Yeah, it did. But when I see people bite, I'm quick. Like in our conversations, I'm like, yo, you see that, fam? Hey, man, and you super humble about it. Like on some old, like, man, I ain't studying that.
Yeah.
Like I ain't worried about them because I'm busy creating, and that's what I love about being around the energy of creatives, fam. Like y'all, man, people don't. I don't think people get it. I think sometimes we tune in. You know, I saw people was talking real slick and greasy in the comments, and I think they be so so geared like to have like a fight or a brawl or this. You didn't even realize the beauty. You couldn't even appreciate the beauty of the show. And then the other thing is you don't even appreciate what JR is orchestrating. So that's why when I get around y'all creatives, man, and y'all cooking in the kitchen, man, I'm not messing with what y'all doing, bro. I want to see you cook because I enjoy the finished product. I enjoy the finished product. And this is something beautiful that you doing, bro. Because trust
I
me,
appreciate it.
now it's a gang of people fighting.
I mean, you can't stop that. You know, I've had conversations about people, you know, coming on the platform to learn and as inspiration. But as long as I know what it is, I'm good. You know, I don't need the credits or nothing like that. I just appreciate when they do come. I'm just gonna keep working. I'm just like tunnel vision. You know, I'm not trying to follow nobody. I'm trying to stand out. I'm trying to set trends. And even some of your greatest content creators, you know, they pay attention. And I appreciate that. But it took me a little minute to just acknowledge it, but it is what it is, man. And then the ultimate thing is just us bringing value to the people. That's what it is. It's not a shit show. I'm not in competition with nobody. I'm not trying to be better than nobody. And I appreciate the general support, even like the guys on King Talk, even though they got their own platforms, just us coming together, man, and me being able to keep constantly posting their platforms out, just sharing the love. I don't care if they bigger than me, if they grow bigger than me. Just long as we was able to grow and continue to bring value across these internet waves. Like those are things that I appreciate. Go ahead, Brillo. My bad.
Sorry. Shannon said he got 100 subscribers off that King Talk.
Yeah. I think he did. Yeah, he said he did, man.
Right.
Yeah.
So Mark is, and I won't answer. I know I can, but Mark is asking. No, I will. I'm sorry, JR. Allow me, Grace, 1 second. Mark is asking, where's your vision for Lapeef Network? And what I would say is, I think you're seeing it. If you go back and you look at just go from the last year, and then you see where this network is growing. So now you have King Talk, which is a strictly male perspective. You have this show, Flagship, which is every Thursday. And then you have, you had Lunch with Lauren debuted on the network yesterday, which I think is going to be super dope. That's going to be so phenomenal.
Yeah.
You got Kay. Kay has a show. Courtney has a show. Amira has a show. You have no idea what's coming up next. So the network, for what JR is doing, I don't think he want to give y'all all of the sauce, but the brother clearly is building, and I don't have insight to everything. He don't tell me. Let me say this real quick, JR, before you go off, because I think a lot of times people will hit me and be like, yo, Rilla, da da da. They'll say certain things or they'll ask me certain things as if I have insight. Yo, I don't know nothing. I pull up every Thursday. I pull up when JR asks me to pull up. And I'm a servant first, right? And I believe in the man's vision. So that's what I'm here to do. But this brother is doing his thing, and I just support him wholeheartedly. So that's what I want y'all to get from that.
Appreciate it, man. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, like I like that Lunch with Lauren, man. I think it was critical because I wanted to kind of tap into the lunch hours, man. And so Lunch with Lauren's already started. She already had it on Instagram, but I just wanted to bring it on a bigger scale. And I think what better way to do it than lunchtime? Hit them folks with something good and put some good people on there, man, so we can have the conversations, man. I got some things in store for y'all, though, man. There's some things that I don't just announce. I be having these little conversations, and I just like to kind of surprise everybody, man.
Can I ask you something, JR?
Go ahead.
Do you ever take into account that, when you think about what you're building over here, do you ever take into account when you think about traditional radio and, what podcasting, quote unquote, has become, so on and so forth? That Lunch with Lauren, I was like, dang, that reminds me of the Afternoon Drive or just, those lunchtime radio shows. And I was like, man, that's brilliant.
Man, I got some things that I was trying to put together. I brought it to a couple of people, and you just got to be committed, man. You know, if even if you wanted the opportunity to be on a network, I need people that's consistent. I need people that could buy into the vision, to be able to trust the process, to be able to understand what comes along with being in the spotlight. You know, that's the biggest thing is the comments. The comments are always a big thing. Everybody not gonna like you. You know, I appreciate all feedback, but the one thing that separates me from a lot of people is just being able to listen to the criticism and just only take the good from it. You know, like I paid attention to what a lot of people were saying last week, but the difference is how I responded. And that's the type of show that we had. You know, this is the show. I took a little bit of everything and I made like some minor adjustments, and ain't no adjustments permanent. You know, Kay's still family, Kay's still here. So if anybody that was asking about Kay, she's still here. You know, so don't think it. Yeah, Amira's still here. You know, we still a family, but sometimes you got to move things around just to be able to position it to be able to flow better, man. It's crazy. I can't really describe it. But you seen the results. You seen the results. I may not be able to articulate and explain to like what's exactly going through my head because I have 1,000 things running to my head and I gotta slow everything down. I gotta snatch stuff flying by me. I just snatch what I need and put it together. And it's crazy, man. But I just like seeing the results, the creation, man. Like this was a masterpiece tonight. I couldn't paint it no better. Like and I stood on it. I had people tell me, no. But it's like, no, you gotta when you got something in your head, and it's just game in life. If you feel strongly about something, man, you just gotta roll with it. It may be a risk, but that's a risk you gotta take because you can never get that moment back. You can never get that moment back. And guess what? If it don't work out, it's okay too.
Yeah,
because you got more days to come. As long as I wake up and I'm breathing, I got more opportunity. I got another chance. I got another chance to get it right. So if I don't get it 100% right, I'm okay with that. Again, I'm not perfect. I'm not the white Jesus.
No. Praise white Jesus. Don't think it went by us that we ain't see that hat you had on, man. What's up with the merch, bro?
Oh man, I got some shirts dropping next week, man. Saw
that hat, bro. Don't think we didn't see that.
I'm gonna get some more hats too, man. This was like a one of one. It's a 101. So, but yeah, I'm gonna bring this back though. But
So
again, go ahead, Rilla.
No, just real quick. So for people, I know people hit you up all the time. I know people that have been through your university or your courses and so on and so forth. But if people want to learn how to start a podcast, do internet, do YouTube, so on and so forth, man, how can they get at you, bro, to get that information?
I got a Patreon. I'm gonna put in a link for you guys right now. Just you just tap into my site, or you can tap into the Patreon. Patreon link is going in right now. Teaching people the game, and then also looking for the merch. Make sure you put your email in because that's how you stay updated when things come out. It's lapeef.com. You guys can tap in right there. So I got both of the websites right there. Just dropped it. Make sure you guys tap in. Again, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, Rilla. It feels good to sit on the other side being questioned because it's 1,000 things be going on all at one time. And I would love to talk more. Again, I never signed up to be a moderator, but I just been designated and I understand that somebody got to run the show. But as the show going, I can't wait till we go live. Y'all will really get a chance to see me. Because I could be crazy sometimes. Y'all may think I'm a quiet assassin, but when I get out here, when I show y'all see me turn up a little bit, man. I had a little buzz going on, but that was just a little buzz, man. But that was mostly me. I turned up.
No, just shout out to the chat again. Like when y'all get real goofy and reckless in there, I'm right there with you. Shout out to hold on, what's my man name? Who said that? Truth is never favored. Shout out to you. Yo mama is the Gina of my bedroom. Shout out to you. What's next, JR?
I don't know. Y'all got to stay tuned, man. I like to keep people on their toes. I don't like to announce too much. You guys already know we have already. Everything else is just gonna be a bonus. So
Yeah.
if you don't know what's coming, it's gonna catch you off your heels.
That's dope.
I like to keep people skating a little bit.
Nah, that's dope, bro. I ain't gonna hold you up. I know the people want to get to some music. You know, anytime I have a chance to pick your brain, I like the flip because you don't even know what questions I'm gonna ask. Sometimes I pull from the chat, and then sometimes I got stuff that I want to know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, nah, I know you don't know, man. Again, I appreciate you, Rilla, man. 10 toes down, 1 thou wow.
You already know what it is.
Yeah, I know what it is. Hey, I'm getting that stuff tomorrow, man. I'm getting that stuff tomorrow.
we gonna link. We gonna link.
Yeah. I hit your phone.
Keep it in the
Pick that
car.
up.
You good?
All right, y'all. Again, make sure I get them likes up, man. Thank you for tuning into Lapeef Let's Talk. Lapeef Network is the greatest network. This is the greatest channel on YouTube, and that's no cap.
No cap.
We got some big things in store for you guys, and if you want to be great, you know where it is. Come to Lapeef Network. Last song, y'all. Last song. Make sure I get them likes up again. We appreciate y'all. Couldn't do it without y'all. Thank you for the constant support. It's only up from here, baby. I want to make sure we stay up. Believe that. Shout out to all the Patreon members. Make sure y'all buy that merch. www.lapeef.com.
Bruh.
Hey, that's it, man. Again, I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button for me before y'all tap out. Hit that like button right now. I appreciate you. Kay, Amira, Courtney, Ariel, Rilla, Anton, Lauren, myself. Appreciate everybody, man. It's the last song. Last song. Hit that like button. I say you thank you, truth is never. to you, Sherelle. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jonathan, man. Bottom of my heart. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Salute to you, E Black. Thank you, TJ. Red Lipstick Podcast. Appreciate you. Salute to you, Polo Bear. I got you, Freezy. I saw that. Tap in with me tomorrow. All right, y'all. Again, appreciate you guys. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button right now. That's the end of the show. Catch y'all sometime. I'm pretty sure we're going to have something going on before next Thursday. Make sure y'all tap in. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel.